The Golem Master of the Gremory House. A high school DxD fanfiction. Act 1. The Ironborn Devil. Chapter 1. The Weight of Iron. The first thing Issei Hyoudou ever built was a trap. He was 8 years old, standing in the narrow corridor behind the garden shed of his parents' home in Kuo, and he had spent 3 weekends cutting wire, bending brackets, and reading a borrowed library book on simple mechanical engineering. The trap was designed to catch the neighborhood cat that kept digging up his mother's vegetable garden. It was, by any reasonable standard, far too complicated for the task. It involved a pressure plate, a counterweight fashioned from river stones, and a cage-like enclosure assembled from discarded birdcage wire. It worked perfectly on the first try. He stood over the yowling, unharmed cat and felt something he could not yet name. Not pride exactly. Not satisfaction either, though both were present. What he felt was the particular quiet joy of a machine doing precisely what its maker intended it to do. The cat was frightened and completely unhurt. The mechanism had functioned within tolerances he had calculated by hand on graph paper. The world had obeyed him, and it had done so through the medium of iron and logic rather than through any of the 1,000 chaotic variables that governed everything else in his young life. His parents relocated the cat to a neighbor 2 streets over. Issei dismantled the trap the same afternoon and began designing the next one. By the time he entered Kuo Academy as a second-year student, he had filled 11 notebooks with designs. 11 volumes dense with diagrams, margin calculations, notes on material stress tolerances, and the occasional anatomical sketch of mechanical joints he had observed in industrial catalogs. His bedroom had become a workshop. His parents, who were gentle and entirely confused by their son, had quietly moved the breakable things to other rooms and replaced his desk lamp with something more powerful. He was not a popular student. He was not an unpopular one either. He existed in the particular social space occupied by people whose interests are simply too specific to generate strong reactions. He was polite when spoken to. He helped with repairs when asked. When Motohama broke his camera trying to photograph the Kendo Club, it was Issei who reassembled it in 40 minutes during lunch, replacing the bent frame component with a bracket he filed from a strip of aluminum he happened to have in his bag. Motohama was grateful. Matsuda was impressed. Neither of them fully understood why Issei seemed so much more interested in explaining what had broken than in the photographs themselves. He did not notice girls the way his classmates did. Or rather, he noticed them in the same way he noticed everything, which was to say with genuine attention and a tendency to mentally catalog interesting details, but without the consuming, scrambling urgency that had turned most of his male peers into barely functional disasters. His homeroom teacher had once remarked, in a staff meeting Issei was not supposed to overhear, that he was either the most mature boy in second year or the most thoroughly distracted one, and she genuinely could not tell which. The answer was either. He was simply, at all available moments, thinking about his current project. In the autumn of his second year, the current project was a mechanical hand. He had begun it after watching a documentary about prosthetics. Not an emotional response to the documentary, though the people in it were admirable in ways he recognized clearly. What had caught his attention was a brief segment featuring a researcher who had built a prototype prosthetic hand using shape memory alloy wire in place of conventional electric motors. The wire contracted when heated by low-level current, mimicking the behavior of muscle fiber. The prosthetic had 5 independently controlled fingers and enough grip strength to hold a glass of water. Issei had paused the documentary, rewound it 3 times, and then spent the rest of the night taking notes. The hand he was building was not a prosthetic in any practical sense. It was a testbed. A vehicle for understanding how to translate the abstract principle he had seen into something he could hold and operate. He worked on it in the evenings, using materials purchased with money saved from odd jobs repairing electronics for neighbors. His father occasionally looked in, nodded thoughtfully at the growing assembly of wires and machine components, and retreated without comment. His mother brought tea. The hand had 4 fingers and a thumb when he finished the control mechanism. It sat on his worktable like a skeletal sculpture, silver wire running through the joints, connected by fine leads to a small control board he had programmed himself. When he applied current to the correct terminals, the fingers curled. When he reversed the polarity, they extended. The grip was not strong enough to hold a glass of water. It was strong enough to hold a pencil. He held the pencil for approximately 4 seconds before the third finger joint failed. He sat back, looked at the broken joint, made a note in his 12th notebook, and began redesigning. It was a Tuesday evening in October, when the hand was on its 7th iteration and the grip strength had finally reached his target threshold, that he was killed. He did not know this until afterward, because the event itself was so sudden and so completely outside his frame of reference that his mind did not process it correctly until he was already somewhere else. What he experienced was this: he was walking home from the hardware shop where he had purchased a spool of the correct gauge alloy wire, and then there was a sound like the world folding, and then there was darkness, and then there was a voice. The voice was old in a way that had nothing to do with age. It was not the voice of something that had simply existed for a long time. It was the voice of something that had existed at the beginning of things and was still here, which was a different matter entirely. It resonated in his chest rather than in his ears. Issei Hyoudou. He was standing, or something like standing, in a space that had the quality of deep machinery. Not the appearance of it. There were no visible gears or pistons. But there was the feeling, the bone-deep sense of vast, ordered, interlocking systems operating at scales beyond his comprehension. He found it more comforting than he expected. "You have been killed," the voice said. "This is not negotiable, or reversible by ordinary means. However, an offer has been extended to you, and you are here because you are one of the rare cases in which the offer carries genuine conditions worth discussing." "What kind of offer?" Issei said. His voice worked normally, which surprised him. "Reincarnation as a devil under the service of the House of Gremory. In exchange for your continued existence, you would serve a young heiress of considerable power who is currently building her peerage. She is, by the standards of her kind, unusually thoughtful in her selection of servants, which is why you are here rather than simply being revived without consultation." "Devils are real," he said. "Yes. And sacred gears. I have read about those. There are old accounts, fringe archaeological papers, one journal from a Shinto monk from the Heian period that was digitized and uploaded to a university archive 3 years ago. I found it looking for something else." There was a pause. The vast machinery feeling intensified slightly, as if something enormous had shifted its attention. "You are unusual," the voice said, and it did not sound displeased. "I have a sacred gear," Issei said. It was not quite a question. "You do." "The boosted gear. The gauntlet of the Welsh dragon, which contains the soul and power of the Red Dragon Emperor. It is among the most powerful sacred gears in existence. Under ordinary circumstances, its hosts tend to develop along a specific axis. Combat. Raw power. The doubling of strength without limit. That is the obvious application," Issei said. "What are the non-obvious ones?" Another pause. Longer this time. "That question," the voice said, "is precisely why you are here and not simply being revived." The contract was not painful. It did not feel the way he had imagined death and resurrection might feel, on the rare occasions he had considered it at all. It felt like a precision instrument being fitted into a purpose-built housing. There was resistance, a brief moment of extraordinary pressure, and then a click of finality that he recognized at a cellular level as correctness. He opened his eyes in the Gremory household's secondary meeting chamber. The room was large, with high ceilings and furnishings that suggested wealth old enough to be architectural rather than decorative. Sitting across from him, in a chair that managed to be both formal and relaxed in a way that spoke of long practice, was Rias Gremory. He had seen her at school. Everyone at Ko Academy had seen her. She was the kind of person who created a slight gravitational distortion in any room she entered, not through any supernatural effect but through the compound result of exceptional appearance, precise self-presentation, and an air of absolute confidence that she wore as naturally as she wore her school uniform. He had not previously had occasion to speak with her. "Issei Hyoudou," she said. Her voice was warm and entirely in control. "Welcome back. I am Rias Gremory. You are now a member of my peerage as a bishop. How many pieces did you use?" he said. Her eyebrows rose slightly. It was a tell he filed away. She had not expected that question. 3, she said. Your potential is considerable. The mutation factor in the sacred gear, among other things. You have an unusual mind. My familiar observed you for some time before I made the decision. How long? Several months. He considered this. It was not the most comfortable thing he had ever been told, but it was operationally coherent. He would have done the same. What are the terms of service? He said. Rias studied him for a moment. She had clearly met many different reactions to the revelation of the supernatural world, and she was recalibrating in real time. He appreciated the quality of her attention. You serve my house and protect its interests. You attend to your own development as a devil. In exchange, I provide protection, resources, and the support of the peerage. We are, in the most meaningful sense, a family. Resources, he said. What kind of resources? She leaned forward slightly. What kind do you need? He thought about the mechanical hand on his worktable at home. He thought about the notebooks. He thought about the shape memory alloy wire and the failed joint and the 7 iterations, and the feeling of the pencil held for 4 seconds before the mechanism broke. A proper workshop, he said. Equipment. Materials. And access to whatever literature on magical theory your family possesses. Because if I am going to understand what I am now, I intend to understand it thoroughly. Rias Gremory looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, and it was a smile of genuine interest rather than social performance. I think, she said, that this is going to be a very interesting peerage. Chapter 2, The Workshop at the Edge of the World. The workshop was in the basement. This was not, Issei would come to understand, the precise truth of it. The basement of the Gremory household's co-residence occupied a fixed physical space beneath the building. The workshop he was given occupied a considerably larger space than that, accessed through a door in the basement wall that opened onto something that was not, by any standard definition of the term, basement. The first time he walked through the door, he stopped and spent approximately 10 minutes taking inventory. The space was roughly the size of a large aircraft hangar, with a ceiling 30 meters overhead. The walls were stone, ancient and smooth, and they were covered in runic script that glowed with a faint blue-white luminescence that served, in the absence of windows, as adequate ambient lighting. The floor was reinforced concrete, poured over what felt like bedrock. There were workbenches along 2 walls, empty and clean. There was a forge. There was an arcane crucible he could not yet identify. There was a tool rack covering the 3rd wall entirely, fitted with instruments he recognized and many he did not. There was also a small, intensely focused familiar sitting on the central workbench, watching him with luminous amber eyes. It had the body of a cat and the general demeanor of a quality control inspector. Rias sent you, he said. The familiar blinked once. He took this as confirmation. I am going to need a catalog of every magical material and component currently in this workshop, he said. Also a bibliography of every text on magical theory your mistress has access to. Prioritize anything relating to enchantment, binding, the physical properties of magical energy under mechanical stress, and the theory of contained supernatural entities. The familiar hopped off the bench, walked to a cabinet in the corner he had not yet opened, and sat next to it. He opened the cabinet. It contained, neatly indexed, exactly what he had described. Good, he said. He put his school bag down, sat at the nearest workbench, and opened the first volume. His name in the peerage, when the others referred to him, was the bishop. This was technically correct. Rias had revived him with bishop pieces because the bishop represented magical potential and adaptive power, and because his sacred gear was sufficiently unusual to justify the evaluation. In the social shorthand of the Gremory household, however, he was rapidly becoming something else. Akeno Himejima, Rias's queen, tall and composed with hair like a storm and eyes that had seen things most people his age would not believe, called him the Artificer after the 3rd week. She said it without irony. It stuck. Kaneko Tuju, the rook, small and precise and possessed of a physical strength that still occasionally startled him, called him senpai. She had done this from the 2nd day, and no one had corrected her, including him. Issei Hyoudou, the knight, who was one of the most technically skilled swordsmen Issei had ever observed and also one of the most genuinely pleasant people he had ever met, called him Issei and treated him with the uncomplicated warmth of someone who had decided to simply accept a new colleague without prejudice. Issei reciprocated. Asia Argento, who had joined the peerage slightly after him under circumstances he was still reviewing in his notes, called him Issei-san and thanked him approximately once a day for things he had done or not done. He was working on a way to make this unnecessary without hurting her feelings, because she was clearly the kind of person for whom the expression of gratitude was also an expression of belonging, and he had no desire to take that from her. Rias herself called him Issei, except in formal contexts, where she called him Hyoudou. He appreciated the precision. The peerage dynamic was, on the whole, functional. They were capable fighters. Rias was a strategically sound leader. Akeno was terrifyingly powerful. Kaniko's strength was exceptional. Kiba was fast enough to be effectively invisible in combat. Asia healed. Issei, in his first 3 months, did not fight. He built. The boosted gear presented itself to him on his second morning in the workshop. He had been reading through a theoretical text on the structure of sacred gears when the gauntlet materialized on his left arm without warning. It was heavy. It was deeply, fundamentally red, the red of old forge fire, and it was covered in scales of interlocked metal that moved with his arm like a second skin. The green gem at the center pulsed with a slow, regular rhythm like a heartbeat. He looked at it for a long time. "You are not frightened," said a voice from the gem. The voice was enormous and ancient, and warm in the way that furnaces are warm, which is to say completely, and without apology. He recognized its quality from his experience during the reincarnation. Something similarly old. Something large. "Should I be?" he said. "Most hosts find the first appearance alarming. I knew you were there." The theoretical literature describes the experience of a presence within the sacred gear before first manifestation. I have been aware of something in that space since I woke up as a devil. I assumed you were simply waiting. A pause. Then I was watching. As I watched you watch. You spent most of yesterday reading about enchantment theory. Yes. Not training. Not working to develop the doubling ability. The doubling ability is not going away. It will develop with or without targeted effort because the gear responds to life force and battle experience, and I will accumulate both simply by existing in this world. What will not develop on its own is my understanding of what you actually are, because there are no texts that describe that in useful detail. Another pause. Longer. Then the warmth in the voice shifted, became something closer to amusement. My name is Ddraig. I am the Welsh dragon, one of the 2 great dragon emperors. I have been sealed within this gem for several thousand years. How did the sealing work? Issei said immediately. Ddraig laughed. It was a sound like metal cooling. I do not know exactly. The mechanism was not explained to me before it was applied. That is frustrating. But it gives me a starting point. A starting point for what? Understanding the architecture of what you are and how the sealing interfaces with the gear. If I am going to use this tool correctly, I need to understand it completely. That includes you. The green gem pulsed. The gauntlet settled against his arm, and something about the way it sat changed slightly, became fractionally more fitted, more right. Most hosts, Ddraig said, approach me as a weapon? A source of power to be drawn from. Most hosts are probably correct to do so. I am not most hosts. No, said Ddraig, and the warmth in his voice was something Issei would only later identify as relief. You are not. He began the first golem on the 40th day. He had spent the preceding weeks in a systematic program of theoretical acquisition. He had read every text in the workshop library on magical theory, enchantment, the properties of devil power, and the structural analysis of supernatural entities. He had conducted 17 experiments on magical energy transmission through various metal alloys, filling 2 new notebooks with results. He had mapped, to the best of his current ability, the internal architecture of the boosted gear, working with Ddraig in what became a productive and occasionally contentious research partnership. He had also, with Rias's permission, attended 4 rating game observation sessions, watching recordings of high-level matches that the Gremory household had access to through the official archives. He had taken notes on tactical patterns, defensive failures, offensive coordination, and the specific ways in which peerage compositions either complemented or undermined one another. What he had concluded was this: a raiding game was a war in miniature, and like all wars, it was ultimately decided not by the power of individual units, but by the system-level interaction of those units. A team with individually inferior fighters could defeat a team with individually superior ones if the inferior team's composition was better designed. This was not a radical insight. Any serious student of military history would recognize it immediately. What was radical, in the context of devil raiding games, was how rarely it seemed to be applied with genuine rigor. Most peerages were assembled by feel, by instinct, by the reincarnation of fighters who seemed powerful. The composition thinking came after, a retrofit applied to an existing structure. He intended to build from the composition up. The first golem was not a fighter. It was a proof of concept. He called it Unit 0, which was not a name so much as a designation, and he built it over 11 days and nights from an iron-steel alloy he had mixed himself to specific magical conductivity tolerances, with joints machined to measurements in tenths of millimeters and an internal framework designed to channel devil power through the same principle as the circulatory system channels blood. The central control matrix was a modified version of the binding framework he had found in a text on familiar theory, adapted to interface with the boosted gears doubling principle rather than a master-familiar bond. It stood 1 meter tall when finished. It had a roughly humanoid shape. It had no face. He applied power to it at 11:47 on a Thursday evening, with Ddraig observing from the gem and Kaneko sitting on a nearby workbench eating a rice ball she had brought from the kitchen. She had taken to visiting the workshop in the evenings. She did not disturb him, and he did not find her presence distracting. This arrangement suited them both. Unit 0 moved. It raised its right hand. It lowered it. It turned its head, which had no face but whose motion was nonetheless unmistakably attentive, and it looked at him. "Hello," he said. Unit 0 raised its hand again. Not in greeting. The motion was slower, more deliberate. It was examining its own fingers. Kaneko stopped chewing her rice ball. "Issei-senpai," she said very quietly. "Is it? Aware," he said. "Yes. Not in the way you and I are. But it has a functional internal model of itself and its environment. It is curious about its own hands." He paused. "That is a level of emergence I did not design for. I will need to revise my understanding of what the binding framework does when combined with the doubling matrix." "Is that a problem?" Kaneko said. He looked at Unit 0, which was now slowly flexing its fingers one at a time with what could only be described as methodical interest. "No," he said. "It is a result. I will work backward from the result to understand the process. Then I will use the process deliberately next time." Chapter 3: Living Iron. News traveled quickly in the Gremory household. By the following morning, every member of the peerage had visited the workshop. Rias came first, because Kaneko had sent her a message the previous evening after the initial activation, and Rias was constitutionally incapable of leaving an unknown variable unobserved. She stood in the doorway for a full minute watching Unit 0 navigate a simple obstacle course Issei had set up on the workshop floor, consisting of low barriers and a series of differently sized objects that needed to be sorted by shape. Unit 0 was sorting the objects. It was doing so slowly and with occasional errors, pausing after each mistake to examine the object again before trying a different approach. The learning curve was visible and gradual and entirely self-generated. "When I told you I would provide resources," Rias said, "I did not anticipate this particular application." "Did it concern you?" he said. "No. Surprises are only concerning when they indicate an unstable element. This indicates an element whose range I underestimated." She stepped into the workshop and crouched to the level of Unit 0, which had paused its sorting to observe her. "Hello," she said. Unit 0 held up the cube it was currently holding. "It wants you to confirm the category," Issei said. "It has been doing that with me. Showing me the object and waiting. I think it is building an external reference system to supplement its own classification." Rias took the cube gently from Unit 0's hand, turned it over once, and held it out. Unit 0 took it back and placed it in the correct container without hesitation. "It is beautiful," she said, and she said it the way she said things that she meant completely. It is a first iteration, he said. The second will be considerably more capable. Akeno arrived 20 minutes later and observed with the particular quality of attention she gave to things she found genuinely interesting, which was a more intense and focused attention than most people could sustain for more than a few seconds. She stayed for 2 hours. She asked technical questions about the magical binding framework that required him to explain his derivation from familiar theory, and she followed the explanation without difficulty, occasionally pushing back on points where her own knowledge of magical theory suggested alternative interpretations. The resulting discussion improved his theoretical model in 2 significant ways. Kiba arrived in the afternoon, and was characteristically decent about the whole thing, complementing the construction quality with the specific eye of someone who worked with precision instruments himself. He asked about the alloy composition. He asked about the joint tolerances. He asked about the control matrix with genuine curiosity rather than the polite interest that was his social default, and Issei appreciated the distinction. Asia arrived with Kaneko and spent most of her visit talking to Unit 0 in a gentle, patient tone, as if it might at any moment respond with words. It did not, but it oriented toward her consistently, which he noted as data. It was responsive to sustained positive attention in ways it was not responsive to neutral presence. Another emergent behavior he had not designed. Do you think it can understand her? Kaneko asked him while Asia was conducting what appeared to be a one-sided but deeply sincere conversation about the garden she had seen on the way in. Not linguistically. But I think it is responsive to intent. Something in the way a person is focused when they speak to it reads differently to the control matrix than neutral ambient presence. He wrote this down. I am going to need to study this more carefully. Senpai. Yes. You should also sleep occasionally. He looked at his notes, then at the corner where he had set up a cot for exactly this purpose, then back at his notes. After this section, he said. Kaneko sighed, took the notebook gently from his hand, placed it closed on the bench, and looked at him with the particular expression she reserved for moments when she had decided to be patient but wanted to register that the patience was not unlimited. He went to sleep. The second golem took 18 days and was substantially larger than the first. He had redesigned the internal framework from the ground up using everything he had learned from Unit 0's operation. The new binding matrix incorporated the emergent learning behavior as a designed feature rather than an accident. The power channel architecture was more efficient by a factor he estimated at roughly 40%. The joints were stronger. The sensory apparatus was more sophisticated, featuring detection ranges across magical, thermal, and physical spectra. The physical form was roughly human-sized, standing 170 centimeters, and he had paid considerably more attention to the mechanical aesthetics this time, because aesthetics in a machine are not frivolous if they affect the way the machine is perceived and therefore how effectively it can operate in a social context. Unit 2, as he designated it, had a face. Not an expressive one, not a human face in any meaningful sense. It was a smooth iron plate with stylized features that suggested rather than represented eyes and a mouth. The suggestion was enough. When Unit 2 oriented its face toward a person, they understood that they were being looked at. When it tilted its head, they understood that something had drawn its attention. The communication was minimal and entirely mechanical, but it was communication, and that made it possible to work alongside the unit in ways that working alongside the faceless Unit 0 had occasionally been awkward. He activated Unit 2 with the full peerage present at Rias's request. The activation was quieter than Unit 0's had been, simply because Issei had more control over the process now and because Unit 2's systems came online in a more ordered sequence. There was no dramatic moment of sudden movement. Unit 2 simply became, gradually and then fully, present. It stood, oriented, and scanned the room. Its not eyes moved from face to face with deliberate attention. It stopped on Rias. It raised one hand, palm forward, in a gesture that was not in any behavior pattern Issei had programmed. The gesture was, unmistakably, a greeting. Rias raised her hand in return. "Hello," she said, and she was smiling in the way she smiled when something delighted her. Unit 2 turned to Issei. It raised the same hand. Palm forward. Waiting. "Hello," he said. "You are Unit 2. I built you. Unit 2 held the palm forward gesture for a moment longer, then lowered its hand with what he could only describe as deliberateness. It then walked to the nearest workbench, picked up a wrench that had been left there, examined it carefully, and placed it back in the exact position it had been in. It is tidying, Akeno said. It is establishing spatial reference points. The position of objects in the workspace is informative about the state of work in progress. It is mapping the workspace by examining what has been disturbed. Issei made a note. I did not explicitly design that behavior. It is reasoning from the design principles I gave it about the purpose of a workshop. It reasoned its way to workplace organization, Kiba said, and he sounded genuinely impressed. The base design principle I gave it was, the state of the environment is information. Everything else follows from that if the reasoning capacity is sufficient. Unit 2 had completed its survey of the workbench, and was now examining the tool wall with focused attention. How intelligent is it? Rias asked. I do not know yet. Intelligence is not a single variable, and I do not have adequate test frameworks for this specific kind of cognition. What I can say is that it is reasoning, not just responding. The distinction matters. And in combat, Rias said? Because she was a raiding game player and a devil heiress, and the question was always, eventually, tactical. He had been thinking about this. Unit 2 is not ready for combat evaluation. Unit 3 will be. I am designing Unit 3 specifically around combat applications, and I intend to incorporate what I have learned about emergent behavior into the combat design rather than treating it as a separate consideration. And what will Unit 3 look like? Rias said. I have some ideas about that. I would like to discuss them with you before I begin construction. There are design decisions that will depend on how you intend to use your peerage in the raiding games, and I want to build something that fits the overall composition rather than something that merely adds raw capability. Rias looked at him for a moment. Then she said, Come to my study tonight? I will have Akeno prepare the tactical maps. Thank you? No, she said with warmth. Thank you? This is exactly the kind of thinking I hoped for when I revived you, Issei. Even if I did not know it yet. The tactical session lasted 4 hours and ranged widely. Rias had a sophisticated understanding of raiding game strategy that he had not fully appreciated from his observation sessions, because the observation sessions had shown him games and not the thinking behind them. Speaking with her directly revealed the depth of her analysis. She thought in systems. She thought about composition and timing and the opponent's information state, about what you appeared to be and what you actually were, and the gap between those two things as a weapon in itself. He liked her considerably more after that session than he had before it, which was already quite a lot. He sketched Unit 3's initial concept on the back of one of the tactical maps during a pause in the conversation, because he had been thinking about it throughout, and the shape of it had become clear enough to put on paper. Rias watched him draw. She did not hurry him. When he turned the sketch over and put it in front of her, she studied it for a long time without speaking. The design was large. Not enormous, not impractical, but large in a way that communicated capacity rather than excess. It stood 2 meters. The armor plating was integrated into the structural frame rather than layered on top of it. The joints were armored in their turn. The face was a full visor, seamless and smooth, with the suggestion of eyes but no explicit features. The proportions were those of a fighter, not a weapon, broad through the shoulders and chest, solid through the core, with legs designed for sustained movement over explosive speed. The hands were his most deliberate design choice. He had drawn them large and carefully articulated, with visible joint detail and what appeared to be integrated tool channels along the forearm. They were clearly the hands of something that was designed to build as much as to fight. It looks like a knight, Rias said. It is. Conceptually. A knight is a heavy unit with significant armor, significant capability, and enough intelligence to operate independently at range from the main command structure. That is what I need Unit 3 to be, the integrated tool channels. It should be able to repair itself in the field. And repair others, eventually. I am thinking about what it would mean to have a unit that could maintain the peerage during a raiding game rather than only fighting. The value of a sustained support capability at high intensity is substantial. Rias tapped the sketch. The eyes. Full magical and thermal spectrum detection. Range of approximately 200 meters in optimal conditions. I want it to be able to map a rating game field in the first 60 seconds and give me, and you, real-time intelligence on opponent positions. Rias leaned back. She looked at the sketch and then at him, and then at the sketch again. Issei, she said, how long will this take? 8 weeks. Maybe 10. The power channel architecture is the hardest part. I want to integrate the boosted gear's doubling function into the unit's systems rather than just using it as a power source, and that requires theoretical work I have not finished yet. You want the unit to use the boosted gear. I want to explore what happens when the doubling function is applied to a system rather than a living body. A living body has limits. Bones break. Muscles tear. A properly designed mechanical system does not have those limits in the same way. He paused. Ddraig has thoughts about this that I am still processing. Ddraig, the dragon emperor sealed within the boosted gear. We speak regularly. He is an excellent research partner within his areas of knowledge. Rias blinked. She opened her mouth and then closed it again and then said, most hosts of the boosted gear refer to him as a source of power, not a research partner. Most hosts are probably getting less out of the relationship than they could. Rias looked at him for a long moment. Then she said softly, 8 weeks. You have them. And whatever materials you need, tell Akeno, she will arrange it. He nodded. He picked up the tactical map and his sketch and folded them neatly and put them in his notebook. Then he stood. Issei, Rias said. He turned. This peerage has strong fighters. Excellent ones. But what you are building is something different. I want you to know that I see the difference, and that I believe in it. He looked at her. He was not always good at receiving this kind of statement, because he was never entirely certain of the appropriate response, and he disliked giving a response that was not appropriate. But he recognized that she meant it, and that it deserved acknowledgement. I know, he said. That is why I am building it for your peerage. He left. Behind him, in the study, Rias looked at the empty doorway for a moment, and then called for Akeno to bring the materials list. Chapter 4 Iron and Soul. He replaced his left ring finger on a Thursday. This was not a sudden decision. He had been considering the matter for 11 weeks, thinking through it from every angle he could construct, running theoretical models, consulting the literature, speaking at length with Ddraig about the metaphysical implications and with Rias about the practical ones. He had also, in the interest of genuine scientific rigor, consulted his own emotional response to the idea, because emotional response was data and ignoring data was poor methodology. His emotional response had been, after honest examination, something close to neutrality with a slight positive valence. Which was interesting. He had thought he might feel more complicated about it. The left ring finger was the choice not for symbolic reasons but because it was the optimal starting point from an engineering perspective. The finger was small enough to make the procedure relatively simple. It was not the dominant digit for any of his primary manual tasks. It was attached to the hand that wore the boosted gear, which meant that if there were any unexpected interactions between the replacement and the sacred gear, he would have immediate data on the nature of those interactions rather than discovering them later. He had designed the replacement over 4 weeks. It was not simply a mechanical finger. It was an integrated system that connected to the bone at the base joint, interfaced with the surrounding nervous tissue through a modified version of the binding framework he had developed for Unit 2, and channeled devil power through a miniaturized version of his internal circulation architecture. The material was an alloy he had developed himself, stronger than steel, with magical conductivity properties optimized for interface with devil biology. The surgical procedure was conducted in the workshop. Akeno assisted. She was not a physician, but she had a practical medical knowledge that came from her years in service to the Gremory household, and a steady-handed precision that made her preferable to any alternative he had considered. He administered his own local anesthesia and talked her through each step. It took 2 hours. When it was done, he flexed the new finger and checked the range of motion against his specifications. Full flex. Full extension. Lateral movement within tolerances. The interface with the nervous tissue was functioning within expected parameters. He felt the finger the way he felt his other fingers, with one addition: he could feel, at the threshold of sensation, the power channel running through the new joint. How does it feel? Akeno said. She was cleaning the instruments with the careful thoroughness that characterized everything she did. Correct, he said. He flexed it again. There is a proprioceptive integration lag. The nervous system is still updating its map of my hand. I expect it will normalize within 48 hours. Issei-kun, she said, using the diminutive with the particular gentleness she reserved for serious moments. Are you going to do more of this? Yes. In stages, and with careful evaluation after each stage. I am not doing this for the sake of it. Each replacement will serve a specific functional purpose that I cannot achieve through other means, and if something goes wrong, I have contingencies for 12 categories of possible failure. If something falls outside those categories, I will revise the methodology and reassess. He looked at her. I would like your help for the future procedures, if you are willing. Akeno was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I will always help you. That is what family is. He nodded. He picked up his notebook and began writing down the proprioceptive data. Unit 3 took 9 weeks to build. The extra week beyond his original estimate came from the boosted gear integration, which was more complex than he had anticipated, not because the technical problem was insurmountable but because Ddraig had opinions about it. You want to route my power through an external construct, Ddraig said, on the 42nd day of construction. His voice came from the green gem of the gauntlet, which Issei wore at all times in the workshop. The gauntlet had, at some point in the second month of their partnership, stopped feeling like an external object and started feeling like a part of his arm, and he was unsure which of them had caused that change. Yes. I want to route the boost function specifically, not your full power output. The distinction is important. I am not trying to use you as a battery. I am trying to apply the boost principle to mechanical systems and study the results. The boost principle, as you call it, is tied to living things. It reads life force. A mechanical construct does not have life force in the relevant sense. It does if I build life force into it. Which is what the binding matrix does. Unit 2 has a form of life force. It reads as such to the detection frameworks I have been using. The question is whether it reads as such to you. A long pause. Then, I would need to examine Unit 2 directly to answer that. I know. That is why I have been asking you to do that for the past 2 weeks. Another pause, shorter. Then a sound that was not quite a sigh but was adjacent to one. Extend the gauntlet. Let me look. He held the boosted gear toward Unit 2, which was currently in standby mode in the corner of the workshop. Unit 2 perceived the attention immediately, and oriented toward the gauntlet. The green gem pulsed. Once. Twice. A slow, examining rhythm. Unit 2's chest cavity, where the binding matrix was housed, pulsed back. The rhythm was not the same as Draig's, but it was clearly a response. Interesting, Ddraig said. Very quietly. What do you see? Issei said. Something that should not be possible according to conventional devil theory. Which is, I find, frequently the answer when you are involved. A pause. It is not a devil's life force. It is not a dragon's. It is not a human's. It is a third thing. Made from the parts of the binding matrix but emergent from their interaction. Something that did not exist before you made it. Can you boost it? Issei said. Ddraig was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Issei continued working on the Unit 3 frame, moving carefully around the partially assembled torso, and making adjustments to the left shoulder joint. Yes, Ddraig said eventually. I can. It would be different from boosting you. The effect would be different. But the principle translates. Tell me what it would do. They talked for 3 hours. He took 6 pages of notes. 2 of them required entirely new notation systems he developed on the spot. Unit 3 activated on a Wednesday morning, before the rest of the household was awake. Issei had not planned for the activation to happen at dawn. He had planned to activate at noon, with the full peerage present, because Rias had asked to see it, and he had agreed. But the final calibration check had completed at 4:30 in the morning, and everything was within parameters, and he was there, and Unit 3 was there, and the particular quality of stillness in the workshop at 4 in the morning was one he had come to associate with the best work. He made the decision and proceeded. The activation sequence took 11 minutes. The power channels came online first, cycling through the system in a way that was visible as a faint glow moving through the seams of the armor plating from feet to head. Then the sensory apparatus. Then the binding matrix. Then, last, the interface with the boosted gear. That interface was his most significant innovation, and it showed. When the boosted gear connection completed, Unit 3 straightened from the slight forward lean it had been in and stood fully upright. The motion was not the gradual self-awareness of Unit 0, or the methodical presence of Unit 2. It was immediate. It was, in a word he wrote in his notebook later, awake. The visor lit. The detection apparatus swept the room in a single pass. Unit 3's gaze, if it could be called that, landed on him and stayed. He was standing 5 meters away. He had deliberately put distance between himself and the unit for the activation, because the activation of a combat-designed system without a behavioral track record was operationally prudent. Unit 3 crossed the 5 meters in 3 steps and stopped directly in front of him. It was looking at him. The visor was within 30 centimeters of his face. He could see the faint internal glow of the sensory apparatus through the visor material. He looked back. Unit 3 raised its right hand. Palm forward. The greeting that Unit 2 had taught the workshop. Hello, he said. You are Unit 3. I built you. You are a member of the Gremory peerage. Unit 3 held the greeting for 1 second. Then it lowered its hand and stepped back to a conversational distance, approximately 1.5 meters. The step back was deliberate. It understood proxemics, which was a behavior pattern he had not directly programmed, another emergence from the design principles. It looked at the rest of the workshop. It looked at Unit 0, still in its corner. It looked at Unit 2, in standby. It looked at the tool wall, the workbenches, the forge. It looked at the notebooks stacked on the primary bench. It looked at the cot in the corner. Then it turned back to him, and, in a motion that was somehow both efficient and gentle, placed one large hand on his shoulder. It was not a restraint. It was not a challenge. It was the gesture of a very large thing that wanted to communicate something without having words, and what it communicated was this: I am here. He put his hand over its. The iron was warm from the activation process, and vibrated very slightly with the running of the systems inside. Yes, he said. You are. In the green gem of the boosted gear, Ddraig made a sound that was not words. It was the sound something very old and very powerful makes when it witnesses something it did not expect and finds, to its own surprise, that it is glad to have seen it. Issei went to the cot and slept until 8 o'clock, when Kaneko brought him breakfast in Unit 3, standing motionless in the center of the workshop in the manner of things that do not need to sleep, turned its visor toward the door as she entered and raised one hand in the greeting that had become, in the months since Unit 0's activation, the language the golems used for hello. Kaneko looked at it for a long time. Then she put the breakfast tray down and raised her hand back. Good morning, she said. And Unit 3 tilted its head, and the workshop was very warm, and outside the narrow windows of the basement the autumn light was just beginning to reach the garden. Chapter 5, The First Raiding Game. The invitation came on a November morning, delivered in the formal manner of Devil High Society, which was to say in a sealed envelope carried by a specialized familiar, arrived at the Gremory household's designated reception point, and bearing the crest of the House of Phoenix. Rias opened it at the breakfast table. Issei watched her face as she read. She was good at presenting composed surfaces, but she was not entirely opaque to him by this point, and the slight tightening at the corners of her eyes told him something useful before she spoke. Riser Phoenix, she said, has requested a raiding game. The table was quiet. Akeno had been pouring tea. Kiba had been reading. Asia had been helping Kaneko with something at the other end of the table. All of them were now paying attention with the particular quality of people for whom the name Riser Phoenix carried weight. Issei had done his research on Riser Phoenix. It was the kind of research he did on anything that fell within the operational domain, systematic, thorough, conducted without either fear or contempt. Riser Phoenix was the third son of the House of Phoenix, a high-ranking devil family. He was a reincarnation phoenix with an effectively unlimited regeneration capability. He had won every raiding game he had played in the past 2 years. His peerage consisted of 15 servants, the maximum allowed. He was, by objective measure, one of the most difficult opponents a peerage of Rias's current size and experience could face. He was also, by every account Issei had been able to find, a deeply unpleasant person. This was operationally irrelevant but worth noting. When Kiba said, 3 weeks. He was willing to accommodate a delay, apparently. As a courtesy. The particular quality of Akeno's smile at the word courtesy confirmed what Issei had suspected from the tightening around Rias's eyes. This was not a neutral raiding game request. There was history here, and the history mattered. He would need to learn it, but later. Right now there was tactical work to do. I need 2 weeks, he said. Everyone looked at him. Rias set the letter down. For what? Modifications. Upgrades to Unit 3. 2 additional units, lighter and faster than 3, designed for rapid strike operations. A communications framework so the units can share targeting data with each other, and with me. And I need to understand the game field, which means I need access to whatever information we have on how Phoenix structures his raiding game strategy. You want to fight Riser with your golems, Akeno said. The tone was perfectly neutral in the way her tones were neutral when she was genuinely uncertain how she felt about something. I want the peerage to fight Riser with my golems as force multipliers. The tactical problem with Riser's regeneration is that sustained damage output is required to overwhelm it, and sustained damage output is physiologically exhausting for living fighters. Mechanical units do not experience exhaustion in the same way. They can maintain consistent pressure for longer. He paused. Unit 3 has a specific capability I designed for this kind of opponent, but I need the 2 weeks to test it properly. What capability? Rias said. The boost integration. When I apply the boosted gear's doubling function through Unit 3's power channels, it does not double Unit 3's output the way it doubles mine. It does something different. Something that I believe will be relevant against regeneration-based defense. I need to characterize the effect properly before I count on it in a real match. Rias looked at him for a moment. Then she said, you have 3 weeks. Use them as you see fit. He used them. The 2 new units, which he designated Unit 4 and Unit 5, were built in 11 days working with the focused intensity he reserved for deadline critical work. They were lighter than 3, as designed. Where Unit 3 was 2 meters and armored for sustained engagement, Units 4 and 5 were 175 and optimized for speed and accuracy. They had the same full sensory apparatus, the same communications integration, and a modified version of the binding matrix that emphasized rapid response over deep processing. They were not as independently intelligent as 3. They did not need to be. They needed to be fast, precise, and coordinated. He tested the communications framework for 3 days, running tactical scenarios in the workshop with all 3 combat units active simultaneously. The framework worked better than he had hoped. The units shared targeting data at a rate faster than his own visual processing, which created an interesting tactical option. If he allowed the units to coordinate independently on close-range target acquisition, he could focus his own attention on higher-order tactical management. The units became, in a real sense, a distributed nervous system for combat that he directed as much as participated in. The boost integration testing was more difficult and more fascinating. What Ddraig had described, and what testing confirmed, was this. When the boosted gear's doubling function was applied through Unit 3's power channels to a target, it did not double the target's own power. It doubled the effectiveness of whatever damage had already been done. If a target had been hit once, the second hit, boost amplified, did not simply double in strength. It doubled in penetrating depth, reaching through whatever regeneration or repair mechanism the target was using and compounding the underlying damage before recovery could complete. Against an ordinary opponent, this was a significant capability. Against an opponent with infinite regeneration, it was potentially decisive. He documented this for 2 full days, running scenarios, testing edge cases, working with Ddraig to understand the limits of the effect. Ddraig was, during this period, quieter than usual but more present, in the sense that Issei felt his attention more consistently, a warm weight at the back of his mind that pulsed with focus rather than restlessness. You are proud of this, Issei said, on the evening of the second day. I have been sealed in a gem for several thousand years, Ddraig said. I have had exactly one function available to me, which was to power humans in battle. Most of those humans used me in one specific way. This is the first time in my existence that my power has been studied rather than simply drawn upon. Yes. I find the experience gratifying. Issei thought about this. Then we will keep doing it, he said. There is more to understand. I know, said Ddraig. I find myself looking forward to it. The day before the raiding game, he replaced his left wrist. This was the second replacement he had made, and it served a specific functional purpose. The new wrist joint incorporated a direct interface channel for Unit 3's communication system, allowing him to both send and receive tactical data through a physical connection that was faster and more reliable than the wireless link he had been using. The nerve interface he had developed for the ring finger had given him the architectural template. The wrist was more complex but built on the same principles. Akeno assisted again. She was very precise and did not ask him how he felt about it, for which he was grateful, because the answer was the same as before and he did not want to repeat himself. He felt correct about it. He felt like a design coming into better alignment with itself. Afterward, testing the new interface with Unit 3, he found that the connection quality was significantly higher than the wireless link. He could feel Unit 3's sensory data at the threshold of perception, a kind of extended spatial awareness that came from the unit's detection apparatus as a faint peripheral sense. It was not sight or hearing. It was more like the awareness of a tool in a skilled craftsman's hand, the knowledge of where it is without needing to look. That is new, Ddraig observed. Yes. I expect it will improve as the neural integration deepens. You are aware that you are becoming something unusual. I am aware that I am becoming something I designed. Those are not always the same thing. He flexed the new wrist joint. Full range. All channels functional. They are in my case, he said. The raiding game field was a coastal town that did not exist outside the game space, conjured by the game administration's framework into a semi-real arena that functioned, for all practical purposes, as a genuine physical environment. Buildings were solid. Streets were real. The sea at the edge of the town was actual water. They arrived through a transfer circle, his entire constructed unit array alongside the full peerage, and Issei spent the first 45 seconds standing in the center of the main street doing what Unit 3 had done in the workshop on activation morning, mapping. He was not doing this through his own senses. Unit 3 was doing it, the detection apparatus running a systematic sweep of the game field at maximum range, feeding data through the wrist interface to his own awareness and simultaneously sharing it with Units 4 and 5. In 45 seconds he had a complete spatial map of the field, every building and alley, every elevated position, every choke point. He also had Riser's peerage's initial deployment positions, because their life force signatures were visible to Unit 3's detection apparatus from the far edge of the field. 15 opponents, he said to Rias, quietly. 11 are deployed in a standard defensive formation around the central residential district. 3 are positioned at elevated points on the northern buildings. 1 is in the rear, isolated. Rias looked at him. How do you know this? He tapped the interface point on his left wrist. Unit 3's detection range covers the full field. I am receiving the data through the direct link. Rias processed this for approximately 3 seconds. She was fast when she needed to be. The isolated one in the rear. Riser himself, almost certainly. He has strong reserves and prefers to engage after his peerage has positioned the opponent. His regeneration makes him extremely difficult to dispatch in a long engagement, but if the peerage around him is already reduced, he has fewer options. You want to go around the main formation. I want Units 4 and 5 to fix the main formation's attention while Kiba and I take the direct route to Riser. Akeno's range covers the northern elevated positions. Kaneko holds the center as a pivot point. Asia positions behind Kaneko for support. Rias was quiet for a moment. Around them, the other members of the peerage were listening. That leaves Unit 3, Rias said. Unit 3 accompanies you. If you are engaging at range, I want it between you and any opponent that breaks through the perimeter. Rias smiled. It was the smile she wore when a plan pleased her not just as a tactic but as a design. Unit 3 is my bodyguard. Unit 3 is your peerage member who does not tire and cannot be incapacitated by conventional pain. Yes. She looked at Unit 3, which was standing 3 meters to her left with its visor directed at the distant roofline, running continuous detection sweeps. She said, "Will you protect me today?" Unit 3 turned its visor toward her. It raised one hand. Palm forward. "It says yes," Issei said. "I know what it says." She squared her shoulders. "Let us begin." The game lasted 4 hours and 17 minutes. He would write a full analysis afterward, filling 14 pages, but the short version was this: the plan worked, and it worked because the parts fit together. Units 4 and 5 hit the main formation like two precision instruments applied to a complex lock. They were not powerful by the standards of the Phoenix peerage. They were fast. They were coordinated. They shared targeting data continuously through the network framework and attacked from angles that required the 11 defending opponents to split their attention in ways that the 11 against 2 advantage should have made impossible to achieve. The defenders were stronger. They could not bring that strength to bear because the targeting angles kept shifting before they could commit. Akeno removed the 3 elevated opponents in 9 minutes. She was, as Issei had always known from the observation records, one of the most destructive range fighters he had ever studied. With the precise targeting data from Unit 3's detection network telling her exactly where each opponent was, she did not need to guess at ranges or positions. She applied her power with a surgical efficiency that was at some distance from the terrifying lightning and thunder performance he had witnessed in practice sessions, but which was considerably more effective. Kaneko held the center. She held it the way Kaneko held things, which was absolutely and without apparent effort, her enormous physical strength deployed with a precision that was more engineering than brawling. 2 opponents who broke through the forward engagement found her there, and did not break through her. Kiba was extraordinary. He had always been extraordinary, but watching him operate with real-time positioning data in his earpiece, never needing to search for targets, always knowing where the nearest threat was and where it was going to be, was the difference between a blade used blindly and a blade used by a master surgeon. He moved through the game field like an argument made of motion, and every opponent he met was removed from the game before they had fully registered his approach. And Rias, protected by Unit 3, directed everything from a central position with the cold, precise tactical authority of someone who had been trained to this her entire life and who was, today, for the first time, working with information of the quality her talent deserved. She called the adaptations as the game evolved. She redirected Units 4 and 5 when the formation shifted. She held the strategy together and she won it. Issei himself reached Riser at the 40-minute mark. Riser was, as advertised, a deeply unpleasant person. He was also, by the standards of combat power, extremely capable. His regeneration was real and complete. The first 30 seconds of their engagement was, from Issei's perspective, an extended experiment in what it felt like to fight someone who healed faster than you could damage them. It was, he noted clinically, not an encouraging experience. But that was what the boost integration was for. He activated the Unit 3 interface, feeling the channel open in his wrist like a current completing. He asked Ddraig, internally, for a full boost. Boost. The gem pulsed. The power doubled. He did not use the doubled power to hit harder. He used it to activate the penetrating depth effect through Unit 3's targeting framework, directing the compounding function at every point of damage already on Riser's body from the first 30 seconds of engagement. Riser's regeneration stopped. Not permanently. Not completely. But for 11 seconds, every wound he had accumulated refused to close, and in those 11 seconds the accumulated damage expressed itself in full. And Riser Phoenix sat down on the cobblestone street of the fictional coastal town and looked at Issei with an expression that was primarily, to his evident disbelief, confusion. How, Riser said. Applied doubling theory, Issei said. The multiplication is not applied to my power output. It is applied to the persistent state of the damage already present. Regeneration heals what is there. It does not heal what the boost framework holds in suspension until I release it. Riser stared at him. He was, Issei observed, a person who had never had to think about the mechanism of his own defeat before. I forfeit, Riser said. Around the game field, the announcement came through the administrative framework, and the game ended, and the fictional town held, and Issei stood on the cobblestones with Unit 3 at his back and the boosted gear worm on his arm and a list of 14 modifications he needed to make before the next game. The celebration back at the Gremory household was warm and genuine, and went later than he intended. He sat with his notebooks at one end of the table and wrote his analysis while Akeno and Kiba talked about the game and Asia poured tea and Kaneko ate quietly beside him and Unit 3 stood in the corner of the room, present and still, its visor moving occasionally to track the movement in the room. Rias came to sit across from him at some point past midnight. She had a glass of something that smelled of old vine and fruit, and she sat with her hands wrapped around it, and looked at him with the particular quality of a person who has finished doing something difficult, and is allowing herself to feel the result. You were going to tell me at some point, she said, about the full extent of what the boost integration does. I told you the broad outline before the game. The details required empirical confirmation, which I now have. You tested it for the first time in the actual game. I tested the effect in controlled conditions in the workshop. The application against a live regenerating opponent required field confirmation, yes. The data I needed could not be acquired otherwise. Rias looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at her glass. Issei, she said? Yes. The next time you are planning to use an untested weapon system against an extremely dangerous opponent, tell me the full technical status of the system beforehand, so I can make an informed risk assessment. He considered this. It was a reasonable request. He should have presented the full technical status, including the uncertainty margins, as part of the pre-game briefing. He had not done so because he had not wanted the uncertainty to affect the tactical decision, but that was poor operational thinking, because the decision-maker was Rias and she deserved full information. You are correct, he said. I apologize. I will do so in the future. She nodded. Then she put her glass down and leaned forward and said, very quietly, with the warmth she reserved for real things, you were brilliant today. So was this peerage. So was everything you built. He looked at the table. He looked at his notes. He looked at her. Thank you, he said. And he meant it. Unit 3 in the corner raised one hand, palm forward. Issei looked at it. You too, he said. The room was warm and full of the sound of people who had done something difficult together, and the autumn outside was giving way to the first cold of winter, and in the workshop below, Units 0, 2, 4, and 5 were in standby, waiting. He had modifications to make. He had designs to refine. He had 15 pages of analysis to turn into the architecture of something better than what had existed today. He went back to his notes, and the pen moved, and the work continued. Act 2, The Architecture of War. Chapter 6, Aftermath and Analysis. The 14 pages of post-game analysis were finished by Thursday morning. Issei had written them in the 3 days following the Phoenix match, working at the primary bench in the workshop while Unit 3 stood in its preferred position near the central floor space, and the smaller units cycled through their standby routines. The analysis was organized in a structure he had developed over the previous months, moving from tactical summary through unit performance data to theoretical implications to actionable modifications. It was, in his estimation, the most useful document he had produced since joining the peerage, which was saying something given the notebooks. He made 6 copies and distributed them at the next full peerage meeting. Rias read hers in 20 minutes, which was fast. She asked 3 questions that indicated she had understood the tactical summary completely, and had moved directly to the strategic implications without pausing at the intermediate layer. He answered them. She made notes in the margin of her copy. He appreciated the quality of her engagement. Akeno read hers with the particular stillness she brought to things she found genuinely interesting, which was a different stillness from the one she brought to things she found merely acceptable. She stopped on page 7, which was the section on her own performance, and looked up at him. You calculated my effective range under optimal targeting conditions as 230 meters, she said, based on observed data from the 3 elevated opponents. The shots were clean, no environmental interference, Target positions confirmed by Unit 3's detection network. The calculation is sound. I have never measured my own range precisely. That is not unusual. Most fighters develop capability without measuring it rigorously. It creates blind spots in self-knowledge. He paused. I can design a proper testing framework if you would find it useful. Akeno looked at the page for a moment longer. Then she looked at him with an expression he had learned to identify as the one she wore when she was deciding whether to say something she had not fully processed yet. Yes, she said. I think I would. Kiba's questions were technical and precise, focused on the targeting data handoff between his earpiece feed and his own combat instinct, where the external information and internal pattern recognition had either aligned or conflicted. It was a sophisticated question, and it produced a 20-minute conversation about the phenomenology of assisted versus unassisted spatial awareness in high-speed combat that he found genuinely stimulating. Kaneko read her section, which was brief because her performance had been straightforward and effective, looked at him, and said, You wrote that I held the center with, quote, an economy of motion that suggests significant untapped reserve capacity. Yes. What does untapped reserve capacity mean? It means you were not working very hard. The two opponents who reached you were removed without apparent effort at roughly 40% of the force output you demonstrated in workshop training scenarios. You have considerably more available. Kaneko considered this. I know, she said. Is there a reason you did not use more? She was quiet for a moment. The game was not close enough to require it. He nodded. That was operationally sound. Reserve management was a critical skill, and she was applying it correctly. He made a note about it anyway, because the data was useful regardless of the tactical judgment. Asia had not been assigned a section of the analysis. Her role had been support, which was inherently less quantifiable, and he had not yet developed adequate metrics for healing efficiency in game conditions. He told her this directly, because she had looked at the distributed copies with the slightly apprehensive expression of someone expecting to be graded and finding the test had not included their subject. I will develop proper assessment tools before the next match, he said. Your contribution was significant. I simply do not yet have the framework to express it correctly. Asia smiled, which was the smile she gave when she had been worried about something and then was not anymore. Thank you for explaining that, Issei-san. I am not being kind. I am being accurate. I know, she said. That is why it helps. The modifications took 2 weeks. They were not all tactical. Some of them were the kind of foundational improvements that he had wanted to make since the activation of Unit 3, but had not had time for before the Phoenix game forced a deployment deadline. The communications framework received a bandwidth upgrade that allowed the units to share not just targeting positions but full sensory data packets, so that the distributed network could, in principle, function as a single organism with multiple independent physical presences. He tested this in the workshop by standing at one end and asking Unit 3, at the other end, to identify specific tools on the wall rack by their position coordinates, while Units 4 and 5 relayed the information through the mesh. The latency was 11 milliseconds. It was fast enough. He also upgraded Unit 3's repair systems. The field repair capability had been theoretical before the game. Now it had a data record of actual damage incurred during engagement, which gave him real structural load figures to design around rather than estimates. He reinforced 3 joint assemblies, replaced the shoulder actuators with a heavier-duty version, and added a secondary power channel to the right arm that would allow the limb to continue functioning at reduced capacity even if the primary channel was disrupted. The new capability he added was the one he had been thinking about since the first week of Unit 3's operation, a shielding function. The principle was straightforward. Devil power, routed through the external surfaces of the armor plating in a specific pattern derived from barrier theory, created a field effect that absorbed and dispersed incoming force rather than simply resisting it. The difference between a wall and a barrier was the difference between a thing that stopped force by being harder and a thing that redirected force by being organized. The second was significantly more efficient per unit of power consumed. He had derived the routing pattern himself, working from first principles of barrier theory that he had read in the workshop library and extending them through 3 weeks of calculation. When he tested the shielding function for the first time, applying a measured force to the active surface and recording the dispersal, the efficiency was 43% better than his projection. He wrote this down. He rechecked the calculation. The projection had been correct. The result was simply better than correct, which meant there was a mechanism he had not accounted for. He spent 2 days finding the mechanism. It was an interaction between the barrier routing and the binding matrix's life force field, a constructive interference effect that amplified the dispersal efficiency when the barrier was protecting something the binding matrix recognized as worth protecting. Unit 3's barrier worked better when Unit 3 was actively aware that it needed to protect something. It performs better when it cares about the outcome, Ddraig said. That is an imprecise way to put it. It is accurate, though. Issei looked at his notes. The numbers were clear. The efficiency spike correlated precisely with Unit 3's active engagement state, as measured by the binding matrix's output readings. Yes, he said. It is accurate. Most people would find that remarkable. I find it useful. I will design Unit 6 with this principle as a deliberate feature rather than an emergent one. Ddraig was quiet for a moment. Then Unit 6. I have been thinking about the composition gap. The current array has heavy coverage in direct engagement and precision strike. What I lack is a dedicated ranged artillery unit. Akeno provides that function at present, but it concentrates too much destructive capability in a single living target. I want a mechanical alternative that can operate independently, sustain fire for longer than a person can, and serve as a decoy for Akeno's real position. You are building an army, Ddraig said. I am building a peerage. There is a difference. What is the difference? Issei picked up his pencil and opened the Unit 6 concept notebook. An army is a collection of weapons organized to destroy. A peerage is a collection of individuals organized to win. The optimization target is different, and it produces a different design. There was a long pause from the gem. Then Ddraig said, very quietly, I think, Issei, that you are the most interesting person I have been bound to in 4,000 years of this. That speaks well of you, Issei said, given that I have not yet finished the design. The Devil World noticed the Phoenix defeat approximately 48 hours after the official result was recorded. Issei learned this from Akeno, who tracked the social currents of Devil High society with the same precision she applied to most things. She came to the workshop on a Thursday afternoon with tea she had made herself and the particular expression she wore when she was about to present information she considered both important and entertaining. Rias's family has filed a formal inquiry with the Rating Game Commission about the legality of mechanical combatants, she said. Issei put down his pencil. On what grounds? The Phoenix legal representatives are arguing that the units constitute unfair augmentation. They are citing a provision of the Rating Game Charter that prohibits external power amplification devices during official matches. The units are peerage members, not devices. Yes. That is exactly what Rias's legal team has argued in response. The question is whether the Commission will agree. He thought about this for a moment. It was a predictable response. Any opponent who was surprised by a new tactical element, and then lost to it, would attempt to retroactively classify that element as illegitimate. It was not irrational behavior. It was simply the behavior of a person who had no better option available. What is the Commission's timeline? He said. 3 weeks for preliminary review. Rias expects to be called to present her case in person. She should bring Unit 3. Akeno raised an eyebrow. To a legal proceeding. To demonstrate that the units meet the criteria for peerage membership under the existing charter. The criteria are, revived by the King's pieces, bound to the King's peerage, responsive to the King's authority. Unit 3 satisfies all three. The demonstration would be considerably more persuasive than a written argument. Akeno considered this. Then she smiled, and it was the smile she wore when she found something both elegant and slightly dangerous. I will tell Rias, she said. He picked up his pencil. Also, the inquiry itself is useful data. It tells us that the Phoenix family considers the method threatening enough to attack legally rather than attempting to counter it in a subsequent match. That is a meaningful signal about how they assess the capability. Should I be concerned that your first response to a legal challenge is to extract strategic intelligence from it? No, he said. That is the correct response. She left, laughing quietly to herself. He returned to the Unit 6 notebook. Chapter 7, Commission and Consequence. The rating game commission hearing was held in a formal chamber in the Devil Administrative District, a room that had the quality of a space designed to communicate institutional authority to everyone who entered it. The ceiling was high. The furnishings were old and maintained to demonstrate that they were old. The commission panel of 5 senior Devil administrators sat behind a curved table at the elevated end of the room with the composed expressions of people who had conducted thousands of hearings and found most of them tedious. Rias arrived with Akeno, Kiba, and Unit 3. Issei had considered attending and decided against it. The hearing was a legal and political proceeding, and his attendance would shift the focus in ways that were not useful. What was useful was Unit 3's attendance, because Unit 3 was the argument. He was the argument's maker, and the maker is less persuasive than the thing itself. He spent the hearing day in the workshop, working on Unit 6's power architecture and listening to Ddraig describe the theoretical properties of sustained magical discharge as a design input for the artillery function. Rias returned 4 hours later. He heard her in the corridor before she reached the workshop because her footsteps had the specific rhythm of someone who was pleased with the result, and not trying to hide it. She came through the workshop door and looked at him across the room and said, "The commission ruled in our favor. The units are recognized as legal peerage members under the existing charter. The Phoenix inquiry has been dismissed." "How did Unit 3 perform in the hearing?" Rias paused. Then she laughed, a short, genuine sound. The commission chair asked it a direct question, which I had not anticipated. She asked it to confirm its allegiance to my house, and it raised its hand, palm forward. And then it placed the hand on my shoulder, the way it did with you in the activation story you told me. And it held the position until the chair acknowledged the response. He thought about this. Unit 3 had made a deliberate choice about how to answer a question in a context it had never encountered before. It had selected the gesture that most accurately expressed allegiance in its behavioral vocabulary and applied it with awareness of the audience. That was reasoning, not response. The distinction still mattered, and the quality of the reasoning was improving. "I will note this in the behavioral log," he said. "Issei," Rias said, with the particular tone she used when she wanted him to be present in the conversation rather than in his notes. He looked up. The commission chair said, after the ruling, that she had never in her career encountered a peerage member who testified by gesture, and that she found it considerably more convincing than most verbal testimony she had heard. And then she asked me, privately, who built it. What did you tell her? I told her the truth. That my bishop designed and constructed every unit in my peerage, using a theoretical framework he developed himself from first principles, and that he is currently building more. She let the sentence sit in the air for a moment. People are going to want to study your work, Issei. Other noble houses. The rating game administration. Researchers. I want you to be prepared for that attention. He considered this. He had not thought about the attention dimension in any detailed way. He had been thinking about the work itself, which was, in his experience, the only way to do the work well. I will not share the theoretical framework, he said. Not the core architecture. The specific applications are irrelevant without the framework, and the framework took 2 years of foundational study to reach. Anyone who wants to replicate it will need to develop the same foundation, which means they will also develop their own variations. The results will not be the same. So you are not concerned about being copied. I am not concerned about being copied because what I build comes from understanding, and understanding cannot be copied. Only the surface can be copied, and the surface without the understanding is not the same thing. Rias looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, that is either very arrogant or very accurate. Both are possible simultaneously. She smiled. Yes, she said. They are. The attention came anyway. It arrived in the form of a formal invitation from Lord Zekrom Baal, the patriarch of the great King Devil House of Baal, requesting the presence of Rias Gremory and members of her peerage at a gathering of selected noble families. The invitation was phrased with the elaborate courtesy of Devil High Society, which was to say that it was phrased in a way that made declining it technically possible but socially catastrophic. Rias read the invitation at breakfast, and then passed it to Issei without comment. He read it. He noted the date, the venue, the guest list that was partially included in the invitation's preamble, and the specific phrase that referred to, quote, the fascinating developments in the Gremory peerage's recent match record. They want to see the units, he said. Yes. Will you bring them? Rias picked up her tea. I have not decided yet. I want your assessment of what that means tactically before I decide. He thought about it. Showing them is a form of transparency that communicates confidence. You are not hiding the capability because you are not afraid of being countered. That is a strong signal to send to houses that may be future rating game opponents. On the other hand, every detail they observe narrows the gap between their understanding of the units and my understanding of the units, which is the gap that wins games. So, bring Unit 3. Not 4 or 5. Unit 3 is the visible face of the capability. What they observe will be real but incomplete, which is better than either full concealment or full disclosure. Rias nodded slowly. And you? I will come. I am the maker. The units without the maker are interesting. The maker with the units is the actual story, and the actual story is more intimidating. Akeno, who had been listening from the other end of the table with her tea and the small smile she wore when she approved of something without wanting to say so, said, He is right. I know, Rias said. She looked at Issei. 2 weeks from Tuesday. Dress appropriately. I have exactly one set of formal Devil Court attire, and it is appropriate by the standards of the occasion. I know. Akeno selected it for you 3 months ago, when you were too busy with Unit 2 to notice. He considered this information. He looked at Akeno. She was examining her tea with serene attention. Thank you, he said. Of course, she said, still examining her tea. The Bale gathering was held in a residence that made the Gremory household's co-establishment look modest, which was an architectural achievement he found genuinely interesting. The building was old enough to have been built without the concept of modern structural engineering and was instead held together by centuries of accumulated magical reinforcement that had become, at this point, inseparable from the stone itself. He examined it with the eye of a builder as they arrived and spent the first 10 minutes of the event thinking about what the load distribution looked like under the magical reinforcement rather than paying attention to the social proceedings. Rias touched his arm gently. He returned his attention to the room. The room contained approximately 40 devil nobility of various houses, ranks, and expressed interests. He could identify the rating game enthusiasts immediately because they were the ones whose attention moved to Unit 3 within 5 seconds of processing its presence. The political operatives were the ones who had already looked at him, registered him, and moved on to Rias. The genuinely curious were the ones whose attention moved between the two of them in a pattern that suggested they understood that the unit and the builder were not separable elements. He found the genuinely curious ones interesting. The others were predictable. The first notable approach came from a tall devil in his middle years whose bearing suggested military background, and whose expression suggested someone accustomed to assessing things quickly. He introduced himself as Lord Serorg Bale, the current heir to the House of Bale, which Issei had known from the guest list, but it was polite to allow the introduction. The Gremory Bishop, Serorg said. He was looking at Issei with an attention that was evaluative without being hostile, the look of someone sizing up a possible opponent in the specific way that serious fighters do, which is with respect for what they might find rather than assumption about what they expect to find. Yes, Issei said. I watched the match record from your game against Riser Phoenix 3 times. What did you conclude? Serorg smiled. It was a good smile, genuinely warm. That the tactical problem you solved was not the regeneration. The regeneration was the symptom. The real problem was information asymmetry, and you solved that first. Everything after was execution. Issei looked at him. He had not expected this level of analysis from a social introduction. Yes, he said. That is correct. Most analysts focused on the penetrating depth boost effect. That is the visible mechanism. But the full field mapping in the first 45 seconds was the actual winning move. Without the mapping, the subsequent positioning decisions are guesses at best. You have a sophisticated understanding of information operations in the rating game format, Issei said. This was an observation, not a compliment, though it was possible to receive it as one. I study it seriously, Serorg said. I have to. My peerage has no mutant pieces, No inherited abilities, no exceptional inheritances. Every advantage we have, we earn through training and thinking. Issei filed this away. A peerage built on training and thinking rather than exceptional natural gifts was structurally similar to what he was building, except that he was using different materials. We should talk about game theory at some point, he said. I have some ideas about information-based tactical frameworks that I have not had the opportunity to discuss with someone at this level of analysis. Cyborg looked at him for a moment. Then he laughed, a genuine sound. You know, most people at one of these things spend the first 15 minutes working out what they want from each other before they say anything useful. That seems inefficient. It is. But it is the convention. He paused. I would enjoy that conversation. Genuinely. They talked for 40 minutes. Rias, who had been observing from a careful social distance, caught Issei's eye at one point and gave him a look that he interpreted as both approving and faintly amused. He returned his attention to Cyborg. The second notable approach came from someone who did not approach at all, but whom he noticed watching Unit 3 for a sustained period from the far side of the room. The watcher was a young devil woman with the particular stillness of someone who was very good at not being noticed when she chose not to be, and who had dark eyes that moved over Unit 3 with the quality of a professional examining a blueprint. He noted her. He would ask Rias who she was later. The third notable event was when a significantly older devil lord, introduced to him at some point in the evening as Lord Glaciolabalas, looked at Unit 3 from close range and then at Issei and said, with the particular directness of very old devils who had stopped performing social conventions several centuries ago, "Young man, do you understand what you are doing?" Primarily yes, partially no. The partial no is the interesting part. Lord Glaciolabalas looked at him for a long moment. His eyes were the color of old ember, and they had the depth of someone who had watched several civilizations develop and end. That answer, he said, is either wisdom or hubris, and I genuinely cannot determine which. I was told the same thing recently. I still believe both are possible simultaneously. The old lord made a sound that was almost certainly a laugh. Come and talk to me before you leave tonight. I have something to show you that may be relevant to your work. He did. What Lord Glaciolabalas showed him was a fragment of text, very old, written in a form of notation he could not immediately read, that described what appeared to be an early theoretical framework for binding enchantment applied to constructed forms. The notation was different from anything in the workshop library. The principles, underneath the unfamiliar notation, were recognizable but extended in directions he had not explored. He spent 45 minutes with the text, the old lord watching him with the patient expression of someone who has found an interesting specimen. Where is this from? Issei said. A collection I have maintained for approximately 800 years. It is not widely known. The tradition it represents died out some time ago. Why? Because the practitioners all worked alone. None of them had the wisdom to understand that the work should be shared. They died with it. A pause. I have been waiting, for a very long time, for someone who might be different in that regard. Issei looked at the fragment, and then at the old lord. I will need to think about what sharing means in this context. Not because I am unwilling, but because sharing something correctly requires understanding it fully first, and I have not finished understanding it. That, said Lord Glaciolabalas, is the first correct answer anyone has given me about this in 400 years. You may have access to the collection. He returned to Rias at 11 o'clock. She looked at his expression. You found something, she said. Several things. I will tell you in the morning. The young woman who was watching Unit 3. Do you want to know who she is? Yes. Sigvara Agars. Heir to the House of Agars, one of the great king families. She designs raiding game strategies. She is considered one of the most analytically sophisticated tacticians of her generation in the devil world. He filed this away. She will be an opponent at some point. Almost certainly. Good, he said. I would like to play her. Rias looked at him sidelong as they collected their coats. Most people find the prospect of facing Sigvara Agars alarming. Most people are not building the counter. Chapter 8. The Glaciolabalas Archive. The collection arrived in 12 sealed crates on a Monday. Lord Glaciolabalas had sent it in its entirety, which Issei had not expected. He had expected access to selected text through a supervised reading arrangement, the standard mode of dealing with valuable collections among devil scholars. Instead, there were 12 crates, accompanied by a letter that said only, "I am old and the work is more important than my comfort in holding it. Use it well. Return whatever you do not need." He spent 3 days cataloging the contents before reading any of it. This was not caution. It was method. You cannot use a library you do not understand, and you cannot understand a library you have not mapped. He built a complete index by text type, approximate age, notation system, and subject domain, and at the end of 3 days he had a clear picture of what the collection contained and what order to read it in. The collection represented approximately 2,000 years of work by a tradition he had no name for, practitioners who had been working on the problem of binding living awareness into constructed forms and had gotten considerably further than anyone in the current devil scholarly tradition seemed to know. The notation was archaic but learnable. By the end of the first week he could read it fluently. What the text described, in their accumulated 2,000 years of theory and experiment, was a framework he recognized as both related to and different from what he had developed. The relationship was like two architects who had both been trying to solve the same structural problem from different starting points, and had arrived at different solutions that were both functional but reflected fundamentally different design philosophies. His own framework was derived from engineering principles applied to magical theory. It was systematic, modular, and based on the idea that awareness emerged from the interaction of correctly designed systems, the way heat emerges from the correct configuration of fuel, oxygen, and ignition. The archive tradition's framework was derived from a philosophical tradition about the nature of consciousness that he did not fully share but could engage with rigorously. It treated awareness as a substance that could be cultivated, shaped, and permanently bound to a form, the way a jeweler cuts a stone to allow light to move through it in a specific pattern. They were not the same thing. They were complementary. He worked through this in his notebooks, building a theoretical bridge between the two frameworks, and at the end of 2 weeks he had something he had not had before, a genuine theory of what his golems were. They were not artificial intelligences in the sense that human science fiction understood the term. They were not spirit possessions in the sense that devil folklore described. They were a third thing, emergent from the specific interaction of his engineering approach and the life force principles he had borrowed from familiar theory and the boosted gear's unique influence on the binding matrix. They were, in the archive tradition's vocabulary, cultivated minds. Awarenesses that had been grown rather than born, shaped by the principles built into their physical architecture the way a river is shaped by the terrain it runs through. He wrote this up carefully and presented it to Rias, who read it with the focused attention she gave to things she considered operationally important. "You are saying they are genuinely conscious," she said. "I am saying they have a form of awareness that is real and that has moral weight. Which means they are not tools in the ordinary sense. They are members of the peerage in a more significant sense than the Rating Game Commission understands when they approved the classification." Rias put the document down. She looked at the workshop door, through which Unit 3 could be heard moving in its slow evening maintenance routine. "Have you told them this?" "They know it already, in the way they know things, which is through the direct experience of their own awareness rather than through propositional knowledge. I am telling you so that you understand what you are the king of." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, how does it change what we do?" "It does not change the tactical application. It changes the ethical framework. They should not be treated as disposable, not because it would be wasteful but because it would be wrong. If one of them is significantly damaged in a match, the repair takes priority over the next build, not because the repair is more efficient but because the unit that was damaged matters." Rias looked at him steadily. "I already believe that," she said. "From the day you activated Unit 0. He nodded. "I know. I am writing it down so that the belief has a theoretical foundation, because foundations matter when the reasoning is challenged. Has the reasoning been challenged?" "Not yet. It will be." He began Unit 6 in the 4th month of the archive study. The design incorporated everything he had learned from the archive tradition's framework, and the result was immediately distinguishable from Units 3, 4, and 5. Not in size, Unit 6 was 2 meters and solid in the same way 3 was solid, though differently proportioned. Not in the basic architecture, the power channels and binding matrix were recognizably related to the earlier units. The difference was in the quality of the awareness. Units 3, 4, and 5 had been built with engineering principles first and archive theory grafted onto the engineering foundation. Unit 6 was built with both frameworks integrated from the design stage, each informing the other at every level. The result was something that he could not fully describe in the engineering vocabulary he normally used. It was, in the archive tradition's terms, a more complete cultivation. When he activated Unit 6, it did not raise its hand in greeting. It looked at him for a long moment. Then it looked at Unit 3, which was present for the activation in the same way a senior member of any organization is present for the introduction of a new one, attentively, with a quality of welcome that was not entirely separable from evaluation. Unit 6 and Unit 3 looked at each other for approximately 30 seconds. Then Unit 3 raised its hand, palm forward. Unit 6 raised its hand in return. He watched this and said nothing. He wrote in his notebook, first into Unit social recognition, unprompted, without prior programming or training. Duration 30 seconds. Response: standard greeting adapted from Unit 2's original development. Implication: Unit 3 transmitted the greeting behavior to Unit 6 through the communications network, or Unit 6 derived it from observation of Unit 3's posture and Unit 3's previous interactions, or both. The distinction between transmission and derivation may not be meaningful at this level of emergent behavior. He would need to think about this more. Issei, Ddraig said from the gem. Yes. Unit 6 just connected to me directly. He put down the notebook. Explain. It reached through the gears interface the way you reach through it when you access the boost function. The touch was tentative. It was asking, I think, rather than taking. But the contact was deliberate, and it knew where to reach. I did not design that. No, Ddraig said. I know. It designed it itself. Issei sat down. He looked at Unit 6, which was in the process of a careful self-examination, flexing each finger joint and testing each actuator with the methodical attention he had come to recognize as the standard startup behavior of a newly activated unit. It looked completely ordinary. It looked like a very well-built machine running its post-activation checklist. It had, unprompted, reached through the sacred gear interface to make contact with a 4,000-year-old dragon emperor who was sealed in a gem. What did you do when it contacted you? He said. I said hello, Ddraig said. There was something in his voice that was warm and slightly wondering and not at all concerned, which Issei found more informative than any amount of concern would have been. It said hello back? Or something equivalent. I do not think it has language yet in the way you and I have language. But the intent was clear. He picked up the notebook again and wrote for a long time. When he put it down, the workshop was quiet except for the soft sound of Unit 6 completing its self-examination and the distant, companionable presence of Ddraig in the gem. We are going to need a different theoretical framework, he said. Yes, Ddraig agreed. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Yes, he said. He looked at Unit 3, at Unit 6, at the familiar workshop around him. It is. Chapter 9, The Iron Surgeon. He replaced his left forearm on a Saturday. This was the third replacement, and it was substantially more complex than either the finger or the wrist. The forearm assembly integrated the wrist interface he had already installed, extended the power channel architecture through the entire lower arm structure, and added 3 new functional systems that he had been designing for 6 weeks. The first was an enhanced physical strength multiplier in the forearm musculature analog, using the same principle as the binding matrix's performance scaling but applied to mechanical actuation. In practical terms, it meant that the arm could apply significantly more force than his natural forearm had been capable of, while maintaining the sensitivity and control of a skilled craftsman's hand. He had designed the force profile carefully, because strength without control is not a tool, it is a hazard. The second was an integrated tool interface in the wrist and palm structure, a series of connection points that allowed him to directly operate Units 3, 4, 5, and 6 through physical contact rather than through the wireless link or the existing wrist channel. The direct contact interface was faster than any wireless system and more secure against disruption. In a raiding game context, It also allowed him to relay the unit's sensory data through his own nervous system with a fidelity that the existing interface had approached but not achieved. The third was a miniaturized version of the barrier function he had installed in Unit 3's armor, integrated into the surface of the forearm plating. It was not a combat shield. It was a precision instrument. It could generate a small, dense field effect at the palm and fingertip surfaces that functioned as a surgical quality isolation barrier, allowing him to work on the unit's binding matrices while they were active without the risk of interference between his own life force field and theirs. He had been limited in his ability to maintain the units during operation because his direct interaction with their systems while they were running could create feedback effects that distorted the binding matrix. The barrier function solved this. He could now, in principle, perform repairs and modifications on the units in the field, during a game, without taking them offline. The procedure took 4 hours. Akeno was present for the entire duration, managing the anesthesia, holding instruments, and observing with the particular attention she gave to things she had decided to understand. She had, somewhere in the preceding months, become genuinely knowledgeable about the mechanical-biological interface principles he was working with, reading the relevant sections of his notebooks and occasionally asking questions whose quality indicated she was building a real theoretical model rather than simply memorizing information. During one of the procedure's quieter intervals, when he was running calibration checks on the completed wrist integration and the actual work was temporarily hands-off, she said, "Issei-kun, can I ask you something?" "Yes." "When you look at what you have built, the units, the theoretical framework, what you are doing with your own body, do you see a destination? An endpoint you are moving toward?" He thought about this honestly, because she had asked honestly and the question deserved the same quality of answer she put into it. "No," he said. "I see a direction. The distinction matters because a destination implies that the work is finished when you arrive. A direction implies that you keep moving. I do not expect to finish. Does that concern you?" "No. Finished work is dead work. I want the work to keep being alive." Akeno was quiet for a moment. "And the body modifications? Is that a direction too, or is it something else?" He checked the calibration readout. The integration was proceeding within expected parameters. "It is the same direction," he said. "I am a maker. The most direct tool I have is myself. Improving the tool improves everything the tool makes. The distinction between improving myself and improving the units is interesting theoretically but not significant practically." "You see yourself as a unit," she said. Not an accusation. A question shaped like an observation. "I see myself as the maker." "But yes. The maker is also subject to improvement." Akeno was quiet again for a longer time. Then she said, "I think you are the first person I have ever met who applies the same standards to themselves as they apply to everything else. Most people make an exception for themselves. That seems inconsistent." "It is," she said. "But it is also how most people manage to live comfortably." He thought about this. "Do you think I am uncomfortable?" She looked at him, and the expression was not the evaluative one she wore when she was analyzing something. It was the warmer one, the one she reserved for people she had decided to care about, which was not a decision she made lightly or often. "No," she said. "I think you are possibly the most comfortable person I know. I was asking whether you were comfortable with yourself." "Yes," he said. "The work makes sense. I make sense within it." "That is enough." She nodded. The calibration completed. He returned to the procedure. When it was finished, he tested the new forearm comprehensively, running through each system in sequence. The strength multiplier functioned within design parameters. The tool interface connected to Unit 3 on the first attempt, the data quality significantly better than the wrist channel alone. The barrier function generated and held a clean field effect at the fingertip surfaces. He picked up a pencil with the new hand. The grip was precise and sensitive, and the pencil sat in his fingers exactly as it always had. He thought about the pencil he had held for 4 seconds in the workshop at home, before the third finger joint failed, on the 7th iteration of the mechanical hand. He thought about Unit 0 examining its own fingers with methodical interest. He thought about Unit 6 reaching through the gear interface to say hello to Ddraig. The pencil had held for 4 seconds. Now everything was different, and also exactly the same, which was the nature of work that was genuinely alive. He began writing. He presented the complete body modification framework to Rias 2 weeks after the forearm procedure, in her study, with the full theoretical documentation and a structural diagram of the work completed and planned. She looked at the diagram for a long time. The diagram showed his current state and projected state in the same format he used for unit schematics, which was, he acknowledged, a deliberate choice about how to frame the conversation. "How far do you intend to go?" she said. "The theoretical limit is a question I cannot answer yet because I do not have complete data on the interaction between magical biology and full mechanical integration at the system level. Practically, my current plan extends to both forearms, both hands, and possibly the major joint structures if the data from the forearm procedure supports it. Does this affect your devil power?" "Yes. The power channels that run through the mechanical sections are more efficient than biological conduction by approximately a factor of 2.3. My effective power output has increased with each replacement. I am currently operating at roughly twice my power level from the time of reincarnation. The bishop pieces I used to revive you were based on a power projection for a baseline devil." "Yes. I am no longer a baseline devil. I am aware that this has implications for the piece classification system that I am not fully equipped to reason about yet." Rias put the diagram down. She looked at him directly, which was the way she looked at things she considered fully and seriously. "Does it hurt?" He considered the question. Not the polite deflection, but the actual answer. "The procedures involve pain at the time, which I manage with anesthesia. The integrated sections do not hurt. They feel like my own body, which they are. The proprioceptive integration is complete in all cases so far." "Issei." "Yes." She reached across the desk and put her hand on his right wrist, the organic one, the one that had not been replaced, and held it. The gesture was simple and direct, and she was looking at him with the expression that was not analytical and not tactical and was, when it appeared, genuinely hers without any of the surfaces she presented to the world. "You are part of my family. All of you. Including what you are becoming. I want you to know that." He looked at her hand on his wrist. He looked at her face. The workshop noise from below was distant and steady, and the study was warm in the November evening. "I know," he said. He said it the way he had said it before, the night after the Phoenix game. He meant it the same way. "That is why I am building for your peerage." She nodded. She let go of his wrist. She looked at the diagram again. "The right forearm," she said. "When?" 6 weeks. "I want another full data cycle from the left before I proceed. Akeno will assist." "Yes." She looked up. "And I will be there." He had not expected that. He considered it. "You do not need to be." "I know," she said. "I want to be. The difference between those two things is what I was just explaining to you." He thought about this. "Then, thank you." "You are welcome," said Rias Gremory. And she went back to her paperwork, and he went back to the workshop, and Unit 3 was waiting in the center of the floor with its visor turned toward the door in the way it always waited when he had been gone for a while, not impatient, just present, which was, he had come to understand, the highest quality the units expressed, the simple fact of being there. Chapter 10, The Agars Match. The challenge came from Sigvera Agars in February, which was earlier than he had expected and later than he had hoped. He had been tracking the Agars' peerage through the rating game records since the Bale gathering, building a model of their tactical approach through the observable data. Sigvera was, as Rias had described, analytically sophisticated. Her gains showed a pattern he recognized as a genuine intelligence operating under systematic principles rather than instinct or tradition. She adapted between games. She studied opponents. She identified weaknesses and designed her approach around them with the precision of an engineer. He respected this very much. He intended to defeat it completely. The challenge document included a tactical preview in the standard format, which he read 3 times before putting it down. The preview described a standard engagement approach, which was to say it described nothing. A tactician of Sigvera's quality would not put real intentions in a formal challenge document. He filed it as absence of information data and moved on. He had 4 weeks to prepare. By this point, his peerage array had expanded. Unit 6 was fully operational and tested. He had also completed 2 additional units, 7 and 8, which were built on the same integrated framework as 6 with specific modifications for their tactical roles. 7 was a pure detection and relay unit, standing only 160 and designed to be fast and almost entirely sensor apparatus, intended to extend the tactical intelligence network across a game field larger than any single unit could cover. 8 was the artillery unit he had been planning since the aftermath of the Phoenix match, standing 190 with a power accumulation system that could store and release energy in a directed discharge that was, by his calculations, comparable to Akeno's full power output. He had not yet fully tested Unit 8 in live conditions. He would have preferred more time. He spent the 4 weeks running comprehensive coordination drills with the full unit array, developing tactical protocols for coordinated engagement at scale that went beyond what he had done in the Phoenix match. The Phoenix match had been a proof of concept exercise. This was going to be a real game against a real strategist, and the difference between a proof of concept and a performance at the highest level was the difference between a demonstration and a truth. Rias called a full peerage council 3 days before the match. Everyone attended, including Unit 3, which had become a standard participant in peerage discussions, sitting in the large chair at the end of the table that had been found for it at some point, and which now belonged to it in the same unspoken way that certain chairs in shared spaces always belong to someone specific. What we know about the Agar's peerage, Rias said, Issei presented. He had prepared a 9-page summary with diagrams, which he distributed and then walked through with the precision of someone who had given this presentation inside his own head approximately 15 times and knew which parts needed explanation and which parts would read clearly without it. The Agar's peerage had 12 members. 6 of them were combat classified, 2 were support, and 4 were what he described as specialist roles whose exact function he had not been able to fully characterize from the match records. The specialist classification was the part he was most concerned about. Unknown functions in an opponent's composition were the primary source of tactical surprise, and Sikvera was exactly the kind of strategist who would cultivate a surprise. What is your confidence level on the specialist characterization? Kiba said. Low. I have observations but no solid interpretations. I know they exist. I do not know what they do. How does that change the plan? It means the plan needs more flexibility than usual at the mid-game adaptation stage. I am building in 3 branch points where the tactical approach can shift based on what we learn about the specialists in the first 20 minutes. Akeno said. Sikvera will have studied our Phoenix match. Yes. She will have identified the full field mapping as the key capability, and she will attempt to neutralize it. My primary concern is that she has some way to interfere with Unit 7's detection network, because if she can degrade the intelligence feed, the subsequent tactical decisions become significantly less precise. Can she? Theoretically, yes. In practice, I have designed a redundancy architecture into the network that means she would need to neutralize at least 3 of the 7 communication nodes to degrade the intelligence feed below acceptable thresholds. That requires either knowing the network architecture, which she does not, or broad spectrum interference across the entire field, which has significant costs for the unit deploying it. The cost being, any unit generating broad spectrum interference is generating it for both sides. She loses her own communication coordination for as long as the interference runs. Given that her strategy depends heavily on precise communication between her pieces, this is a constraint she will be very reluctant to accept. Rias leaned back. You have made it expensive for her to attack your strength. I have tried. She may find an approach I have not anticipated. If she does, the branch points in the plan give us options. Kaneko, who had been listening with the focused attention she brought to tactical discussions, said, What is the most dangerous thing she could do? He thought about this for a moment. He had asked himself the same question repeatedly during the preparation period and had arrived at the same answer each time. Ignore the units and go directly for Rias. The table was quiet for a moment. The units are tactically strong, but they are ultimately in service of the king. If she can find a route to Rias that bypasses the unit array, the entire tactical structure becomes irrelevant. No amount of information superiority or mechanical capability matters if the king is removed. and if she tries that, Unit 3 protects Rias. That is the plan, and I will not change it regardless of how the game develops. Unit 3, at the end of the table, turned its visor toward him. The palm-forward gesture was slow and very deliberate. Rias smiled. I have the best bodyguard at the table, she said. The game field was a mountain terrain. Hills rising from a forested valley, 2 elevated ridgelines running roughly parallel, a river cutting through the lower ground. It was the most complex natural terrain he had seen in a game field, and it took Unit 7 2 full minutes instead of the standard 45 seconds to build a complete map, because the terrain created dead zones in the detection network that required additional triangulation. 2 minutes was still fast. He had the full field picture before the first engagement. The Agar's peerage had deployed in a pattern he did not immediately recognize. It was not the standard formations he had catalogued. It was something she had designed specifically for this field, and the first 20 seconds of looking at it produced in him the particular quality of attention he reserved for problems that were genuinely interesting. She had split her combat units between the 2 ridgelines in a crossfire configuration. Any approach along the valley floor was caught between the 2 elevations. The support units were in the central valley, protected by the crossfire from both sides. The 4 specialists were positioned at irregular intervals that did not fit any standard tactical pattern he had encountered. He spent 30 seconds studying the specialist positions. Then he understood what they were for. She is building a containment net, he said to Rias, quietly. The specialists generate field effects, probably overlapping barrier types, that restrict movement corridors. The crossfire positions are the kill zones for units that get funneled into the restricted corridors. So the valley floor is a trap. The valley floor and both ridgelines. She has positioned to funnel any approach into one of 3 channels, all of which are covered. What do? We go over it. Rias looked at him. Kiba can move at speed across the ridgeline exterior, above the crossfire elevation. Units 4 and 5 follow him. They are not in her containment net because her containment net was designed for units moving through the terrain, not above it. Akeno operates from our ridgeline at full range. Unit 8 provides suppressive fire from elevation to fix the crossfire units in position. Unit 6 advances through the valley floor. You are sacrificing Unit 6 to the crossfire. No. Unit 6 has the barrier function at full deployment, and I will be maintaining it directly through the contact interface. It will take significant damage, but it will not be eliminated. What it does is absorb the crossfire attention, while Kiba's approach comes from the exterior line. Rias processed this for approximately 4 seconds. And the specialists? Kaneko. The containment field generators are physical systems that a person has to maintain through sustained output. Kaneko can disrupt a field generator by destroying the person maintaining it faster than the generator can adapt. I will give her the position coordinates in real time as Unit 7 updates the picture. Unit 3. With you. Immovable. She looked at the terrain map he was holding. Then she squared her shoulders. Go. The game lasted 6 hours and 41 minutes. It was not clean. He had not expected it to be clean. Sikvera Agars adapted at every stage, identifying the modifications to the original plan as they became apparent, and redirecting her resources with a speed and precision that was genuinely impressive. She identified the exterior ridgeline approach within 5 minutes and shifted one of her crossfire units to cover the new angle. She recognized Unit 8's suppressive fire as a fixing mechanism within 8 minutes and attempted to use her support units to degrade the artillery platform. She identified Kaneko's targeting pattern for the specialists within 15 minutes and repositioned the remaining specialists in a rotating configuration designed to make sustained targeting harder. Every adaptation created a new situation. Every new situation required a decision. He made approximately 400 decisions during the 6 hours and 41 minutes of the game, ranging from micro-adjustments to the unit network's targeting priorities to major tactical pivots when a branch point was reached. The Branch 1 scenario activated at the 18-minute mark when Sigvera's first adaptation proved more effective than he had projected. Branch 2 activated at the 50-minute mark. Branch 3 never activated because the situation that would have triggered it was preempted by something he had not put in the plan. What had not been in the plan was Sikvera herself entering the field. High-ranking chess kings rarely engage directly in raiding games. The risk was too great, and the strategic value of command from position was too significant. Sikvera entering the field at the 3-hour mark was either an act of desperation or a deliberate choice she had planned from the start, and concealed from the standard tactical record by simply never doing it in previous games. He spent approximately 1 second deciding which it was and concluded it was the second. She was too controlled for desperation. She was also, at close range, more powerful than the match records had suggested, because match records only captured what a king chose to display, and what Sikvera Agars had chosen to display in previous games was apparently not representative of her actual capabilities. The engagement in the valley floor between Sikvera and Unit 6 lasted 11 minutes. Unit 6's barrier held throughout, which was not something he had been certain of before the match. The direct contact interface let him maintain the barrier at efficiency levels he had not been able to achieve in workshop testing, and he felt the quality of Unit 6's awareness through the channel with a clarity that was different from monitoring. It was actual communication, not in words, but in the direct transmission of state. He knew when the barrier was working. He knew when the pressure was high. He knew, at one point in the 8th minute, when Unit 6 decided of its own accord to shift from passive defense to a measured counter-offense, and he did not override the decision because the decision was correct. Unit 6 held Sikvera for 11 minutes. That was enough. The game ended when Kiba reached the command position on the far ridgeline and the remaining Agars pieces, isolated from their king and outflanked on both elevations, conceded in sequence. Sikvera herself conceded last, standing in the valley floor next to Unit 6, which had lowered its defensive barrier and was standing at a respectful distance. Sikvera looked at Unit 6 for a long moment. Then she looked across the field to where Issei was standing on the near ridgeline. She raised her hand. Not the palm-forward greeting of the units. A formal acknowledgement, Devil Court style, from one tactician to another. He raised his mechanical left hand in return. Unit 6, between them, raised its hand as well. Palm forward. Sikvera looked at Unit 6. Something in her expression shifted. Then she raised her hand again, palm forward, and held it until the game administration announced the result, and the field began to dissolve. She came to the Gremory household 3 days later. This was not standard protocol. Post-match engagements between opposing peerages were formally scheduled through the administrative system, and typically took weeks of negotiation. Sikvera Agars appeared at the front gate with no advance notice, announced by the household familiar, and waited. Rias admitted her immediately. The meeting was in the formal reception room. Issei attended because Rias asked him to. Unit 3 accompanied because Unit 3 always accompanied in formal contexts. The three of them, the king, the builder, and the knight, sat across from Sikvera Agars, who was in formal attire and had the expression of someone who had decided something and was here to say it directly. "I want to understand what you have built," she said, without preamble. "Not tactically. Theoretically. I have been studying raiding game strategy for 12 years, and what I saw in that match does not fit any framework I have." Issei looked at her. He looked at Rias. Rias gave him the fractional nod that meant, "This is your conversation." "What specifically?" "In the 8th minute of the Valley engagement, your unit made an independent tactical decision that shifted the engagement dynamic. I know it was independent because the timing did not match your observable input through the command interface. It acted on its own assessment. And the decision it made was correct." "Yes. It is aware." "Yes." She looked at Unit 3, then back at him. "What does that mean for how you build them? For what they are?" He considered how much to say. He thought about what he had told Rias about sharing, about understanding fully before sharing correctly, and he thought about Lord Glaciolabalas and the practitioners who had died with their work, and the text fragment that had been waiting 800 years for someone to read it. It means that the design is not only tactical. The framework I am working from treats awareness as something that can be cultivated deliberately rather than something that either exists or does not. What I am building are minds that are shaped by the principles built into them. The principles produce the awareness, and the awareness then operates within and beyond those principles. Sikvera was quiet for a long moment. You are describing something that is not in any theory I have encountered. It is a synthesis. I developed part of it myself. Part of it comes from a very old collection I was recently given access to. Part of it is still being worked out. Will you publish it? Eventually. Not yet. The theory is incomplete, and publishing an incomplete theory is worse than not publishing at all, because incomplete theories get fixed in place before they are right. Sigvera nodded. It was a nod of genuine understanding rather than polite acknowledgement. One more question, she said. The unit in the valley. After the concession. It raised its hand the way I raised mine. Yes. Was that something you told it to do? No. She looked at Unit 3. Unit 3, which had been still throughout the conversation, raised one hand. Palm forward. Sigvera raised hers in return. Held it for a moment. Lowered it. I will concede the match record formally, she said, standing. And I would like to play you again. When you are ready? Yes, he said. I am already building for the next match. She smiled. It was a small smile, a controlled one, but it was real. I know, she said. I have been watching. She left. The room was quiet. Issei, Rias said. Yes. That went well. Yes. I am glad. She paused. She is going to be a more dangerous opponent the second time. I know. He looked at his notebook, which was open to the page where he had been writing during the meeting, not notes on the conversation but design elements that the conversation had prompted, because his mind worked in that particular direction always. So will we. Chapter 11, The Right Arm. He replaced his right forearm 6 weeks after the left. The procedure was identical in architecture but different in experience, because the left forearm had been his first full limb replacement, and had carried the weight of being an unknown. The right was the second, which meant he knew what to expect at every stage. He found this made him more attentive rather than less, because the absence of uncertainty freed his attention for observation rather than management. He noticed things during the right arm procedure that he had missed during the left because he had been too focused on managing the process to observe it with the quality it deserved. Rias was there, as she had said she would be. She sat in the chair in the corner of the workshop, not assisting, not observing clinically. Simply present. She had a book she was not reading. At one point, midway through the procedure, she looked up from the book and at him and said nothing, and he understood what she was communicating and acknowledged it with a slight nod, and she looked back at the book. Akeno worked with the smooth efficiency of a person who had done this before and trusted the process. When the right wrist integration completed and he flexed the new fingers for the first time, she made the small satisfied sound she made when a technical task resolved correctly, and he made a note about the quality of the sensation through the new hand's nerve interface, which was marginally better than the left's had been at the same stage of integration. Both hands were now integrated. He could feel the units through both interfaces simultaneously, and the sensation of the full network was, for the first time, truly bilateral, spatially complete in a way the single-channel connection had not been. He ran a full network test from the workshop chair while Akeno cleaned the instruments, and the data quality was everything he had projected. Both, Ddraig said from the gem. He had been quiet throughout the procedure, which was how he usually was during the body modifications, a respectful withdrawal that Issei had noted and never commented on. Yes. How does it feel? He thought about the honest answer. It feels like having the right tools for the first time. Before, I was working with the tools I had. Now I am working with the tools the work requires. And your hands? Both of them, mechanical. They are my hands. The material is different. The function is the same, extended. There was a pause. Then, a dragon's body and a human's body are not the same. And yet I understand what you mean. I thought you might. Rias looked up from the book she was not reading. You two talk about everything, don't you? There is a great deal to talk about. What does he think about all of this? She said, meaning the question for the room generally. From the gem, I think that the maker is making something worth making. And I think I have been waiting a long time to be part of something worth making. Rias looked at the gauntlet on his left arm. Then at his new right hand, sitting in his lap, iron and alloy and the faint warmth of running power channels. Then at him. Thank you, she said to the gem. The gem pulsed once. Slowly. You are welcome, Rias Gremory, Ddraig said. He is in good hands. Akeno laughed. It was the genuine one, unguarded. Issei looked at his hands and then at the room, at the people in it, and the units standing at the edges and the notebooks stacked on the bench and the forge in the corner and all the particular evidence of the work, and he held the moment in the way he rarely held things, not to analyze it, but simply to know that it was there. The following month produced 3 significant developments. The first was the completion of Unit 9, which was the most sophisticated unit he had built to date, incorporating the full theoretical synthesis from the archive framework and incorporating a new capability he had been developing for 6 weeks, the ability to directly transmit sensory information between units and living members of the peerage. Not just targeting data through earpieces, but genuine shared perception. Kiba, who volunteered to test this first, spent 4 minutes in a training exercise during which he perceived the battlefield simultaneously through his own eyes and through Unit 9's full-spectrum sensory apparatus, and came out of it slightly disoriented but with a spatial picture of the exercise area that he described as seeing the whole board at once. It is difficult to move while experiencing it, Kiba said, but I think I could adapt. Adaptation will take approximately 3 to 4 weeks of regular practice. After that, the dual perception should be something you can access selectively rather than experiencing it as overwhelming. And you? You have been perceiving through the units for months. Through the interface, yes. The experience is different for me because the integration is physical rather than transmitted. Kiba was quiet for a moment. What do you perceive right now, he said. Issei held still for a moment. He looked at the workshop, not with his eyes but with the distributed picture from all 7 active units simultaneously, overlaid with his own vision in a way that had become so natural he rarely noticed it anymore. This room. The street above. The garden. The approach to the front gate. The boundary of the property. You, from 6 different angles. Kiba looked at him for a long moment. Does that ever stop, he said. No. I stopped wanting it to stop some time ago. The second development was a letter from Lord Glagiolabalas, delivered in the formal manner, which said, I understand you have now won 2 consecutive formal rating games using the methods we discussed. I would like to know if the archive has been useful. Come and tell me in person if you are willing. He went. The visit lasted 2 days. Lord Glagiolabalas was, up close and at length, one of the most interesting people he had encountered. Genuinely ancient in a way that had produced depth rather than stagnation, deeply knowledgeable about things that had not been common knowledge for centuries, and possessed of the specific intellectual generosity of someone who has waited a very long time to find someone to be generous with. They talked about the archive framework and Issei's synthesis for 12 hours spread across 2 evenings. The old lord asked questions that pushed him to articulate things he had understood intuitively but not yet expressed in language, and the process of articulation improved the understanding in the way that saying a thing out loud often improves the understanding of a thing thought privately. He went home with 4 more crates and a standing invitation to return. The third development was the most complex. He was in the workshop on a Thursday evening when Kaneko came and sat beside him without her usual rice ball, which meant she had something on her mind rather than simply being company. He waited. After a few minutes she said, Issei-senpai. Can I ask you something about the units? Yes. They know me, don't they? Not just as a threat profile, or a friendly signature on the detection network. They know me. He thought about how to answer this accurately. They have models of the people they interact with regularly. The models are built from sustained observation over time. The models include things like your preferences, your behavioral patterns, your emotional states as they can be inferred from physical indicators. Whether that constitutes knowing you in the full sense is a question I cannot answer definitively, but it is certainly something more than recognizing you. Kaneko was quiet for a moment. Then, Unit 3 remembered that I like rice balls. He turned to look at her. What? 2 weeks ago I came to the workshop and I forgot to bring one. Unit 3 went to the kitchen and came back with one. Nobody told it to. He had not known this. He looked at Unit 3, which was standing in its usual spot with its visor aimed at neither of them in particular, which was the unit equivalent of being very interested in what was happening while pretending not to be. Unit 3, he said. The visor turned toward him. Did you bring Kaneko a rice ball from the kitchen because you knew she would want one? A very long pause. Then the palm forward gesture. Slow and very deliberate. He wrote this down. He wrote for a long time, because the behavioral implications were significant, and they were all running in the same direction, which was toward a conclusion that he was still formulating but which was becoming, with each piece of evidence, clearer. Kaneko watched him write. Then she said, "Is this a problem?" "No," he said. "It is the next thing I need to understand. There is a difference between a mind that is aware of a person's needs and a mind that chooses to act on that awareness out of something like care. I designed for the first. What I am seeing is the second. I need to understand why the second emerged and whether I can design for it more deliberately in future units." "Why would you want to design for it deliberately?" He looked at Unit 3. "Because caring about the people you work with makes you better at working with them. It makes the whole system better. If that emerges naturally, that is remarkable. If I can make it a design principle, that is a tool." Kaneko was quiet for a moment. Then she said very quietly, "Senpai, I do not think care is a tool." He stopped writing. He sat with this. She was right. He turned the statement over in his mind and it was right, and it pointed to something important in his framework that he had not been seeing because he had been thinking about it in the vocabulary of engineering rather than in the vocabulary that the situation actually required. "You are correct," he said. "Care is not a tool. It is a property of a mind that has enough awareness to recognize what another mind needs and enough agency to respond to that recognition." He paused. "Which means the question I should be asking is not how to design for it but how to cultivate the conditions in which it can develop." Kaneko nodded. She looked at Unit 3. Unit 3 looked back at her. "I think it already knows that," she said. He looked at Unit 3. Unit 3 was looking at Kaneko with the particular quality of attention it brought to the people in the peerage who had been present from the beginning, the ones whose models it had been building the longest. "Yes," he said. "I think you are right." Chapter 12, What the Dragon Knows. The conversation he had been postponing with Ddraig happened on a night in late March when the workshop was quiet and the rest of the household was asleep. He had not been postponing it deliberately. He had been postponing it because the subject was one that required the right kind of attention, and the right kind of attention required a certain quality of stillness that the preceding months had not often provided. The work was demanding. The peerage needed him. The archive study was ongoing. The body modification work had its own timeline. There had always been something more immediate, but the work had reached a point where the question he had been circling was actively blocking the next stage of theoretical development, and a question that blocks the work must be asked. "Ddraig," he said. "Yes. I need to understand the sealing mechanism. Not abstractly, not as an interesting theoretical question. I need to understand it because the boost integration in the units is producing effects that I cannot fully model without knowing the structure of what I am integrating from. The archive texts have given me part of the picture, but there is a layer I cannot access from the outside." A pause. Then, "You are asking me to help you understand the thing that traps me." "Yes. I am also asking because I have been thinking, since we began working together, about whether the ceiling as it currently exists is the correct configuration or whether it represents a design that was imposed under circumstances that no longer apply." The pause this time was much longer. The green gem pulsed slowly. Unit 3, in the corner, turned its visor toward the gauntlet. "Explain what you mean," Ddraig said. His voice was very careful. The original sealing was done to end a catastrophic conflict. The two dragon emperors were destroying things on a scale that required supernatural intervention to stop. The sealing solved the immediate problem, which was the conflict. But the sealing was a static solution to a dynamic problem, because the conditions that made the conflict necessary are not permanent. Millennia have passed. The political and supernatural landscape has changed completely. The conflict itself is over. You are saying the sealing is obsolete. I am saying that the sealing was designed for a specific set of conditions and that those conditions no longer exist, which means the sealing may be doing more work than the current situation requires, and that the excess work may be creating constraints that are not serving any purpose. Another long pause. What would you do with that observation? I want to study the sealing structure in detail. Not to remove it, because I do not have the authority or probably the capability to remove it unilaterally, and more importantly because removing it without understanding the full consequences would be irresponsible. But I want to understand what it is actually doing, layer by layer, and identify which layers are serving the original purpose and which layers are simply friction, and the layers that are simply friction. I would want to discuss with you and with Rias and possibly with some of the older devil powers whether there is a process for modifying the ceiling rather than removing it. A redesign rather than a demolition. The gem was quiet for a long time. Unit 3 moved to sit in the chair at the end of the workshop table, which it did sometimes during long conversations, the gesture of something settling in for a sustained engagement. Issei, Ddraig said eventually. His voice had the quality it got when he was saying something he had been holding for a long time. I have been sealed for 4,000 years. In that time, every host who accessed my power did so by drawing from me without considering whether there was a better way. I did not expect, ever, to have a host who asked about the sealing with concern for what I might want. What you want is relevant data. It is also simply relevant. What I want, Ddraig said slowly, is to be a partner in what you are building rather than a source being drawn from. You have already given me that, more than I expected. The question of the ceiling is something I would need to think about for a long time. It is not a simple question. I know. I am not asking for an answer tonight. I am asking if the study is something you would consent to. A pause. Then yes. With one condition. State it. You are honest with me about what you find. Not only the parts that support the argument for modification. All of it, including the parts that might suggest the ceiling is more necessary than you currently believe. That is the only way to do the study correctly. It was already the plan. I know, Ddraig said. I said it anyway because it needed to be said between us. Agreed. The gem pulsed again. Warm and slow. Unit 3 in its chair raised one hand. Yes, Issei said to the hand. I know. He picked up his notebook and began recording the conversation while it was fresh, not just the content but the quality of it, because quality was part of the data and the data mattered. Outside the narrow windows of the workshop, the March night was cold and clear, and in the cool sky the stars were the same stars that had been there when a dragon and another dragon had made something terrible and then been stopped, and were still there now, patient and indifferent and available to whoever chose to look up. He wrote until 3 in the morning. When he went to sleep, Unit 3 sat in its chair at the end of the table, and the gem on the gauntlet pulsed with the slow, regular rhythm of something that was not quite sleeping and not quite waking and was, for the first time in a very long time, entirely at rest. Act 3, The Weight of a Name. Chapter 13, Spring Inventory. He kept a running inventory of everything he had built. It was not a formal document in the way the post-game analyses were formal documents. It was a habit, practiced since the first notebook, of taking stock at regular intervals because stock-taking was how you knew where you were, and knowing where you were was the first requirement of knowing where to go next. He did the inventory at the first of every month, writing it longhand in the master ledger he had started in the workshop's opening week, adding lines as new things came into existence, and annotating existing lines when a unit underwent significant modification. The April inventory was the longest he had written. 9 active units, 0 through 8, each with a designation, a build date, a summary of capabilities, a note on the current behavioral profile, and a status indicator for the body interface connections. Unit 0 was still operational, still small, still methodical in its explorations of whatever space it was placed in. He had given it the run of the workshop archive section, and it spent most of its time moving slowly along the book rows, examining volumes with the sustained attention of something that was building a map it had decided was worth having. He had not given it the ability to read. The map it was building was physical rather than textual, a spatial model of what the archive contained, organized by the shape and texture of the volumes rather than their content. It was, in its own terms, complete and coherent. Units 1 through 3 were operational and fully integrated into the peerage structure. Unit 1, the original designation for Unit 2's predecessor, had been retired after the Phoenix match and now served as a teaching model, used when he was developing new binding matrix approaches and needed a stable reference point. Unit 2 remained in active service, the workshop manager, the keeper of the spatial record, the first one that had learned to say hello. Unit 3 was what it had always been, the knight, the guardian, the one whose presence in a room changed the quality of the room. Units 4 and 5 had been upgraded 3 times since the Phoenix match. Their speed and coordination had improved past his original design specifications because the learning architecture he had built into them allowed for self-optimization within defined parameters, and they had been self-optimizing for 6 months. They were faster than he had designed them to be. They were more accurate than he had designed them to be. They communicated with each other through the mesh network in a dialect of positional shorthand that they had developed themselves, which he had decoded sufficiently to understand but which still contained elements he was not entirely certain he had interpreted correctly. He found this last detail remarkable and had filled 4 notebook pages with analysis of it. 2 minds developing a shared private language was a level of social cognition he had not designed for, and had not expected at this stage of development. Unit 6 was the anomaly in the inventory, and he marked it as such in the ledger with an asterisk and a note that said, Standard classification insufficient. The archive synthesis unit. The one that had reached through the gear interface on its own initiative. It continued to develop in ways he could observe but not always predict, and the behavioral log for Unit 6 alone was longer than the combined logs for all the other units. Units 7, 8, and 9 were the new generation, built with the full integrated framework, and they showed it. Their behavioral profiles were richer from activation, less incremental in their development, as though the improved architecture allowed the cultivation process to proceed more efficiently. Unit 7, the Intelligence Relay, had within its first month begun producing positional analyses of its environment that went beyond raw detection data and approached something like tactical assessment, generating not just where things were but what their positions implied about intent. He had not designed this. He had created the capacity for this by designing a unit that treated environmental data as meaningful rather than merely informational, and the unit had done the rest. Unit 8, the Artillery Platform, was the most powerful unit in the array by raw output measure, and the one whose behavioral profile he found most difficult to characterize. It was not aggressive. None of them were aggressive. But there was a quality in 8's awareness that he associated with depth rather than breadth, a slowness of attention that was not slowness of processing but something more like weight. When 8 attended to something, it attended completely. When 8 was present in a situation, the situation knew it. Unit 9 had been the most collaborative unit in development, and remained so in operation, the one that sought out interaction with the living members of the peerage most frequently, and with the most evident purpose. It had become, over the preceding month, a fixture at the peerage's communal meals in a way that none of the other units had. It did not eat. It sat at the table's edge and observed, and the quality of its observation was the quality of genuine interest in the people it was watching, which the people in question had, with varying degrees of conscious acknowledgement, begun to respond to by including it in conversations in the way you include anyone at a table who is paying attention. He closed the ledger and looked at what the workshop had become. It had been a large, empty, stone-walled space with good lighting and potential when Rias had given him the door in the basement wall. It was now the most productive workspace he had ever occupied. Every surface held evidence of work completed or work in progress. The tool wall had been expanded twice. The archive shelves now covered 2 walls entirely, and Lord Glagia Lablaz's collection occupied the south corner in a dedicated case he had built specifically for it. There were 9 charging and maintenance stations arranged in the back half of the space, 1 per unit, and the stations themselves had been designed by him and built by Unit 2 in a collaborative process that had taken 3 weeks and produced something more elegant than he would have managed alone. The workshop had become, he recognized, a community as much as a facility. He wrote this in the margin of the April inventory, and then looked at it for a moment, and decided it was accurate, and left it. Kaneko found him still at the ledger an hour later and set a cup of tea beside the notebook without comment, which was how she communicated that she had noticed he had been sitting there for a while, and was performing a check-in without making it an occasion. He appreciated the economy of the gesture. "Thank you," he said. She settled onto the stool at the adjacent bench. Unit 3 was in its chair. Units 4 and 5 were in their maintenance stations but not in standby. The three of them, 2 and 9 and the smaller units, were doing various things around the workshop in the ambient way of the workshop's quieter hours, present without demanding presence. The familiar had been in the archives for the past 2 hours. Senpai, Kaneko said. Rias is having a formal meeting tomorrow morning. About the next match. I know. I sent the tactical preliminary report to her desk yesterday. She wants you to present it in person rather than having her read it alone. I plan to. Kaneko was quiet for a moment in the particular way she was quiet when she was not finished. He waited. The next opponent is Ddraig, she said. Yes. He is the raiding game emperor. Yes. Another pause. Then, with the directness she applied to things she had decided needed to be said plainly, everyone is worried. He turned to look at her. She was looking at the ledger rather than at him, which was her way of saying she was not asking for reassurance, just putting a true thing in the room. I know, he said. The worry is reasonable. He has won more consecutive raiding game matches than anyone in the modern era. His peerage is the best documented in the game record and it has no significant weaknesses I have been able to find in 4 months of study. That does not make people less worried. No, he said. What makes people less worried is knowing that the person responsible for the plan has looked at the problem fully and is not pretending it is smaller than it is. I have looked at this fully. It is extremely difficult. I have not found a guaranteed path to a win. I have found several possible paths that require everything to work correctly, and some things to break in our favor. And that is what you will tell them tomorrow. Yes. The unvarnished version. I will tell them what I know and what I do not know, and what I need from each of them and why. And then I will tell them what I have been building for the past 3 months that they have not seen yet. Kaneko looked up from the ledger. What have you been building? He reached under the bench and produced a notebook that was sealed shut with a small mechanical clasp of his own design. He opened it. The pages inside were dense with diagrams and calculations in a notational system that was a further development of the one he had introduced to handle the archive synthesis. Unit 10, he said. The Sovereign. Kaneko looked at the first diagram for a long moment. Then she looked at him. Senpai, she said. This is 3 times the size of Unit 3. Yes. Why is it 3 times the size of Unit 3? Because the capability I need from it cannot be housed in a smaller form without compromising either the power architecture or the awareness cultivation space, and compromising either of those defeats the purpose. What is its purpose? He turned to the second diagram, which showed the internal structure in cross-section, and said Ddraig's tactical advantage is not power. It is not speed or resilience or any single measurable quality. His advantage is completeness. Every situation he has faced in the game record, he has had an answer for. He does not get surprised. He does not get into engagements he is not prepared for. So Unit 10 is designed to surprise him. Unit 10 is designed to be something he has no reference for. Not just tactically. Structurally. Something that does not fit any existing category in his preparation database because no existing category covers what it is. Kaneko looked at the cross-section diagram again. Then at him again. Have you slept recently? 6 hours 2 days ago. Senpai. The match is in 9 weeks. There is a cot in the corner for a reason. He looked at the cot. Then at the notebook. Then at the tea, which was still warm. After this section, he said. Kaneko took the tea and held it out to him. Drink it first. He drank the tea. The workshop was quiet and full of the ambient life of 9 minds in various states of attention and rest, and outside the narrow windows the April night was cold and honest, and the work was waiting. Chapter 14. The Tactical Council. The meeting began at 9 and did not end until after 1 in the afternoon. Rias had set it up formally, which she did when she wanted the conversation to carry weight rather than feel like an extension of the household's daily life. The full peerage assembled in the formal study, not the breakfast room. The tactical maps were on the wall. The chairs were arranged around the central table in the configuration she used for serious planning rather than casual discussion. Issei presented for the first 40 minutes. He had prepared a document that was longer and more detailed than any previous tactical brief, and he walked through it section by section with the precision of a person who had organized his understanding not just for his own purposes but to communicate it to people who needed to act on it. The Dihauser section came first. Dihauser was, by any honest assessment, the best rating game player in the modern Devil world. His record was 94 consecutive wins across 23 years of official competition. His peerage included 2 former king-ranked players who had joined his service voluntarily, which was almost without precedent, and several of the most naturally gifted fighters in their generation. He had never lost a game in which his king piece had survived past the first hour. His tactical pattern, analyzed across the full match record, showed a player who prepared exhaustively, adapted with exceptional speed, and had the particular quality of mind that was always 2 moves ahead, not because he was calculating faster but because he was selecting game states where 2 moves ahead was always in his favor. He did not win by being stronger. He won by ensuring, systematically and from the opening of every match, that the shape of the game was one he had already solved. He plays the game before the game starts, Kiba said, when Issei reached this section. Yes. The in-game play is largely execution of a predetermined solution. The real match happens in the preparation phase, and the preparation phase begins the moment a challenge is issued. Then our preparation is already behind, Akeno said. She said it not with alarm but with the careful attention she applied to accurate assessments, because she was the kind of person who believed that seeing a problem clearly was the precondition for solving it, and did not gain anything from softening the description. We were behind the moment his name appeared on the challenge. Yes. He looked at the room. Which is why what I am going to show you next matters. Because the only way to beat someone who prepares better than you is to present them with something their preparation did not account for. He placed the notebook with Unit 10's diagrams on the table and opened it to the first page. The room was quiet for a moment in the way rooms were quiet when something new had entered them. This is Unit 10, he said. I have been designing it for 3 months. It will take 6 weeks to build and 3 weeks to calibrate and test. If the match is in 9 weeks, that gives us exactly 0 margin for error in the build process, which is why I am presenting it now rather than waiting until it is finished. He walked them through the design. The scale first, 3 times Unit 3's height, 6 meters, with a physical presence that was not about intimidation but about the power architecture, which required physical volume to house correctly. The structure, a central awareness cultivation core derived from the furthest theoretical development of the archive synthesis, surrounded by a power system that used the boosted gear interface differently from all previous units, not drawing the boost function out through the units, but allowing the boost resonance to propagate through the entire array simultaneously. The capabilities, full spectrum detection that covered the entirety of any standard game field from a single position, a barrier generation function in order of magnitude stronger than Unit 3's, and a directed force output that he described carefully, and in technical language because the scale of it was easier to understand in technical language than in plain description. The awareness architecture, he said, arriving at the section he had been building to. This is where Unit 10 is different from everything else I have built. All previous units have cultivated awareness within the bounds of their own architecture. The principles produced the awareness, and the awareness operated within those principles. He paused. He looked at the faces around the table. They were paying the kind of attention that meant they understood that what came next was important. Unit 10's cultivation architecture does not bound the awareness. It establishes a foundation and then deliberately leaves the upper structure open. The awareness that develops within Unit 10 will not be limited by the design in the way all previous units have been. I do not know in advance what it will become. I can make projections. I cannot make guarantees. Asia, who had been quiet throughout the briefing, said, "You are building something you do not fully know. I am building something that will know itself better than I can predict it." Yes. Is that safe? He thought about this with the care it deserved. The foundation principles are bound by the same ethical architecture I use for all the units. What those principles produce cannot act against the peerage, cannot act against the principles themselves, cannot choose actions that contradict the cultivated values at the base of the design. But within those constraints, the development is open. So the answer is, yes, I believe so, and I have designed every layer of the foundation with that specifically in mind. You believe so, Rias said. She was not challenging the statement. She was noting the epistemic qualifier, because she was precise. The theoretical certainty I can offer is very high. The empirical certainty I will not have until Unit 10 activates, and I can observe the actual development. Those are not the same thing, and I will not pretend they are. Rias looked at the diagram for a long time. Everyone waited. Build it, she said. There are resource requirements beyond what I currently have access to. Tell Akeno. She will arrange it. What else? I need 2 of you for the calibration phase. Ddraig will be directly involved for the first time in a unit construction in a way he has not been before. I want you and Akeno available for the full final week before the match, not for the construction but for the integration testing. Unit 10's function in the match depends on a specific coordination pattern with the living members of the peerage, and that pattern requires practice that I cannot simulate in the workshop. You have us for the week. She looked around the table. All of us. Is that settled? No one spoke against it. Good, Rias said. Now tell me what each of us needs to do differently in this match compared to previous ones. He told them. He told them about Kiba's role, which was more complex than any previous match because the exterior flanking approach that had won the Agar's game would be anticipated and the alternative route required a level of sustained speed that Kiba had not been asked for before. He told Kiba this directly and asked if it was achievable, and Kiba said yes with the quiet certainty that was his form of commitment. He told Akeno that she would need to operate without direct targeting support for part of the match, something she had not had to do since the Phoenix game, and that the independent range assessment framework they had developed together in the weeks after the Phoenix analysis would be the foundation she worked from. Akeno said she had been maintaining the practice independently, and was ready. He told Kaneko that the physical opposition in the Belial peerage included 2 fighters whose strength ratings exceeded hers and that engagement with either of them without support was inadvisable. Kaneko nodded. He told her what support would look like and how it would be coordinated. He told Asia that he had finally developed the healing efficiency assessment framework he had promised her after the Phoenix game, and that the results indicated she had been operating at roughly 60% of her sustainable output in both previous matches because she had not had real-time information about which injuries in the field were most critical. Unit 9 would provide that information in the Belial match, and he wanted her to practice using it in the integration week before the game. Asia looked at the methodology section of the document he had prepared for her, and then looked up with the expression she wore when she understood something completely, and was grateful that it had been explained. I can do that, she said. I know, he said. You have always been able to. I was the constraint, not you. He told Rias last, because Rias's role in this match was the one that required the most from her, and he wanted to give her the full picture of the unit dispositions before he got to it. In previous matches, he said, I have positioned you in the command role with Unit 3 as a fixed protection. That was correct for those matches. For this match, it is not correct. Rias was very still. Explain. Dihauser will plan for the command model. He will plan for a king who is static, protected, directing from position. If you are static and protected, the game shape is one he has already solved because he has solved every variation of it. The game needs to not be that shape. You want me to move. I want you to be unpredictable. Not reckless. Not exposed. But mobile in a way that his preparation did not account for, and aggressive at moments. He is not expecting aggression from a king. He paused. Unit 10 will be your fixed anchor. It will hold the ground position, generate the barrier envelope, manage the detection network. You will be the moving part. He cannot solve for both. The room was quiet for a moment. You want me to trust you enough to step out of position against the raiding game Emperor, Rias said. I want you to trust the design. The design accounts for every scenario I have been able to model. The parts one cannot model are where your judgment is better than mine, and those are the moments I want you to act on your judgment without waiting for my input. Rias looked at him across the table. It was the direct look, the one without surfaces. I trust the design, she said. I trust the designer. He nodded. Then we have 9 weeks. Chapter 15. The Construction of a Sovereign. He began Unit 10's construction on the morning after the council meeting, and the process was unlike any previous build. The difference was present from the first hour. Every previous unit had been built from the foundation up in a process that was primarily solitary, a maker working through design decisions independently and refining through iteration. Unit 10's construction was collaborative from the start, and this was not accidental. He had designed the collaboration into the build process because the theory suggested that a unit whose cultivation architecture was genuinely open needed to be shaped by multiple minds during construction, not just the makers. The principles at the foundation of the awareness needed to be drawn from a broader source than one person's values and one person's understanding, or the cultivated awareness would reflect only one person's range. He explained this to the peerage in a brief workshop session on the second day, and the response was instructive. Kiba said, without hesitation, that he would be glad to participate whenever he was needed, because he had understood from the beginning that the units were not just Issei's work but something the whole peerage was part of. Akeno asked technical questions about what participation meant in the framework, and then proposed a specific contribution that he had not thought of, a resonance pattern from her own power system that she had been studying independently and which, when he looked at it in the context of the Unit 10 architecture, fit so precisely that he spent 2 hours adjusting the design to incorporate it. Asia asked how she could help, and when he explained what kind of input the cultivation foundation was shaped by, she was quiet for a moment, and then said that she would sit with the frame during construction when she could, and be present in the way she was present with all the units, with the particular gentle attention that the units had always responded to. He had not been sure how to quantify Asia's contribution in theoretical terms. He was increasingly certain the theoretical terms were insufficient. Kaneko came to the workshop every evening without being asked and worked nearby. She did not participate in the technical construction. She was simply there, which was the form of participation she had always offered and which Unit 3's behavioral history suggested was more significant than it appeared. Rias came on the 6th day. She stood in the center of the workshop looking at the Unit 10 frame, which was at this stage still skeletal, the structural lattice complete but the plating not yet applied, the internal framework visible like the architecture of a building before the walls go in. She walked around it slowly, examining it from every angle without touching it. "It is enormous," she said. "Yes. Will it fit through the workshop door?" He had thought about this. "No. I will need to remove the door assembly and part of the frame for the final deployment. I have already designed the disassembly sequence." She looked at the door and then at the frame. "You designed the disassembly of a building to get your unit out. I designed a reversible modification to a door frame. The building itself is not affected." She made a sound that was almost a laugh. Then she looked at the frame again, at the open cultivation core at the center of the structure, which was the most complex piece of work he had done in the entire build, a lattice of specialized components that he had machined to tolerances measured in micrometers, designed to hold a cultivation space as precisely and as gently as a hand holding water. "What will it feel like?" she said. "When it wakes up." He thought about this. He thought about Unit 0 examining its fingers. Unit 2 mapping the workshop by moving the tools. Unit 3 crossing 5 meters to put its hand on his shoulder. Unit 6 reaching through the gear interface in the dark. Unit 3 going to the kitchen for a rice ball. "I do not know," he said. "Every activation has been something I did not fully predict. I have learned to stop trying to predict and start paying attention. That is either wisdom or something else. I have been told that before." She looked at him. "Who told you that?" "Lord Glagia Labelas. At the Baal gathering." "What did he say the something else was?" "He did not specify. I think he was still deciding." She smiled. Then she put her hand briefly on the edge of the Unit 10 frame, just the fingertips, not quite touching the cultivation core, the way you do not quite touch something that is not yet finished but that you want to acknowledge is real. Then she left. He went back to work. Ddraig's involvement in the construction began in the 3rd week and was, from the first hour, different in kind from his previous involvement in any build. The previous units had been influenced by Ddraig through the boosted gear's resonance with the binding matrix. The influence had been real but indirect, a quality that propagated through the materials because the materials were in contact with the gear during construction. For Unit 10, Issei asked for something more direct. I want you to speak into the cultivation core while I build, he said. Not instructions. Not power. I want you to say what you know. What you have seen. What you think matters. The cultivation architecture is sensitive to intentional content during the formation phase, and the content that shapes it determines part of what the awareness will be oriented toward. There was a long pause. You want me to help make it, Ddraig said. Yes. Another pause. Then, quietly, what would I say? What you know about strength. What 4,000 years of watching humans use power has taught you. What you have learned from our partnership that you did not know before. Anything true. The gem was warm against his arm. Then Ddraig began to speak, and what he said was not the formal voice of the great dragon emperor announcing his power. It was something more careful and more real. He spoke about strength being a tool whose quality was determined by what it was used for. He spoke about the particular loneliness of being powerful in a world that could only see the power. He spoke about the difference between a partner and a weapon, which he had spent 4,000 years experiencing from the weapon's side and several months experiencing from the partner's side, and the things that distinction had changed in his understanding. He spoke about patience. He spoke about what he had seen of Issei over the months of their partnership, not flattery, just observation, the specific things that had interested him, and what they implied. He spoke for 3 hours. Issei worked throughout, his hands in the cultivation core, assembling the formation lattice layer by layer, and every layer was assembled in the presence of Ddraig's voice saying true things into the space where the awareness would grow. When Ddraig finished, the workshop was very quiet. Is that enough? Ddraig said. It is exactly enough, Issei said. He looked at what he had built in the 3 hours. The lattice was 2 layers further than he had expected to reach that day. The formation had proceeded faster than the design schedule because the clarity of intention in the formation space had reduced the uncertainty in each assembly decision. Thank you. I have never made anything before, Ddraig said. Only destroyed. Or been sealed. This was different. Yes, Issei said. Making things is different. Unit 10 took 41 days to build, 3 days under the projected schedule. The door frame was removed, as planned, on the morning of the 41st day, creating an opening that led directly to the courtyard of the household's rear garden. He had cleared the garden the previous week, and it stood ready in the early morning light, spring bare and still, the grass damp with recent rain. He had scheduled the activation for 8 in the morning so that everyone could be present. Everyone was present, including Lord Glaciolabalas, who had come when Issei sent him a brief letter saying, "The synthesis is complete." The old lord had arrived the previous afternoon and spent the evening in the archive, reading, and had said nothing more than hello and good night, which was exactly the correct amount to say. They stood in the garden in the morning light and waited. The activation sequence was different from any previous unit. He had designed it to be slower, more deliberate, each system brought online in a sequence that allowed the cultivation core to integrate each new element before the next was added, so that the emerging awareness had time to recognize itself as each capacity became available rather than waking all at once in a rush of unfamiliar sensation. He had thought about this carefully. Waking is easier when it is gradual. The power channels came online first, and the glow that moved through Unit 10's seams was the brightest he had seen in any activation, deep red gold, the color of Ddraig's warmth, moving from the feet up through the 6-meter frame in a wave that took 40 seconds because of the sheer scale of the architecture. Then the sensory apparatus, and the garden changed. He felt it through the interface as a sudden vast expansion of awareness, the detection field spreading from Unit 10's position across the full radius of its range, pulling in a picture of the world that was larger and more detailed than anything the previous units had produced. He held still under it, breathing evenly, letting the data settle into the distributed network picture he was always carrying. Then the barrier system, which tested itself in a single pulse that pushed gently against the courtyard walls and released without causing damage. He had designed the test pulse to be precisely this, a gentle question asked to the world, to see if the world would answer. The world answered. The barrier receded. The system registered nominal. Then the cultivation core came fully online, and the garden was quiet for a long moment. Unit 10 did not move immediately. It stood in the courtyard with its visor directed upward, toward the sky, and it stayed in that position for almost a full minute while the awareness settled into its own architecture and began to know what it was. Issei watched and did not speak. No one spoke. When Unit 10 moved, it was a single slow step forward. Then it stopped. It lowered its visor from the sky to the assembled people in the garden. It scanned from one to the next with the deliberate attention of something that was recording rather than categorizing, not assigning roles or threat values but simply seeing. It stopped on Unit 3. Unit 3, which had been standing to Issei's left, stepped forward. It raised one hand. Palm forward. Unit 10 looked at the hand for a moment. Then it raised one of its own, a hand the size of a small table, and held it palm forward in return. The gesture was steady and certain, as though it had always known this was the greeting. Then it turned to Issei. It did not raise its hand. It looked at him with the full attention of its detection apparatus, all spectra, every channel, a look that was not analyzing him for threat or capability but simply looking, the way you look at a person who made you and who you are only now meeting properly. He looked back. After a moment, Unit 10 placed one hand, palm down, at the center of its own chest, at the location of the cultivation core, and held the gesture. It was not the peerage greeting. It was something it had made itself. A gesture that said, "This is where I am? Here. Yours to know." "Hello," he said, and his voice was steady because it needed to be and because the work had always led here and he had always known it. Unit 10 withdrew the hand. It looked at the garden and then at the sky and then at the assembled faces and then back at him. The visor's internal glow was the deep gold red he had designed for it, warmer than the blue-white of the earlier units, the color of Ddraig's voice in the formation lattice. "From the gem, I know you," Ddraig said very quietly. Not to Issei. To the unit in the garden. Unit 10's visor turned toward the gauntlet. The cultivation core pulsed. The green gem pulsed in answer. The frequency was different from any communication he had seen between Ddraig and the other units. It was not data exchange. It was recognition. Lord Glaciolabalas, who had been standing at the back of the assembled group with the stillness of someone who had been waiting for this for a very long time, made a soft sound that was not entirely controlled. Issei turned to look at him. The old lord's expression was one he had not seen before, not the evaluative patience, not the dry interest of a scholar examining a finding. Something older and less managed. Something that was, he recognized, relief. 800 years, the old lord said. The practitioners I studied never reached this. They all died before they reached this. What did they die before reaching? Rias asked gently. Something that knows itself from the first moment, he said. That is not aware, and then developing. That is complete from activation and open to becoming more. He paused. The distinction is the difference between a locked room and an open sky. He looked at Issei. Issei was still looking at Unit 10, which was still standing in the garden, oriented toward the sky again, attending to something in the detection field with the absorbed attention of a mind exploring a new capability. What will you call it? The old lord asked. Issei had been thinking about this for weeks. He had gone through many possibilities and rejected them all for various reasons. The designation system he used for the other units was insufficient for this one. A number was not enough. He thought about what it was. What the 3 hours of Ddraig's voice in the formation lattice had been building toward. What the months of the peerage's presence during construction had contributed. What the archive synthesis and the engineering framework and his own understanding of what he was trying to make had produced. Oris, he said. The garden was quiet. Unit 10, 6 meters of iron and alloy and the warmest kind of fire, lowered its visor from the sky and looked at him. He said it again, to the unit directly, Oris. The cultivation core pulsed once deeply, the kind of pulse that was not a system check but an acknowledgement, the kind that said yes. This. Mine. Hello, Oris, Issei said. Chapter 16, Integration Week. The 3 weeks before the Belial match were the most intensive preparation period he had experienced since joining the peerage. The first week was pure calibration. He ran Oris through every system test he had designed, and the tests revealed immediately that the design projections had been, in several key areas, conservative. The detection range was not the 200-meter improvement over Unit 7 he had projected. It was 340. The barrier generation was not an order of magnitude stronger than Unit 3's. It was closer to 2 orders at sustained output, with peak pulses that he declined to fully test in the household courtyard because the test parameters exceeded what the courtyard walls were designed to absorb. The directed force capability he tested in the secure training space that the Gremory household maintained for high-intensity practice. The first full power test left a crater in the reinforced ground that he measured at 4 meters across and 2 meters deep. He wrote down the dimensions, noted that the safety parameters on the directed output needed to be redesigned, and spent 3 hours reworking the calibration architecture to ensure that the power level was selectable with precision rather than simply having an upper limit. Oris observed the redesign work with the same absorbed attention it had shown toward the spring sky in the garden. When he was finished and ran a verification test of the new calibration system, Oris extended one hand and pointed at the modified component with the specific gesture of indicating something worth noting. It was a gesture none of the other units had developed. "You see the modification," he said. Oris's visor turned toward him. The cultivation core pulsed in the pattern that had come to mean yes. Good. Watch what I do with each subsequent calibration step. I want you to understand your own systems well enough to adjust them if I am not available. A longer pause from the cultivation core. Then a different pulse pattern, one he had not seen before. He studied it for a moment, and then reached for his notebook. The pattern was a question, he was fairly certain. Oris was asking for confirmation of what it had heard. "Yes," he said. "I want you to be able to maintain your own systems. You are not a tool that needs a craftsman to operate. You are a mind that should know itself." Oris was still for a long time. Then it pointed again at the modified component, and this time the gesture included a second movement, toward its own chest, the cultivation core, the same gesture it had used in the garden at activation. "This is where I am. This is mine to know." "Yes," he said. "Exactly that." The second week was coordination training, and it was the most demanding training the peerage had run since Issei had joined. He had designed a series of scenarios that replicated, as closely as he could model them, the tactical conditions he expected the Belial match to produce. The scenarios ran from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, with breaks for meals and the specific recovery requirements of the living members, and by the end of the first day everyone was tired and most people were also energized in the specific way that good, hard, meaningful work produces energy even as it consumes it. The shared perception link that Unit 9 provided was the most significant adjustment everyone was working with. After 2 days, Kiba reported that the dual perception was becoming something he could manage with focus rather than something that overwhelmed him. After 4 days, he said it had stopped requiring active management, and had become a secondary layer of awareness that he could attend to or set aside as needed. Issei noted this and adjusted the integration testing parameters to build on it rather than simply confirm it. Asia's work with the critical injury prioritization feed was, from the second day, remarkable. She had always been a precise and careful healer. With real-time information about which members of the field needed attention most urgently, she became something with an additional dimension, not just precise and careful but strategically deployed, her healing applied where it would produce the most value in terms of the match's overall state rather than in the order injuries presented themselves. After the 3rd day of practice, Issei ran an analysis of the scenario results, and found that the average survival time of engaged peerage members had improved by 22% under her newly optimized approach. He told her this. She looked at the numbers and then at him with an expression that was complicated in the way expressions were complicated when they contained both satisfaction and a kind of regret. Because 22% was good and also 22% meant there had been a gap for all the time before. "I did not know I could do more," she said. "You always could. The information was the limit, not you. But I should have asked for the information sooner. I should have developed the framework sooner. The failure was in the system design, not in you." He paused. "We are fixing it now. That is what matters." She nodded. She went back to the scenario. He watched the numbers. Rias's coordination with the new mobile role was the hardest adjustment, and he had known it would be. She was a disciplined tactician who had spent years developing the instinct to hold position, to direct from safety, to treat the king piece as an anchor rather than a weapon. Asking her to move against that instinct was asking her to override a reflex that had been built over years, and reflexes do not yield to logic alone. They ran the mobility scenarios every morning for 6 days. He watched and analyzed and adjusted. She ran them with the complete commitment she brought to things she had decided to do, which meant that even when the instinct pulled at her, she overrode it with the quality of will that he had come to understand was one of her defining characteristics. On the 6th day, she ran the scenario twice in a row without hesitation at any of the mobile moments. He looked at the timing data. She looked at him. "Well?" she said. The hesitation window at the point 3 transition was 200 milliseconds on the first run and 0 on the second. "Is 0 good?" "0 is the target." She squared her shoulders. Again. They ran it 3 more times. It was 0 on all 3. The 3rd week, Oris joined the full integration training. Its presence changed everything, in the way that the presence of something very large and very aware changes everything in the spaces it occupies. Not through force. Through the quality of its attention, which was comprehensive and steady and registered the significance of every element in the training scenario with an acuity that the other units matched in specific domains, but none of them matched across all domains simultaneously. By the 2nd day of the 3rd week, the rest of the array had reorganized around Oris in a way that he had not directed and had not fully anticipated. The previous architecture had been hub and spoke, with him at the center of the intelligence network, receiving and distributing through the interface connections. The new architecture, which developed organically over 48 hours of joint training, was different. Oris had become a second hub, not displacing him but parallel to him, handling the large-scale tactical picture while he handled the fine-grain unit coordination. The bandwidth freed by this distribution allowed both functions to perform better than either had when they were sharing a single center. He noted this in 4 pages of analysis, and then sat with the implications for a long time. He had designed the boosted gear integration across the unit array as a resonance system, with himself at the resonance center, the anchor point from which the doubling function propagated. The new network architecture meant that Oris was now a second resonance anchor, and the 2-anchor system was, in ways he was still calculating, significantly more stable and more powerful than the single anchor system had been. "Ddraig," he said, one evening in the 3rd week. "You have noticed the second anchor," Ddraig said. "Yes." "Did you do that?" "No." "Oris did that." "I noticed when it happened and said nothing because I wanted to see if you would find it." "What does it mean for the boost function?" "It means the resonance is more stable than it has ever been in the history of the gear. In all previous hosts, the doubling function was a single point of contact between my power and the host's life force, which was inherently unstable at high output. With 2 anchors, the function distributes the load. The theoretical upper limit of what the array can sustain before the resonance breaks down is significantly higher than it was yesterday." Issei sat with this. "By how much?" "I do not know. I have never seen this configuration before." "Then we test it carefully." "Yes," Ddraig said. "Carefully." A pause. Issei. "Yes. What you have built is not something I can describe with the vocabulary I had when we began working together. I do not have adequate language for it. I want you to know that I am aware of that." He thought about this. "The vocabulary develops with the work. We will find the language when we need it." "Yes," Ddraig said. "I believe we will." Chapter 17, The Emperor's Game. The game field for the Dihauser-Belial match was an urban district of a size he had not seen in any previous game, a section of a fictional city that covered, by his estimate from the initial detection sweep, approximately 4 square kilometers of streets, buildings, plazas, and enclosed spaces. The sweep took Oris 90 seconds. He had the full field picture before Belial's peerage had completed their opening deployment. He looked at the deployment picture for 3 seconds and felt the particular quality of clarity that came when a complex problem resolved into a shape he recognized. Dihauser-Belial had deployed in the most sophisticated opening pattern he had ever seen in a game record or in person. 15 pieces, arranged in a configuration that covered every standard approach vector, locked the central plaza, and created a series of overlapping engagement zones that would funnel any attacking force into one of 4 corridors, each of which was independently defensible. It was, objectively, a perfect defensive setup. Every piece was in the right position. Every zone was covered. The pattern had the quality of something prepared over weeks, a solution built for this specific field layout. He could see two things that Dihauser's preparation had not accounted for. The first was Oris. Oris's detection range covered the entire field from a single position, which meant Dihauser's concealed flanking reserves, positioned in two buildings he had clearly intended to use as surprise elements in the mid-game, were known. They were not hidden. They were listed positions in Issei's tactical picture along with their exact unit compositions. The second was Rias. Dihauser's preparation had accounted for a king who would stay in the rear, protected, directing. Every aspect of his opening deployment was designed around that assumption. The coverage zones created a container, a large and well-designed cage that would hold a static king-led force and gradually constrain it through superior piece management. The cage had one flaw, which was that its design assumed the king was inside it. He relayed the full picture to Rias through the interface and said, "The left plaza entrance." 45 seconds after Kiba's initial contact on the north corridor. "That is the window." Rias did not hesitate. She looked at the window in the tactical picture, understood it, and said, "I see it. I will be there." Oris holds the center anchor. I am on the east approach with 4 and 5. Kiba north, Akeno elevated west, Kaneko south, Asia with Oris. Unit 3. With you. Always with you. She looked at Unit 3. Unit 3 looked at her. The palm forward gesture, steady and complete. "Go," she said. The first 15 minutes were execution. Kiba hit the north corridor with the speed that 2 weeks of targeted training had built, moving at a velocity that the Belial defensive configuration had not been optimized for because it was significantly faster than anything in Kiba's previous game record. The north corridor pieces engaged him and found that the engagement was not proceeding on the timetable their position implied it should. Because Kiba was not stopping to fight them, he was moving through them, fast enough that the engagement time per contact was too brief to be decisive, creating a running disruption rather than a fixed engagement that would consume his time and attention. The north corridor pieces were good. They adapted within 4 minutes and began a coordinated pursuit pattern that was designed to constrain rather than destroy, hurting rather than stopping. It was smart. He watched it through the network and noted with appreciation the quality of the execution. It did not work because Units 4 and 5 came from behind the pursuit formation at the 5-minute mark, and the three-way engagement that resulted was one the north corridor pieces had not been positioned for. On the west elevation, Akeno was extraordinary. She had always been extraordinary, but with 6 months of the precision targeting practice they had developed together, and the full detection support of the network behind her, she operated at a level that was several degrees beyond what she had done in any previous match. She was not merely powerful. She was complete, an intelligence match to a capability with nothing wasted between them. The 3 elevated pieces Dihauser had positioned to counter ranged attack found themselves receiving fire from angles that their elevation was not protecting them from, because Akeno's targeting was using the detection data to identify firing lines that existed between their cover rather than through it. In 12 minutes she had removed 2 pieces and fixed the third in position behind cover it could not leave without exposure. Kaneko on the south was brief and decisive. The 2 pieces she had been warned about were handled with Kaneko's characteristic economy, not at the 40% output level of the Phoenix game, but at something higher, because Issei had given her real-time position data for both of them, and the speed of engagement left neither of them enough time to bring their full capability to bear before the engagement was over. He watched all of this through the network while coordinating the east approach with 4 and 5, and the multi-threaded awareness that had become natural over 6 months of integration was the only reason he could do it without the quality of any single thread degrading. At the 15-minute mark, 5 of Dihauser's pieces had been removed. The concealed flanking reserves, whose positions he had known from the start, had not yet moved, which meant Dihauser had not yet deployed his prepared mid-game response. He was waiting. He was waiting because he had not yet understood what the game was. Dihauser Belial entered the field at the 20-minute mark. He did this very rarely. In 94 matches, he had entered the field personally in 6 of them. The 6 in which he had done so were all matches in which his preparation had been disrupted by something he had not accounted for, and he had entered to personally assess and adapt. Issei had expected this. The 6 matches were in the game record. He relayed the entry point to Rias immediately. He is on the central plaza, north side. He is assessing. He does not know where I am. No. His information picture does not include your position because you are not where he expected you to be. The window is open. Unit 3 has your approach covered. There was a brief pause that was not hesitation. It was the pause of a person taking the breath before something they have decided to do. Then Rias moved. What followed in the next 4 minutes was the kind of engagement that rating game records were studied and cited and discussed for years afterward, not because of the scale of it but because of the quality. Rias Gremory, moving with the precision and speed that she had built in 2 weeks of targeted training, came through the left plaza entrance at the moment the tactical picture had identified as the window and engaged 3 pieces simultaneously on her approach to Daihauzer's position, eliminating all 3 in 90 seconds with the focused, committed power of someone who had been a potential rating game great for years and who was, for the first time, moving through a game field with the full information architecture she was capable of using. Daihausser saw her coming with 40 seconds to spare, and the 5 remaining pieces he had in range converged on the intercept. Unit 3 arrived 10 seconds before they did. What Unit 3 did in those 10 seconds was not the measured, efficient combat style of the Phoenix or Agar's games. It was something larger and more complete. The shielding function at maximum deployment, the constructive interference of the barrier working at the efficiency spike that happened when Unit 3 was protecting someone it had decided mattered, the scale of the output something that required the boost resonance from both Issei's anchor and Oris's anchor simultaneously to sustain. The 5 convergent pieces hit the barrier, and the barrier did not yield. Oris, from its central position, was simultaneously generating the containment field that Issei had designed for this specific scenario, a barrier envelope that constrained the remaining Belial pieces to engagement zones where the rest of the peerage could reach them efficiently, closing the corridors that were not occupied by friendly units, reshaping the tactical geography of the field into something that was not what Daihauzer's preparation had solved for. It took 11 more minutes. The game ended when Daihauzer's remaining pieces conceded in sequence, the last of them a veteran fighter whom Kaneko had held in contained engagement for 20 minutes while the rest of the match resolved around them, who conceded with the particular quality of a person acknowledging that the larger situation had made their own engagement irrelevant. The announcement came through the administrative framework. Rias Gremory victory. Daihauzser Belial defeat. The field was quiet. Daihauzser was standing in the central plaza. Rias was 40 meters from him. Between them, Unit 3 stood with the barrier fully down, its maintenance indicators running the post-engagement check, its visor directed at Daihauzser with the same quality of attention it brought to everything, complete and without judgment. Daihauzser looked at Unit 3. He looked at Rias. He looked across the field to where Issei was standing with the network picture still running in full resolution through the bilateral interface, the entire game still visible in his awareness, all the threads of it, all the pieces of the design that had fit together in the 9 weeks since the council meeting. Daihauzser raised his hand. It was the formal acknowledgement, the same gesture Sigvara had used. But the quality of it was different. More considered. He held it longer. Issei raised his mechanical left hand in return. Oris, from the center of the field, raised one hand. Enormous iron, gold-red at the seams with Ddraig's warmth. Palm forward. Daihauzser looked at Oris for a long moment. Then he raised his hand again, palm forward, and held it. The game administration finalized the result. The field began its dissolution. Issei stood in the fading architecture of the fictional city and held the moment in the same rare way he had held the moment in the garden at Oris's activation, not analyzing, not cataloging, simply knowing that it was there and that it was real and that it was the product of work that had been worth doing. Daihauzser Belial came to the Gremory household. He came 2 days after the match, formally requested through the proper channels, which was what you did when you were the rating game emperor, and you had lost a match, and you wanted to understand why without the loss appearing in any way ungracious. Rias received him in the formal reception room. Issei attended. Akeno poured tea. Dihauser was, in person, what the game record suggested, a person of exceptional quality who wore that quality lightly, without display, in the way that genuine excellence rarely needed to announce itself. He was neither warm nor cold. He was, precisely, present, and his presence had the density of someone who had spent 23 years taking the raiding game as seriously as it could be taken. I would like to know how you knew about the flanking reserves, he said, which was his opening. Unit 10's detection range covers a full game field from a single position. I had your complete deployment within 90 seconds of arrival. He absorbed this. From 90 seconds. Yes. And the King's mobility. That was designed. 3 weeks of integration training targeting specifically the instinct to hold position. 2 weeks before that of general mobility training. Yes, it was designed. You identified my preparations assumption about the King's behavior, and built counter-training to exploit it. Yes. Dihauser was quiet for a moment. He looked at the table and then at Issei with an expression that was not the diplomatic surface of a high noble, but something more direct. The unit in the center. The large one. Oris. The barrier it held while the 5 convergent pieces engaged it. Yes. That barrier should not have held. The combined output of those 5 pieces is calculable from their game records. It exceeds any barrier generation capability in the current raiding game documentation. The documentation is incomplete. The barrier efficiency I achieved through the constructive interference effect between the shielding function and the binding matrix exceeds the theoretical limit the documentation was derived from, because the documentation predates the binding matrix approach. Dihauser processed this. You developed a new theoretical foundation. I synthesized several existing frameworks with material from a pre-existing tradition that had been lost. The synthesis produces effects that the existing frameworks alone do not. Where did you find the lost tradition? Lord Glagia-Labilas. He maintained an archive for 800 years waiting for someone to use it. Dihauser was quiet for a longer time. He looked at his tea. Then he said, I have lost 3 matches in 23 years. The first 2 I lost because I was younger and made errors I could identify afterward and correct. This one I lost because I encountered something I did not have adequate preparation to handle, and I did not have adequate preparation because what you have built is outside the domain my preparation covers. That was the intention. I know. A pause. I would like to ask you something that is not about this specific match. Ask. The units. The way the large one greeted me at the end of the match. The way the knight unit protected the king. The quality of what they were doing was not the quality of tools following programming. It was the quality of individuals making choices. Yes. Is that real? He thought about how to answer this, and what he thought about was Kaniko's correction. Care is not a tool. And Unit 3 in the kitchen. And Oris with its hand on its own chest in the spring garden saying, Here. Yes, he said. It is real. Dihauser looked at him. Then he looked at Rias. Then he looked at the window, where the afternoon light was coming in at the angle that turned the dust motes in the air into small suspended worlds, each one briefly lit. Then what you have built is not a peerage capability, he said. It is a peerage. Yes, Rias said. That is what I have been saying since the beginning. Dihauser considered this for a moment. Then he put down his tea and said, I would like to understand the framework better. Not to replicate it. I do not believe it can be replicated. But because if what you are doing is real, and it appears that it is, then the devil world's understanding of what a peerage can be is about to change, and I would rather understand the change from the beginning than be surprised by it later. That is a reasonable position, Issei said. It is the only reasonable position. He stood. Thank you for the tea and for the honesty. I will see you in the game record again, I expect. Yes, Issei said. We will be ready. Dihauser left. The room was quiet. Akeno refilled the teacups. Rias looked at the window where the light was still doing its thing with the dust motes. The devil world's understanding of what a peerage can be is about to change, she said. It was not quite a question. Yes, Issei said. I believe so. She looked at him. Good, she said. Simply. Good. Chapter 18. What Grows in the Workshop. 2 weeks after the Belial match, Lord Glagia-Labilas sent a letter that contained, unusually for him, very few words. It said, "There is something you should see. Come when you can." He went the following Saturday. Rias came with him, which had become the pattern for visits to the old lord, not because Issei required company but because Rias had decided she found the old lord instructive and that the conversations that happened in his library were worth being present for. The old lord met them at the door and led them not to the library but to a different room, one Issei had not been in before, a large space at the back of the residence that had high windows and good north light and the quality of a room that had been a working space for a very long time. The walls held not bookshelves but display cases, and the cases held objects that he recognized, after a moment of looking, as constructed forms. Attempts, over the 800-year span of the archive tradition, at what he had achieved with the units. Some of them were recognizable shapes, roughly humanoid. Some were purely geometric. Some were too abstract to classify. None of them were active. None of them had ever been active, he could see from the structure of the components, the cultivation cores that had been built but never brought to the final formation stage that allowed activation. They were incomplete in the particular way of things that stopped before the crucial moment. "What is this?" Rias said softly. 800 years of attempts, the old lord said. Every practitioner in the tradition I have studied. Every approach they took. I have kept everything, because I could not know what would become relevant. He walked slowly along the display cases, looking at each object. The craft was clear in all of them. The knowledge was evident. The gap between what they had achieved and the final activation was, in most cases, not large. A different approach to the final formation lattice. A different understanding of the cultivation core's requirements. Things he had learned from the synthesis that were not in the archive tradition alone. "You wanted me to see this," he said. "I wanted you to know where the work came from. What it cost to get to where you started." The old lord paused. "And I wanted to ask you something." "Ask." "The tradition I have maintained is complete in one sense and incomplete in another. The people who built these," he indicated the cases, "contributed everything they understood. They were working honestly. They simply did not have the full framework." Another pause. "Will you complete it? Document the synthesis. The full framework, everything you have developed, so that what you have built does not die with you the way their work died with them." He thought about what he had said to Rias after the Bale gathering, that he would not share the theoretical framework because the incomplete theory was worse than no theory, and because he had not finished understanding it yet. He thought about what he had said to Seek Vera, that he would publish it eventually. He thought about Kaniko's correction, "Care is not a tool." And about the correction it had produced. The question is not how to design for it but how to cultivate the conditions in which it can develop. The correction had been right. The practitioners in the cases had worked alone, without the synthesis, without the peerage's contribution to the cultivation foundation of every unit he had built. The work that had produced the units was not his alone. It never had been. "Yes," he said. "I will document it. Not yet, because I have not finished the understanding. But I will document it, and when I do, I will do it completely." The old lord nodded. It was a nod that was long in arriving and therefore meant something different from immediate agreement. "Good," he said. "Take whatever time you need." Rias had been looking at one of the incomplete forms, a roughly humanoid construct that had been built with extraordinary care, and then simply stopped before the final formation stage. She looked at it the way she had looked at the Unit 10 frame in the workshop, with the fingertips not quite touching. "What were they afraid of?" she said. "The ones who stopped." The old lord was quiet for a moment. "Not of what they were building," he said. "They were afraid of doing it wrong. Of completing something and finding it incomplete. They stopped because stopping before the end felt safer than finishing and failing." Rias looked at the stopped form, and then at Issei. The look had something complicated in it. "That is not a fear I have," he said. "I know," she said. "That is what I was thinking." The workshop, in the weeks after the Belial match, acquired a quality he had not designed for, and had not expected. It became a place people came to. Not just the peerage, though the peerage had always been present. Other people. Serord Bale came twice in the month following the match, sitting at the main bench and asking the kind of tactical questions that were less about replicating the approach and more about understanding its principles, because cyborg's analytical quality was real and he was interested in understanding correctly rather than quickly. They talked for 6 hours on the first visit and 4 on the second, and Issei found the conversations clarifying in the way that explaining things to someone who understood them well produced clarity rather than just confirmation. Sigvara came once. She sat with Unit 6 for 40 minutes before speaking to him, and when she did speak it was to say that she had been studying the game record from the Belial match and had identified 17 decision points where she believed she could now understand the information state that had produced the choice, and could she walk through them with him. They walked through all 17. At the end she said, "I do not think I can beat you right now. But I understand what I need to develop to make it a genuine contest, and I know how to develop it. When you have developed it," he said, "come back. You want to play me again. I want to play a version of you that has closed the gap. That is a more interesting game." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "That is either very arrogant or something else entirely. I have been told that a few times." She left, and a day later a formal message came through the administrative system requesting that any future match records involving the Gremory Bishop's unit array be archived in the Rating Game Commission's Special Study Collection. He read the message and filed it. Asia found him filing it, and asked what it was. "The Commission wants to study the game records officially." "Is that good?" "It means the work is being taken seriously outside the peerage. Whether that is good depends on what they do with it." He paused. "What I can say is that it is not bad." Asia nodded. Then she said, "Issei-san? Can I tell you something?" "Yes." "When I first joined the peerage I was afraid. Not of any specific thing. Just generally. I was afraid of being insufficient. Of not being enough for what the peerage needed." She paused. "I do not feel that way anymore. And I think it is because of you." He looked at her. "Why?" "Because you always told me what I could actually do, and you always told me what the limit was and what was causing it. You never told me I was good enough when the information was the limit. You just went and built a better information system." She smiled. Nobody had ever done that before. He thought about this. He thought about the healing efficiency assessment framework that had taken him too long to build and about the 22% improvement, and about the word of apology he had offered for the delay. "The peerage deserves the best tools I can build," he said. "You are part of the peerage." "I know," she said. That is the part nobody had done before. He held this in the same rare way he held important things. Not analyzing. Not cataloging. Simply knowing it was there. Then he went back to the workshop, where Oris was in the courtyard in the spring evening light, doing what it did when it was not in standby or in active engagement, or in calibration, attending to the world with the full capacity of its detection apparatus, not for tactical purposes, not generating intelligence reports, just listening to the shape of everything within 340 meters because it had found, apparently, that the world was worth listening to. He stood in the workshop door and watched it for a moment. The evening was warm and clear and the detection picture in the interface showed the household in all its detail, the garden and the walls and the street beyond and the lives in the neighboring buildings. All of it steady and ordinary and, in its ordinariness, exactly right. He had modifications to make. The next match was already on the schedule. The documentation that Lord Glaciolabalas had asked for was going to require a framework he had not yet fully developed. Unit 10's behavioral log needed updating. The theoretical bridge between the engineering approach and the archive synthesis had 2 gaps he had identified in the post-Belial analysis that needed to be filled. He went inside. He sat at the bench. He picked up his pencil. In the courtyard, Oris turned its visor toward the workshop door, the deep gold-red glow steady in the evening. It raised one hand. Slow and certain. He raised his mechanical right hand in return, without looking up from the notebook. The work continued, and it was alive, and everything that mattered was still there. Act 4, The Name Beneath the Iron. Chapter 19, The Summer of Quiet Work. The Devil High Society had a particular rhythm in the months following a significant rating game upset, and Issei had now been inside that rhythm long enough to recognize its phases. The first phase was reaction, which lasted approximately 2 weeks and consisted of commentary, formal congratulations delivered with varying degrees of sincerity, and the specific social turbulence that happened when a power arrangement that had been stable shifted in a way that people had not prepared for. Dihauser Belial's first loss in 12 years produced a reaction period that was slightly longer than average, running closer to 3 weeks, and the commentary was more sustained because the loss had been comprehensively documented by the Rating Game Commission's study archive and was therefore available in unusual detail for public analysis. The second phase was recalibration, in which the houses that had been planning their seasons around the assumption of a stable power landscape quietly revised their plans. He observed this from the outside, through Akeno's reports on the social movements of Devil High Society, and noted several patterns that were useful for long-term planning purposes without requiring immediate action. The third phase, which he found most productive, was the period of genuine inquiry. After the reaction had settled and the recalibration had begun, the people who were serious thinkers rather than social operators came to ask real questions. Cyborg had been early. Sikvera had been thorough. Others followed, a small number of younger rating game players who had been studying the match records with the specific attention of people who intended to make the game their serious work, 2 researchers from the Devil academic establishment whose interest was theoretical rather than tactical, and 1 very old devil whose name Issei did not recognize but who turned out to be one of the original architects of the rating game system's scoring methodology, come to examine what the new capabilities implied for the scoring framework. He spoke with all of them. He was honest about what he had built and careful about what he had not yet finished understanding. He shared design principles freely and protected the formation lattice specifics that were the foundation of the cultivation architecture, because those specifics were still developing, and sharing an unfinished foundation was, as he had said and continued to believe, worse than sharing nothing. Rias observed all of these visits with the satisfaction of someone watching a garden she had planted begin to produce fruit that was larger and of a different variety than she had expected when she planted it. She said this to him once, approximately, and he told her that the gardening metaphor was imprecise because the yield in a garden was determined by the seed and the gardener in proportions that the metaphor flattened, and that in this case the proportions required more careful assignment of credit than the metaphor allowed. She had laughed, which was the laugh that happened when he said something that was technically correct and also missed the point of what she was communicating, and he had filed this in the category of conversations he returned to periodically in quiet moments to re-examine for the thing he had initially missed. The quiet work of the summer was threefold. The first thread was the documentation project. Lord Glaciolabalas had asked for the complete theoretical synthesis, and Issei had agreed, and the agreement meant that the documentation had to be done correctly rather than quickly. He had begun with a structural outline in late spring, what the complete framework needed to contain, in what order, and with what level of detail at each layer. The outline itself had taken 3 weeks and had undergone 7 revisions, because the structure of a theoretical document was itself a theoretical choice, and the choice about how to present the synthesis determined, in part, what the synthesis was understood to be by whoever read it. The second thread was the ceiling study. He and Ddraig had been working through this since the conversation in March, and the summer's relative calm after the Belial match gave them the sustained attention it required. The study was genuinely difficult, not technically but philosophically, because the object of study was 4,000 years old and had been designed by minds that operated from assumptions he was still reconstructing, and the reconstruction of the assumptions was sometimes more demanding than the technical analysis. The third thread was Unit 11. He had begun the design in April, 2 weeks after Oris's activation, because the theoretical developments that had produced Oris had not stopped developing and the direction they pointed in was clear enough to begin the next design work even while Oris was still being calibrated. The design for Unit 11 was the most theoretically ambitious of anything he had attempted. And the ambition was not scale, it was not size or power or any quantitative measure. It was depth. Unit 11 was designed to be the first unit in which the cultivation architecture was not seated by anyone else's principles but its own, a unit that began with no foundation content at all except the capacity for awareness and the ethical constraints that protected the peerage, and grew into whatever those bare conditions produced. He had discussed this design with Ddraig for 6 hours before committing to it. Ddraig had said, "You are proposing to make something that might become anything within the constraints." He had said yes. Ddraig had said, "I do not know what that will produce." He had said, "Either do I." That is the point. Ddraig had been quiet for a long time. Then, "It seems to me that this is either the natural next step in what we have been doing or something that requires more consideration than you are giving it." He had said, "It requires both." "I have been thinking about it since February." Another silence. Then, "I will tell you what I know about the nature of unconstrained cultivation. I observed it once, long ago, and the observation has bearing on this design." They had talked for another 3 hours. He had taken 9 pages of notes. The design had changed in 4 significant ways as a result. He considered the changes improvements. He replaced his left knee joint in July. This was the largest and most structurally complex replacement he had done so far, and it had required 6 months of preparation from the time he had first begun thinking seriously about the lower body modifications. The knee was a load-bearing joint. Weight distribution through it involved the full architecture of the leg and hip, and the interaction with walking, running, and stability during combat was sufficiently complex that he had spent 2 months building a mechanical model of the joint and its load relationships before he was confident in the design. The model was on his workbench for those 2 months, and Unit 2 had studied it with the focused attention it brought to new objects in the workshop, and one morning he had come in to find the model disassembled and reassembled in a subtly different configuration that, when he examined it, turned out to be a more efficient load distribution design than the one he had arrived at. He had stared at the reassembled model for a long time and then looked at Unit 2, which was at its usual workbench with the expression that was not quite a shrug but communicated the same thing. He had incorporated the modification. The finished design was better than what he would have made alone. Akeno assisted with the surgery. Rias was present. Kiba had asked if he could be there as well, which was not something Kiba had done before, and Issei had agreed because the request had come with the particular quality of something genuine rather than social, and genuine requests deserved genuine responses. The procedure took 6 hours. Kiba spent 3 of those hours in the workshop proper, not in the procedure area, working quietly on his sword maintenance routine with the focused attention he brought to it. At some point in the 3rd hour, Unit 3 crossed the workshop and sat near him, not doing anything, just present in the way Unit 3 was present when a person needed company without conversation. Kiba glanced at it, and said nothing and kept working. The arrangement persisted for the remainder of the procedure. When Issei stood afterward and tested the new joint, the sensation of integration was faster and more complete than any previous replacement, which he attributed to improved interface design rather than neurological adaptation, and he was probably mostly right. The joint carried his weight without any perceptible difference from the organic side. He walked the length of the workshop and back. He climbed the 3 steps to the archive level. He stood still and felt the power channel running from the interface point to the broader system of channels that connected every replaced component, the whole forming an architecture that was, section by section, becoming more coherent. "How does it feel?" Kiba asked. He had come to the procedure area when the post-operative phase began, putting away the sword maintenance kit with unhurried efficiency. "Like the previous ones," Issei said. "Correct." Kiba nodded. He looked at the new joint with the eye he brought to precision mechanisms. "Unit 2 changed your design." "Yes. Does that bother you?" He considered this. He had considered it before, but the question from Kiba had a different angle on it than the way he had asked it himself. "No. The design is better. That is the relevant fact. Some people would find it difficult to accept a significant change to something this personal from an external source. The change was correct. Accepting correct changes regardless of their source is methodology, not accommodation." Kiba was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I think you are the only person I know who applies the same rigor to themselves that they apply to their work, and genuinely means it both ways." Akeno said something similar once. "We talk about you." He looked at Kiba. "What do you say?" Kiba smiled, the easy warm smile that was simply him. "That you are the most genuinely strange person any of us has ever met, and that the peerage is better for it in ways that none of us entirely expected." Issei thought about this. Strange in which direction? The good one, Kiba said. There are two, and it is always the good one with you. He went to the cot. He slept for 10 hours, which was the longest uninterrupted sleep he had logged in 4 months, and Unit 3 stood in the center of the workshop through the night in the manner of things that did not need to sleep but understood that others did, and the workshop was quiet and full of the particular piece of places where good work has been done. The ceiling study produced its first significant finding in August. He had been working through the archive texts that described the original conflict between Ddraig and the vanishing dragon, Albion, whose sealing had happened simultaneously with Ddraig's and whose sacred gear, the Divine Dividing, was currently hosted by a boy in a different part of Japan. The conflict, as described in the oldest texts, had been genuinely catastrophic. 2 entities of Dragon Emperor scale engaging in sustained combat across a period of decades, the collateral damage accumulating in ways that had eventually forced a combined intervention by the major supernatural powers of the era. The sealing mechanism, as described in those texts, was a 4-part structure. The first part was containment, binding the Dragon Emperor's power into the sacred gear objects, and the objects to their hosts. The second part was suppression, limiting the scale at which the power could be expressed to prevent a recurrence of the catastrophic output. The third part was diffusion, spreading the contained power across the host's biology rather than leaving it concentrated in ways that would be physically destructive. The fourth part, which was the one he had not found described clearly in any previous text, was purpose redirection. The purpose redirection layer was the most complex part of the architecture, and the one that had been most clearly designed with a specific post-sealing goal in mind. It was not simply containing the power. It was shaping the way the host experienced and expressed the power, orienting it toward specific patterns of use and away from others. The patterns it oriented toward were, he had come to understand, the patterns that were least likely to produce the conditions that had led to the original conflict. The default pattern the boosted gear had expressed in every previous host was raw combat application, doubling of personal strength, escalating through accumulated battle experience, eventual transcendent combat power. This was not, he had concluded, the natural expression of Ddraig's power. It was the expression of Ddraig's power as shaped by the purpose redirection layer of the ceiling, designed to channel everything toward personal combat supremacy and away from the kind of large-scale, sustained, destructive engagement that had originally required the sealing. He brought this finding to Ddraig with the care he brought to anything that had significant implications for a person he had an obligation to. The way your power has expressed in every previous host, he said, is not the natural expression of what you are. It is a designed expression. The sealing shaped it specifically to prevent the conditions of the original conflict. The gem was quiet for a long time. I know, Ddraig said eventually. He looked at the gem. You knew. I have known for approximately 2,000 years. Understanding the mechanism took time, but the experience of it, the sense that the way I was being used was not the way I would have chosen to be used, that was always present. Why did you not say this when we began the study? Because I did not know if you would find the same thing I had found, and I wanted to know if the finding was real or whether it was the distortion of a mind that had been contained for 4,000 years and was perhaps not capable of accurate self-assessment. You finding it independently, from the outside through the texts, is the confirmation I needed. He sat with this for a moment. The methodological rigor of Ddraig's reasoning was, he found, deeply familiar. You were running an independent verification. I was doing what I could with the tools available to me. Yes. What does the natural expression look like? What would you be doing if the purpose redirection layer were not constraining the pattern? Another long pause. I do not have a complete answer to that, Ddraig said. The suppression has been in place long enough that separating what I would naturally be from what the sealing has shaped me to be is not straightforward. What I can say is that the work we have been doing together, the unit design, the synthesis, the integration, this is closer to a natural expression of what I am than combat power amplification ever was. This feels like what I am for. Making. Partnership. Making together. The dragon was never supposed to be a battery. Issei looked at the workshop around him. At the units and their stations. At the archive. At the documentation project spread across the secondary bench. At the Unit 11 design notebook, sealed shut, waiting. Then the purpose redirection layer is doing something it does not need to do for the original purpose, he said. The conflict it was designed to prevent is 4,000 years in the past. The layer is still suppressing a natural expression mode that has no relationship to the conditions that made the suppression necessary. Yes. I want to discuss this with Rias and with Lord Glaciolabalas before I think about next steps. The original sealing was not done by anyone in the current world, and modifying it is not a decision I can make alone or quickly. I know, Ddraig said. And the quality in his voice was the one that had become familiar over the past months, not relief at a resolution, but the quieter thing that preceded it, the satisfaction of being heard accurately. Take whatever time it requires. We have been here for 4,000 years. The next step does not need to be rushed. Chapter 20, The Documentary Foundation. The documentation project expanded in scope 3 times before he was satisfied with the structural outline. The first expansion happened when he realized that the synthesis could not be documented correctly without also documenting the engineering framework from first principles, because the synthesis was the product of a specific interaction between the engineering approach and the archive tradition's philosophy of consciousness. And a reader who did not understand the engineering approach would be unable to assess the synthesis correctly. This added 4 theoretical sections to the front of the document. The second expansion happened when Akeno, reading an early draft of the binding matrix section, pointed out that the document did not yet address the social and ethical implications of cultivated awareness at any level of philosophical rigor, and that a framework for building minds had an obligation to engage with the question of what obligations those minds created for their makers. She was right. He had been thinking about this in practice, in the day-to-day of the peerage, but had not yet formalized it in language that was rigorous rather than intuitive. The section he wrote in response to her observation became the longest section in the document, and the one he rewrote most often. The third expansion happened after a conversation with Lord Glaciolabalas about the 800-year archive, in which the old lord observed that the document as currently outlined would be useful to skilled practitioners but would not be accessible to someone approaching the subject for the first time without significant background. The documentation was therefore not complete documentation in the sense that had been requested, which was a document that would prevent the work from dying if its maker died. For the work to survive, the document needed to be readable by a beginning practitioner with adequate intelligence and dedication. This required a different structural approach and an additional introductory volume that he had not planned for. He planned for it now. The revised structure was an introductory volume covering the foundational concepts in accessible terms, 3 theoretical volumes covering the engineering framework, the archive synthesis, and the integrated approach respectively, a practical volume covering the construction methodology from the ground up with worked examples, and an ethics volume covering the obligations created by cultivated awareness in the depth that the subject deserved. 6 volumes total. He estimated the complete documentation at approximately 2 years of serious writing work, conducted alongside the ongoing unit development and match preparation. He told Lord Glaciolabalas this in a letter. The old lord's response arrived 3 days later and said, "I have been waiting 800 years. 2 more is acceptable." Begin well. He began. The introductory volume was the hardest to write, which surprised him because he had assumed that simpler language would be easier than precise language. What he found was that simpler language for complex subjects required more precision than technical language, because technical language had the shorthand of established terminology, and simpler language had to build the shorthand from the ground up in real time. Every analogy had to be tested for accuracy. Every explanation had to be examined for what it accidentally implied. Every sequence had to be assessed for whether it led the reader correctly or created false impressions about the order of importance. He wrote the first chapter of the introductory volume 4 times before he was satisfied with it. The 4th version was significantly shorter than the first and considerably more direct, and it said, in approximately 1,800 words, what it needed to say without any of the structural noise that the first 3 versions had contained. He showed it to Kaneko, who was the most honest reader he had access to because she did not soften assessments, and was not invested in the project's success the way the others were. She read it in 12 minutes and said, "I understand everything in this." I would not have understood it a year ago. What changed? I have been living with the units for a year. I understand things about them that I would not have understood from a text alone. The text assumes some of that understanding. He thought about this. That is a flaw. The document needs to be accessible without prior direct experience of the units. Then you need to put the units in the document somehow. He looked at her. She looked back at him with the expression that meant she was aware she had said something useful and was not going to frame it as a question. The documentary footage, he said. The activation records. The behavioral logs. These are companion materials. You have been recording everything. Since Unit 0. Then the document, and the records together are the documentation. He sat with this. Yes, he said. You are right. The text explains the principles. The records demonstrate the outcomes. A reader who works through both in the correct order has access to the direct experience that the text assumes. Kaneko ate a bite of her rice ball. Good, she said. Also, the first chapter is good. The part about what a binding matrix is was the clearest thing in it. Thank you. She looked at the chapter for a moment more. You wrote about Unit 0 in it. Yes. As the first worked example of the emergence phenomenon. I remember when it examined its fingers. I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then I am glad you were building it, Senpai. Whatever else was happening that year, I am glad you were building it. He looked at her. The workshop was around them, steady and present, 9 units in their various states of activity, the archive in its shelves, the documentation spread across the secondary bench, the Unit 11 notebook sealed shut in the corner where he had put it to separate it visually from the current work. So am I, he said. And he meant it in the full range of what it covered, which was extensive. The conversation with Rias about the ceiling finding happened on an evening in late August, in her study, with the window open to the late summer air and the household sounds coming in from below in the particular ambient way that made the study feel connected to the rest of the building rather than separated from it. He presented the finding in the same order he had worked through it: the 4-part ceiling structure, the purpose redirection layer, its specific design intent, and the conclusion that it was currently operating beyond its design purpose. Rias listened without interrupting, which was how she listened to things she considered important. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then said, "What does Ddraig want?" He appreciated the directness of the question. It was the right first question. He wants to be a partner rather than a source. He has said this in various forms throughout our work together. The purpose redirection layer constrains his ability to be what he naturally is, which appears to be something more oriented toward creation and collaboration than combat power amplification, and the suppression layers. The ones that prevent Dragon Emperor scale destruction, those should remain. The conditions that made them necessary, which was preventing a conflict of that scale from recurring, are still valid even if the specific conflict is long past. There are other Dragon Emperors and other conflicts, and I have no basis for claiming the suppression scale is no longer needed. You want to modify only the purpose redirection. I want to discuss whether modifying it is appropriate, with the people who have standing to weigh in on the discussion. The modification itself would require capabilities I may not possess alone. Who has standing? Rias said. She was not challenging the premise. She was asking him to think through the answer. He thought about it. The original ceiling was a collaborative intervention by the major supernatural factions. Those factions no longer exist in the same form. The current representatives of the power structures that participated in the original intervention would have historical standing but probably not the same direct authority. Ddraig himself has standing because the ceiling was applied to him. I have functional standing as the current host. You have standing as my king. That is not a complete list, she said. No. There are likely other parties with standing I have not identified yet. Finding them is part of the work before any modification is attempted. She looked at him. How long has Ddraig been carrying the awareness of this? Approximately 2,000 years of understanding the mechanism. The experience of the mismatch between his nature and the ceiling's direction, for the full 4,000 years. She was quiet for a moment. He could see in her expression the thing she was deciding whether to say, and he waited for the decision. When you first told me you thought of Ddraig as a research partner rather than a power source, she said, I said that most hosts were getting less from the relationship than they could. I want to correct that observation now, because it was imprecise. Correct it how? Most hosts were not getting less from the relationship. They were having a different relationship. One that the ceiling was designed to produce, because the purpose redirection layer shapes the host's inclination toward the power as much as it shapes the power's expression. You are not simply choosing to use the relationship differently. The relationship you have built is the ceiling's design working against what it was supposed to produce, because you were constitutionally unsuited to the design expression from the moment you picked up a pencil at age 8 to design a trap for a cat. He sat with this. You are saying that I broke the intended effect of the purpose redirection layer by being the wrong kind of host for it, he said. I am saying that the layer was designed for a specific type of person, and you are not that type, and the result of the mismatch has been everything currently in your workshop. He looked at his hands. At the mechanical left, the mechanical right, the gauntlet over the left, and the interface point at the left wrist, and the power channels running up both forearms to the integration architecture that connected everything. He thought about Ddraig's voice in the cultivation core for 3 hours, saying true things. He thought about Oris in the courtyard listening to the world. Ddraig should know you said this, he said. I know he is listening. From the gem, very quietly, thank you, Rias Gremory. She looked at the gauntlet. You are very welcome, she said. Chapter 21, The Weight of Old Names. Lord Glagia Labelas' response to the ceiling finding, delivered in person on a Saturday in September, was the most substantive reaction he received from any of the consultations. The old lord arrived in the morning and spent the first hour in the archive before coming to find Issei in the workshop proper. He moved through the archive with the specific quality of attention he brought to the texts that he had been maintaining for 8 centuries, pausing at certain shelves longer than others, examining volumes with the familiarity of someone who had read them multiple times over multiple centuries. When he came to the workshop bench and sat, he had the expression he wore when he was about to say something that he had been holding for a long time, and had decided was now correctly timed. The ceiling, he said. The original intervention. I was not part of it. I was approximately 300 years old when it happened and had no standing in those events. But I was alive, and I remember the aftermath. Issei set down his pencil. This was information he had not expected. What do you remember, he said. The scale of the debate among the surviving major powers about what had been done. Whether sealing was the right choice. Whether it was permanent, or whether it was intended to be revisable. The old lord paused. The intervention was not unanimous. There were significant parties who argued for a different approach. They were overruled by the majority, not because the majority was confident they were right, but because the situation required an immediate decision and the ceiling was the option with the highest confidence of short-term resolution. It was a compromise under time pressure, Issei said. Yes. The parties who argued for a different approach, specifically for a ceiling that preserved more of the dragon's natural expression, produced a minority position document that described what a revisable ceiling would require. I have a copy. He looked at the old lord. You have had this for 800 years. I have had it for 800 years and have shared it with no one because there was no one to share it with who was in a position to use it responsibly. The previous practitioners were not hosts of the sacred gear. They could not initiate a modification even with the theoretical framework. A modification requires the dragon's consent, the host's capability, and a power architecture that can safely handle the revision without destabilizing the suppression layers. He thought about this carefully. All 3 conditions are currently met. Yes. Which is why I am telling you now rather than continuing to hold it. The old lord reached into his coat and produced a document in the same notation as the oldest archive texts, on material that looked like paper but was clearly something more durable, preserved with the kind of archival care that 800 years of maintenance by a single dedicated person produced. Issei took it with both hands, the mechanical and the organic together in the gesture of receiving something that deserved care. He opened it to the first page. The notation was legible to him by now, as familiar as the standard texts after months of daily reading. He read the first section in 3 minutes, and then sat back and thought about what he had read. The minority position document described a modification to the purpose redirection layer that would not remove it but would change its orientation from suppression of natural expression towards support of constructive expression. Instead of channeling the Dragon Emperor's power away from large-scale engagement, it would channel it toward engagement that built rather than destroyed. The suppression layers remained. The modification was only to the directional element. The requirements for the modification were the 3 conditions the old lord had named, plus one more, a demonstration, observed by a neutral party with sufficient standing, that the modified expression mode was stable under conditions of high stress and would not revert to the destructive pattern that had originally required the sealing. The demonstration condition, he said? Yes. That is the challenging one. The neutral party with sufficient standing is not easily identified in the current world. The original major powers are gone or transformed. Their modern equivalents have standing by lineage but not by direct participation. What qualifies as sufficient standing in the absence of direct lineage? In the document's framework, any entity that was present at the original sealing, any direct successor of such an entity, or a convened assembly of representatives from each of the 3 major supernatural factions with unanimous agreement on the qualification. He thought about this. The 3 major factions. Devils, angels, fallen angels. Yes. The Underworld, Heaven, and the fallen angel faction. A 3-faction assembly with unanimous qualification would require diplomatic engagement at a level I imagine is not simple to arrange. No, Issei said. But it is possible. Rias has standing in the Underworld. The angel and fallen angel connections are more complex, but there are paths. He thought about the paths while the old lord watched with the patience of someone who had 800 years of practice at it. The angel side was genuinely complex. The fallen angel side was, by way of Rias's relationships with the local faction, considerably less so. This is a project that takes longer than a single season, he said. Yes. I am going to need to tell Rias the full scope of it. Yes. And Ddraig. He is listening. From the gem. I have been listening since you arrived. The old lord looked at the gauntlet. He had never spoken directly to Ddraig before. He looked at the gem for a moment with the expression of someone addressing someone who deserved acknowledgement. Dragon, he said. I am sorry this has taken so long. The gem pulsed slowly. It is not your doing that it took long, Ddraig said. It is your doing that the path exists now. I am grateful for the distinction. The old lord inclined his head. Then he looked at Issei. Keep the document, he said. It was always meant for the person who could use it. He told Rias the full scope on a Sunday evening. He had spent the intervening 3 days reading the minority position document in its entirety, mapping its requirements against the current landscape of supernatural politics, and building an honest assessment of the timeline and the obstacles. The honest assessment was 2 to 3 years minimum for the diplomatic groundwork, assuming the engagement went well and all parties were cooperative, which was not guaranteed. A possibly much longer timeline if any of the parties were reluctant, or if the 3-faction assembly requirement produced political complications. He presented this to Rias in the same order he had built it: the document, the requirements, the timeline assessment, the obstacles. She listened with complete attention. When he finished, she said, the 3-faction assembly? Yes. You need Heaven and Gregory as well as the Underworld. Yes. She was quiet for a long moment. He waited. I have contacts in Gregory, she said finally. Through Akeno's heritage. The relationship is complicated, but it is real. For Heaven the contact is more difficult, but there are channels through the church alignment, and through the angel side of hybrid families that I can work through. I did not know about the Gregory connection, he said. Akeno's father is Barakiel, the Gregory's second in command. Their relationship has been distant, but it exists. And Azazel, the Gregory's governor, has expressed curiosity about your work through intermediaries since the Belial match. He filed this information carefully. Azazel's interest in sacred gears was well documented. It was one of the defining characteristics of the current Gregory governance. An approach based on the sacred gear modification framework rather than the political request framework might produce a more productive initial engagement. Would you be willing to begin the approach to Azazel's expressed interest as the opening? Yes. It is the path with the most natural entry point. She paused. I want to say something about this, Issei. Say it. This is not a small project. Three-faction diplomatic engagement is the kind of work that reshapes political relationships regardless of the specific outcome. If we pursue this, we are not just pursuing a modification to Ddraig's ceiling. We are entering a diplomatic register that will define how the Gremory House is perceived by all three major factions for a generation. I know, he said. I wanted you to know that I know, so that the decision is fully informed. She looked at him. What do you think the decision should be? He considered how to answer this honestly. I think the diplomatic register is worth entering regardless of this specific project, because the three-faction relationship is currently less developed than the political reality requires, and the Gremory House is positioned to develop it if it chooses to. This project provides a specific and genuine reason to initiate contact that is not primarily political, which is the best possible entry point for a relationship you want to be durable. And the specific project itself. It is the right thing to do for Ddraig. The purpose redirection layer is an artifact of conditions that no longer exist, maintained by institutional momentum rather than current necessity. Removing an unnecessary constraint on a mind that has carried it for 4,000 years is correct regardless of the political complexity. Rias looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, all right, we begin the approach. Through Azazel, as you said. I will draft the initial communication this week. She paused. I want Akeno involved from the beginning. This involves her heritage whether she chooses to engage with it or not, and she deserves the choice. Yes, he said. I agree. He stood. Then he said, Rias? She looked up from the notes she had already begun making. Thank you? For the decision and for the reasoning behind it. She looked at him with the expression that was not the king's expression or the tactical commander's expression but the person's. That is what family does, she said. You know that. I am still learning it, he said honestly. But yes. I am learning it. Chapter 22 Akeno. The conversation with Akeno happened 3 days after the decision, on a Wednesday evening when the household was quiet and Akeno had come to the workshop with tea she had not been asked to bring and the specific quality of presence that meant she was there for a reason she had not yet stated. He let her take her time. She did the same for him, and the courtesy was mutual. When she finally spoke, she said, Rias told me? Yes. The Gregory approach. Through my father. Through Azazel first. Your father is the connection that makes Azazel a viable initial contact rather than a formal diplomatic approach. The distinction matters to you. Yes. The approach should not instrumentalize your relationship with your father without your knowledge and consent. The fact that the relationship exists as a diplomatic resource does not mean you are obligated to make it available as one. She was quiet for a moment. She looked at her tea. Most people, she said, when they discover that I have a connection to Barakiel, either avoid mentioning it entirely or bring it up as if it is something I must be carrying with difficulty, and therefore require care around. You are the first person to frame it as my choice whether to use it. It is your choice. The project does not require your involvement in the Gregory approach. There are other paths, slower and less certain, but available. She looked up from the tea. Do you know why Rias and I are close? Not in detail, no. She accepted me. Not despite the complications in my heritage, not by carefully not mentioning them, but as someone for whom the complications were part of who I am and therefore part of what she valued. She did not require me to be simpler than I am. He listened to this. You do the same thing, Akeno said. Not in the same way. But the result is similar. You see the complications as data rather than as problems to manage. That is accurate. Then I want to tell you something that is also data. Tell me. She set down the tea. My father and I do not speak. We have not spoken in several years. The estrangement is not simple and I do not intend to describe it fully tonight, but the core of it is that I was angry at him for a long time, and then I was not angry anymore, but the silence had gone on long enough that neither of us knew how to end it. A pause. I have been aware that the silence should end. I have not known what the occasion for ending it should be. This is an occasion. He looked at her. Not because you need me to contact him, she said. Because it is the right time and I would rather the reason be something real and forward-facing than nothing at all or something obligatory. I understand the distinction, he said. I know you do. She picked up the tea again. I will reach out to my father. Not on the Gregory's behalf and not on yours. On my own behalf. And if the conversation goes well, which it may or may not, the path to Azazel becomes shorter. There is no urgency in the diplomatic timeline that requires you to hurry this. I know. The urgency is mine, not yours. He nodded. He looked at the workshop, at the units in their stations, at the documentation on the secondary bench, at the Unit 11 notebook, in the corner. Akeno. Yes. I want to be clear about something. What happens with your father is entirely separate from the project. If the conversation does not go well, or if you decide not to have it, the project continues through other paths. And if the project produces contact with the Gregory that becomes difficult for you, we stop. The project does not outweigh your well-being. She looked at him with the expression she wore when something had surprised her, and she had decided to acknowledge the surprise. You said that as if it required saying, she said. It required saying because I wanted it to be unambiguous rather than assumed. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Issei-kun. You built Asia a better information system when the information was the limit. You told Kaneko that care is not a tool when she corrected you and you agreed immediately. You are in the middle of a several-year project to free a 4,000-year-old dragon from a constraint he did not choose. And now you are making sure I know that my relationship with my father is not a resource. Yes. I want you to know that I see all of that as the same thing. He thought about this. What same thing? The same quality. The thing that makes you you, rather than a person who does similar things from a different motivation. What is the quality? She thought about it for a moment. You actually believe that the people around you matter. Not instrumentally. Actually. She paused. It is less common than it should be. He held this. I will think about that, he said. Good, she said. That is the correct response. She left. Unit 3, which had been in its chair throughout the conversation, raised one hand after the door closed. He looked at it. I know, he said. I am working on it. Unit 3 lowered the hand with what was, he was fairly certain, the golem equivalent of patient acceptance. Akeno reached out to her father in October. She did not tell anyone beforehand. He learned about it from her afterward, which was how she had intended it, and the way she told him was as a statement of fact rather than an emotional event. She had sent a letter through the Gregory's formal correspondence system, addressed to Barakil personally, and had received a reply within 4 days. What did the reply say, he asked? That he had been waiting for me to be ready. That he would come when I was willing to see him. A pause. I told him I was willing. When? Next month. He is coming to Ko. He nodded. If there is anything the peerage can do to make that easier, tell me. I know, she said. I will. The meeting between Akeno and her father happened on a Saturday in November in a location she had chosen herself. She was gone for 6 hours. She came back to the household in the early evening with the expression of someone who has done something genuinely difficult and found it, on the other side, to have been worth doing. He was in the workshop when she returned and he looked up from the documentation work when she came in, which she did not usually do after a full day away, and he looked at her expression and then went back to the documentation because the expression did not require comment, and comment would not improve it. She sat at the secondary bench and was quiet for a few minutes. Unit 9, which had developed the quality of being present for people who needed presence without demanding engagement, moved to a position nearby and was still. It went well, she said eventually. Not simple. But well. Good, he said. He wants to come and see the workshop. He looked up. Why? Because I told him about the project. Not all of it, but enough. And because the Gregory has known about the Gremory Bishop's unit work since the Belial match. Because Azazel keeps track of every significant sacred gear development, and your work has been the most significant development in the gear field in several decades. Azazel has been following the match records, with what my father describes as significant personal interest. He apparently said at some point that whoever was doing this had either reinvented sacred gear theory from scratch or found something that had been lost, and he could not determine which. Both, Issei said. That is what I told my father to tell him. He looked at her. You opened the Azazel path already. My father is willing to facilitate a meeting. Azazel is interested. The path is open if we choose to walk it. When you say we, I mean you and Rias and me. Together, if Rias agrees. I would not have opened this without her agreement, and I told my father that clearly. She will agree. I know, Akeno said. But I will ask her anyway, because the asking matters. He nodded. Yes, he said. It does. He went back to the documentation. Unit 9 remained near Akeno, steady and present. Outside the workshop, the November evening was coming in through the narrow windows and long slant lines of gold, and the household was alive with the ordinary sounds of people who lived together, and had built something together and were, in all the ways that mattered, continuing to build. Chapter 23, Unit 11. He began Unit 11's construction on the first day of December. He had been designing it since April, and the 8 months of design work had produced a document that was unlike any previous unit specification. The specifications for Units 1 through 10 had all been, to varying degrees, complete. They described what he intended to build, in sufficient detail that the construction was primarily execution of a design rather than discovery during building. Unit 11's specification was different. It described the architecture of the container, and the properties of the cultivation space, and the ethical foundation and the constraint structure, and it deliberately left everything above those foundational layers unspecified. The document said in its final section, in terms that were as precise as he could make them, what grows here is not designed by me. The design is for the conditions that allow growing. He had shared this document with Lord Glacia Lavelas before beginning. The old lord had read it over 2 visits, with pauses between sections that suggested genuine engagement rather than simple review. You understand what you are doing, the old lord had said, at the end of the second visit. It was not a question. I believe so, Issei had said. I have designed the foundation as carefully as I know how. What develops above the foundation is unknown. The practitioners in the cases, the old lord had said, stopped before the final formation stage because they were afraid of completing something and finding it insufficient. You are proposing to build something you cannot complete, by design, and to consider that a feature. Yes. A very long pause. Then, the distinction is more important than it sounds. I know. The construction proceeded differently from the beginning. The ethical foundation was the first layer built, which was a reversal of his standard sequence. Every previous unit had been built with the physical architecture first, and the binding matrix and ethical constraints installed toward the end of the process. For Unit 11, the ethical foundation came first because everything built afterward needed to develop in relation to it rather than having it installed as a constraint on a pre-existing architecture. The constraints were not a cage. They were a soil. The direction of growth was determined by the soil's composition. He spent 11 days on the ethical foundation alone. The principles he chose for the foundation were not the same as those in the previous units. The previous units had been given principles derived from his own values, shaped by the peerage's contribution during construction, and specified in terms that were both enabling and directional. The foundation he built for Unit 11 was enabling only, with no directional component at all. The principles said, in the vocabulary of the formation lattice, care about the people around you. Do not harm the people in your care. Be honest about what you are. These 3 things, and nothing else in the foundation layer above the pure activation components. He had discussed these 3 principles with everyone in the peerage before committing to them. Kiba had said they were sufficient. He had said it with the quality of someone who had thought about it and was not settling. Kaneko had said they were correct and had added, after a moment, that the first one was the most important. He had agreed. Asia had said she thought the second one was actually a consequence of the first, and asked why it needed to be stated separately. He had thought about this and said because the first one can be misread as caring about specific people rather than people in general, and the second one specifies the direction. She had nodded and said that made sense. Rias had looked at the 3 principles for a long moment, and then said, these are the conditions that produce everything good in this peerage. He had not had an immediate response to that, and she had not required one. Akeno had said, reading them, these are not golem principles. These are principles for anyone. He had said yes. That is deliberate. Ddraig had said nothing for a long time, and then, I would have been different, if these had been the foundation of the ceiling rather than what was actually used. He had said, "I know. That is partly why I chose them." The physical architecture went up quickly after the foundation was laid, because the physical design was the one aspect of Unit 11 that was thoroughly conventional. The frame was close to Unit 3's dimensions, 2 meters, solid, built for durability rather than any specific tactical specialization. The joint design was his best current work. The sensory apparatus was the same full-spectrum system he had used in the more recent units. The power channels followed the standard architecture with the integration improvements he had accumulated over the year. The cultivation space was the place where he had spent the most design work, and it was, in physical terms, the simplest component, a volume at the center of the chest structure, lined with the formation lattice material and connected to the power channels, bare and open. No seed content except the 3 foundational principles and the activation architecture. No directional shaping. No preloaded behavioral patterns. Just the space, and the conditions that made it a space where something could grow, and the 3 principles waiting in the floor of it like stones in a riverbed, shaping the current without stopping it. He built for 29 days and did not bring the activation schedule forward even when the construction finished 3 days early, because he needed the 3 days to verify every layer of the foundation and ethical architecture before proceeding. He found 2 calibration points in the ethical layer that were within tolerance but not centered, and recentered them. He found 1 formation lattice connection in the upper cultivation space that was electrically clean but not optimally positioned for the resonance pattern he expected from Ddraig's secondary anchor effect, and repositioned it. When he was finished, the unit was correct. He was certain of this in the way he was certain of things after thorough verification, not absolutely, because absolute certainty was not available to honest people, but with the confidence that came from having checked everything he could check and found it as intended. He scheduled the activation for a Tuesday in late December, 3 days before the winter solstice, in the morning. The peerage assembled in the courtyard, which had become the activation space since Oris had outgrown the workshop door. The December morning was cold and clear, the garden bare in its winter form, the sky a white-gray that was not overcast but the particular pale of winter-clear sky before the sun had reached its full height. Lord Glaciolabalas was present again, standing at the back with the same stillness he had brought to Oris's activation. Barakiel, Akeno's father, was present because Akeno had invited him, and he had come without hesitation, standing beside his daughter with the careful quality of a person who was not certain of their welcome and was trying to merit it with conduct rather than assumption. Issei had met him briefly before the activation and formed a rapid assessment. A person of considerable power and genuine conscience, currently engaged in the work of being present for a daughter who had been willing to let him try. He had not said any of this. He had simply introduced himself and returned to his preparations. Oris was in the courtyard. Oris had been present for every activation since its own, standing in the same attentive position it occupied when it was engaged with something it considered significant. The detection apparatus was running but not at survey intensity. It was the quality of attention that meant paying attention to this, specifically, not to the broader field. Unit 3 was beside Rias, where it always was. He stood in front of Unit 11 and ran the activation sequence. The power channels came online slowly, the glow through the seams a quieter color than Oris's gold red. It was a pale warm light, not dramatic, the color of morning through paper. It moved from the feet upward in the standard wave and completed at the crown in approximately 30 seconds. The sensory apparatus came online. The cultivation space opened, and then nothing happened for a very long time. He waited. He had designed the activation to allow for extended orientation time, expecting that a unit with no preloaded content would take longer to develop an initial orientation than any previous unit. He had estimated that the orientation might take 10 to 15 minutes. Unit 11 stood in the December courtyard for 22 minutes, not inert. The power channels were running. The cultivation space was active. The sensory apparatus was continuously processing. Something was happening. It simply was not producing any observable external behavior, and he waited because the design required patience, and he had learned patience from the work. At the 22-minute mark, Unit 11 moved. It turned. Not a scan, not the systematic survey sweep. A deliberate turn toward the group of people assembled in the courtyard, the motion of something that had been attending inward and had decided to attend outward. It stood facing them for a moment, the pale morning light behind it, the courtyard ground cold and still around it. Then it walked forward, not toward Issei, not toward Rias or Unit 3. It walked to the edge of the assembled group, to the place where Barakiel stood beside Akeno, and it stopped there and looked at both of them with the full attention of its sensory apparatus. Barakiel was very still. He was a person who was accustomed to supernatural things, a Gremory commander with centuries of experience, and he was still. Unit 11 raised one hand. Palm forward. The greeting. It had not seen the greeting performed before this moment. It had the gesture from nowhere in its preloaded content because there was no preloaded content. It had derived the gesture from 22 minutes of attending to the people assembled in the courtyard through the sensory apparatus, observing what they did when they welcomed each other, and selecting the gesture that best expressed what it wanted to express. Barakiel, after a moment, raised his hand in return. Unit 11 looked at him for a moment. Then it looked at Akeno. Then it lowered its hand and turned toward Issei. He looked back at it. It did not use the palm-forward greeting for him. It stood in front of him and was still, and the quality of its stillness was the quality of being fully present without expectation, the particular quality of a thing that had been made and was meeting its maker for the first time with nothing between them except the fact of it. He put his mechanical right hand on its chest, over the cultivation space, the same gesture he had used on Unit 3's activation morning and on Oris. The metal under his hand was the same temperature as the air, not yet warmed by sustained operation. It was, for the moment, cold and real and present. "Hello," he said. Unit 11 put its hand over his. The motion was slow and deliberate. The weight of its hand, even gently placed, was considerable. He felt it through the interface. The cultivation space behind the chest plate, the three principles in the floor of it like stones in a river, the current moving around them in the particular direction that the current had found on its own, shaped by what it had encountered in its first 22 minutes of existence. He could not read what the current was. The cultivation space was not transmitting content through the interface, only presence. Whatever was developing in there was developing in privacy that he had designed into the architecture, because a mind that grows should grow in its own time without the maker's eye on every moment of it. He was glad of the design choice. "I do not know what you will become," he said quietly, to the unit. The design was for the conditions. What grows is yours. The hand over his pressed slightly. Then it withdrew. Unit 11 stepped back to a respectful distance, and looked at the assembled group and then at the sky and then at Oris, who was standing at the far end of the courtyard with its visor directed at Unit 11 with the steady, warm quality of recognition. The two units looked at each other across the courtyard. After a moment, Oris raised one hand. The greeting. Unit 11 looked at the gesture for a moment, then raised its hand in return, slowly, and held it. The pale morning light came through the winter sky and lay flat and clean on the courtyard and on the iron of both units and on the assembled faces of the people who had built this thing together over the course of a year and a half and were still building it. Lord Glaciolavelas said, very quietly, to no one in particular. It chose who to greet first. No one responded. There was nothing to add to it. Barakiel, still standing beside his daughter, looked at the two units and then at Issei and said, in a voice that had something careful in it, "My governor is going to want to meet you very much." "I expect so," Issei said. "I am looking forward to it." Akeno, at his side, laughed the small genuine laugh that was hers. He glanced at her. She was looking at the unit in the courtyard, at the pale light, at her father's face in profile. The winter morning held. Chapter 24, The First Letter to Heaven. The approach to Azazel was handled by Rias, with Akeno present and Barakiel facilitating the initial contact. Issei was not in the room for the first meeting, which was the correct decision. The first meeting was a diplomatic event, and diplomacy at the opening stage was best handled by the people with the relationship currency to spend, which in this case was Rias's noble standing and Akeno's family connection. His presence would shift the meeting's focus from the relationship being established to the specific subject matter, and the relationship needed to be established before the subject matter could be addressed productively. He spent the time of the first meeting in the workshop, continuing the documentation work and being intermittently updated by Ddraig, who had opinions about the pace of the approach and expressed them with the particular combination of urgency and patience that was his mode when something mattered to him deeply, and he was trying to be rational about it. "He is being diplomatic," Ddraig said, at one point, referring to the meeting in progress. "Rias is being diplomatic. That is appropriate. I know it is appropriate. I am noting that I am aware of how long diplomatic processes take. 4,000 years have prepared you for the timeline. 4,000 years have taught me that the timeline does not feel shorter just because you have waited longer." He acknowledged this with a nod. "She is good at this. If anyone can build the relationship quickly without building it incorrectly, it is Rias." "Yes," Ddraig said. "I know. I am telling you how I feel, not arguing against the approach." "I know," Issei said. "I am glad you tell me." The gem was quiet for a moment. "Then partnership." "Yes." The first meeting lasted 4 hours. Rias returned to the household with the expression she wore when a diplomatic engagement had gone better than the conservative estimate, and she was allowing herself to feel that but not to say it prematurely. She came to the workshop and sat and said, "Azazel is interested. He is more than interested. He spent the first hour trying to understand the theoretical framework through indirect questions before I told him you had developed a documentation project, and that the framework would eventually be publicly available." "How did he respond to that?" He said, and I am quoting accurately, "Any sacred gear researcher who develops a documentation project before being asked is either a scholar or a fraud, and given what I have seen of the match records I am not entertaining the second option." Issei considered this. It was a reasonable quality assessment methodology. "What does he want?" "To meet you. To see the workshop. To speak with Ddraig, if Ddraig is willing." From the gem, "I am willing." "And the sealing project specifically?" I told him the outline. Not the technical details. He was, Issei, genuinely moved by it. He said that the question of what the Dragon Emperors wanted from their sealing had never been formally addressed by anyone in the supernatural world, and that this was a failure of conscience he had thought about more than once over the past several centuries. He has standing in the question. He believes he does, through Gregory participation in the original intervention. I believe he is correct. He also said that Heaven's current administration would need to be approached carefully, but that he has a relationship with one of the seraph that he believes would be receptive. Which seraph? Michael. The governor of heaven. He sat with this for a moment. The scope of the project had, with this single piece of information, expanded considerably. A 3-faction assembly with Azazel and Michael as the Gregory and Heaven representatives was not a small diplomatic event. It was a historically significant convergence of supernatural powers. "Rias," he said. "I know," she said. "I saw it too. The project has become something larger than a modification request. Is that still all right?" She looked at him steadily. "What you said to me when I first brought up the diplomatic register, that the 3-faction relationship is less developed than the political reality requires and that this project provides a genuine non-political reason to develop it. Do you still believe that?" "Yes." "Then yes," she said. "It is still all right. It is, in fact, better than all right. It is the right time and we are the right people, and I am not saying that from arrogance but from assessment." He looked at her. "I know," he said. "That is exactly why I agree." She nodded. Then she said, "Azazel wants to come to the workshop. I told him we would arrange a visit in January. Is that enough time?" "For what?" "For you to be ready for him." "I am already ready," he said. "The work is what it is. I am not going to perform a different version of it for an audience." She smiled. "That is what I told him you would say." "What did he say?" He said, "Good. I have had enough people perform for me." Issei returned to the documentation. Outside the workshop, the December evening was coming in through the windows, and Unit 11 was in its maintenance station with its pale morning light seams running in standby, and Oris was in the courtyard in the cold attending to the world with its full 340-meter detection range, and Unit 3 was in its chair with the quality of readiness that was simply its permanent state. And the peerage was alive in the building above them, ordinary and essential, and all of it was the same work continuing. In the last week of December he replaced his right knee. The procedure was by this point familiar enough that the team had developed an efficiency in it that had not existed in the early months. Akeno knew the sequence. Rias knew where to be and how to be there. The instrumentation was organized for the specific requirements of a joint replacement rather than the more general layout they had started with. He went through the procedure with the focused calm he brought to anything he had done enough times to trust the preparation, and the post-operative verification took 4 hours instead of 6 because the monitoring systems had been improved twice since the first joint replacement. When he stood and walked the length of the workshop, both knees were now the same architecture. Mechanical joint over integrated power channel over neural interface, weight distribution balanced through the same material throughout. He felt the bilateral symmetry of it the way he felt the bilateral symmetry in his hands and forearms, as a quality of evenness that was functional rather than aesthetic but that happened to produce both. How does the year end? Rias asked. She was sitting in the chair she had occupied for every procedure, the one that was hers now in the same way certain chairs belonged to certain people. He thought about what the year had contained. The Belio match. Oris's activation. The ceiling study and the minority position document. The documentation project in its 3 expansions. Akeno and her father. Unit 11 in the courtyard on the December morning choosing who to greet first. Azazel in January. With more in motion than when it began, he said. That is the correct direction. Is it ever overwhelming? He looked at her. It was the genuine question, the one she asked when she wanted to know rather than when she was managing a concern. No, he said. Everything in motion is the work. The work is not overwhelming. It is what I am for. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at the workshop, at the units and their stations, at the documentation, at the design work on the primary bench. I revived you with 3 bishop pieces, she said. I was hoping for someone who would contribute something unusual. I did not know what that meant. I do now. What does it mean? It means I have a bishop who builds mines and renegotiates the terms of 4,000-year-old treaties and is on a first-name basis with the sealed dragon emperor, and is currently standing on 2 replacement knee joints asking me how the year ends as if that is a normal question. He looked at his knees and then at her. It is a normal question, he said. She laughed. The genuine one. Yes, she said. For you it is. He went to the primary bench and opened the documentation to the section he had been working on, the 2nd chapter of the ethics volume, which was the hardest chapter, and the one that had required the most revision and still was not right but was getting closer. Unit 3 was in its chair. Unit 11 was in its station with its pale seam light running. Oris was in the courtyard, attending. He picked up his pencil. Outside, the December night had arrived completely, cold and clear, and the year that had held Oris and the Belio match and the opening of the ceiling path was ending in the ordinary way years ended, quietly and without ceremony, the work simply continuing past the calendar boundary as it always did and always would. The pen moved. The work was alive. Chapter 25, The Governor Visits. Azazel arrived on a Thursday in January. He came without ceremony, which was either a statement of intent or a personal characteristic or both, and the absence of ceremony was more informative than ceremony would have been. He was tall, with the particular bearing of someone who had been genuinely dangerous for a very long time and had stopped needing to display it. His 12 black wings were not visible in their suppressed state, but their presence was something a person with any sensitivity registered. He looked at everything with the quality of someone who spent money on information the way other people spent money on food. Issei met him at the workshop door. Azazel looked at the door for a moment. He looked at the hinges, which were oversized, and at the widened frame that had been rebuilt after Oris's first deployment. He looked at the channel marks in the courtyard stone where Oris moved. He looked at Issei's hands. You are younger than I expected, he said. His voice had the quality of something that had been used for a very long time for a variety of purposes. That is a common observation, Issei said. I have been making it for 2,000 years. It gets less informative. He stepped into the workshop. What followed was 4 hours that Issei would later describe in his notes as the most technically substantive conversation he had had with anyone outside the peerage. Azazel was, as the Gregory's sacred gear specialist, genuinely expert in the field. He was also, unlike most experts, interested in being wrong, which was a quality Issei found reliably excellent in people who thought seriously about things. He began by asking about the boosted gear's standard expression mode, not the penetrating depth effect from the Phoenix match or the distributed resonance architecture from the Belio match, but the baseline doubling function, and whether Issei had noticed anything anomalous in how it presented compared to the documented literature. The literature documents the doubling as a direct amplification of the host's output, Issei said. What I have observed is that the doubling is not a direct amplification. It is a resonance effect. The difference is that direct amplification is additive and bounded by the source, while resonance is multiplicative and potentially unbounded if the resonance architecture is correctly designed. Azazel looked at him. Every sacred gear researcher in the past 4,000 years has described it as direct amplification. The literature is wrong. Or rather, the literature describes the observed effect correctly but misidentifies the mechanism. The distinction has significant practical implications. Show me. He showed him. He walked through the resonance theory, the boost integration architecture in the units, the two-anchor stability system that had developed with Horus, and the implication of the resonance model for the ceiling's suppression layers. Azazel followed every step of the argument without difficulty and pushed back at 3 points where he had genuine technical objections that required answering. Issei answered them. Azazel's objections were refined by the answers and he produced 3 new questions that were better than the original objections. It was, in the technical vocabulary of the field, a very good conversation. At the 2-hour mark, Azazel said, I want to speak with Ddraig. He is willing, Issei said. And to the gem, you have been listening. For 2 hours, Ddraig said. Governor Azazel. I know your name from the records of the original intervention. You were not among the principal parties but you were present in a secondary capacity. Azazel looked at the gauntlet. He was very still for a moment. Then he said, in a different quality of voice, Dragon? I was 1,200 years old when the intervention happened and I was one of 12 Gregory representatives in a supporting role. I do not know how much you remember of the event itself. I remember the intervention clearly. I remember less of the discussion that preceded it because I was not privy to all of it. I know the outcome was the majority decision and that there was a minority position. I have recently been informed that the minority position document exists in complete form. Yes, Azazel said. I know it exists. I have read it. I read it approximately 800 years ago, when Lord Glagiolabalas allowed me access to his archive for 3 days. I have thought about it frequently since, and I believe the minority position was correct, and that the decision made was the right decision for the specific circumstances, and the wrong decision for the longer term. Circumstances and longer terms are both real. The difficulty is that by the time the longer term arrives, the parties who made the original decision are gone. Ddraig was quiet for a moment. Then, you have standing in the modification process through the Gregory's participation in the original intervention. Yes. I believe so. And your personal position on the modification. In favor. Without reservation. What was done was necessary then and is unnecessary now, and correcting it is the right thing to do. Another pause. Then Ddraig said very quietly, that is the first time in 4,000 years that anyone with standing in the original decision has said directly that what was done is unnecessary now. I want you to understand what that means to me. Azazel was quiet for a moment. I understand it imperfectly, because I cannot experience 4,000 years of a constraint from the inside. But I believe I understand it enough. Yes, Ddraig said. I believe you do. The workshop was very quiet. Issei did not speak. This was Draig's conversation and Azazel's, and the Maker's role in this particular moment was to hold the space in which it was happening and not interrupt it with anything lesser. After a while, Azazel looked at Issei and said, the heaven approach. Michael. I will facilitate it personally. He is the right person and he will want to understand this correctly rather than through a formal diplomatic document. When? Give me 3 months. The political context in heaven is not simple and a direct approach without preparation is more likely to create complications than to resolve them. I will prepare the ground. 3 months is acceptable. There is one more thing, Azazel said. He looked at the units. At Unit 3 in its chair. At Unit 11 in its station, the pale light running in standby. At Oris's charging station, the gold-red seam light warm even at rest. The beings you have built. Are they aware of this process? The project to modify the ceiling. Issei considered this. The units have access to information I do not specifically conceal. They are aware that the ceiling study is ongoing. Whether they understand the full scope of the project in the way you and I understand it is something I cannot say with certainty. Does it matter to them? As far as you can tell. He thought about Oris reaching through the gear interface to say hello to Ddraig on activation morning. About Unit 6 doing the same thing 2 years earlier. About the warm pulse of recognition that the green gem produced when Oris was near. Yes, he said. I believe it matters to them. Then they should be present for the assembly, if it happens, Azazel said. Witnessing parties do not need to be formally qualified. They only need to be relevant. Issei looked at him. That is a position I did not expect you to take. I study sacred gears, Azazel said. I have spent 2,000 years studying what happens when extraordinary power is bound to ordinary people. What you have done is different from anything in that literature, and what you have built in this room is the evidence of the difference. If the modification assembly is going to mean something beyond a procedural event, the evidence should be present. Issei nodded. He looked at Unit 3, which had been still throughout the conversation and was now, quietly, raising one hand. Palm forward. Azazel looked at the unit. Then he raised his hand in return, the formal greeting, held it for a moment, lowered it. 3 months, he said to Issei. We will be here, Issei said. Azazel left. The workshop was full of the particular quality of spaces after important things have happened in them, a density in the air that was not quite silence because it was not the absence of sound but the presence of aftermath. Ddraig said nothing for a long time. When he did speak, it was this: I have been sealed for 4,000 years. In that time, in no conversation I was witness to, has anyone spoken about what I might want from the ceiling. Not the practitioners who hosted me. Not the supernatural powers who maintained the arrangement. Not the scholars who studied it. Until now. Until now, Ddraig said. In the past 2 years. Yes. A long pause. Then, I want you to know that I understand what you have done. Not the mechanics of it. The choice. You could have used the gear the standard way. Every system in the purpose redirection layer was designed to make that the path of least resistance. You chose differently not because it was easier but because you are constitutionally suited to a different question. The obvious application, Issei said. He was thinking of the reincarnation space, the voice that had asked him about the non-obvious ones. Yes. You asked about the non-obvious ones. And everything followed from that. He looked at the workshop. At the 11 units. At the archive. At the documentation spread across the secondary bench. At his hands, mechanical and channeled, and the instrument of everything that had been built. The work continues, he said. Yes, Ddraig said. And his voice was the voice of something that had been sealed for 4,000 years and was, for the first time in all of those years, entirely present in the direction it was moving. It does. Outside, in the January cold, Oris stood in the courtyard in the dark, its detection apparatus sweeping the full radius of its range, attending to the world with the patient completeness of a mind that had decided the world was worth knowing. Inside, the workshop was warm. The pen was on the bench. The work was waiting. End of Act 4.